Of welcoming on stage Mr. Bharat Bhatia ji, President IAFI. Welcome, sir. I would like to request Ms. Pamela Kumar, Chief Strategic Advisor, Telecom and Data, FTSDSI India, to kindly join us on this stage and request Mr. Bhatia to kindly present a shawl to ma'am as a token of love and appreciation. Welcome, ma'am. She has over 35 years of experience in the communications, computers, and semiconductor industry. She has played a key role in the development of several important telecom standards, including those for 5G, broadband, and cloud computing. She is also a strong advocate for the adoption of open source technologies in the telecom sector. She is committed to working with governments and industry stakeholders to create a supportive environment for the development and deployment of innovative technologies. Welcome, ma'am. We take a great pleasure in welcoming amongst us our guests of honor, Mr. Alexander Kuhn, Head of Section International Spectrum Affairs, BNetzA from Germany. Welcome, sir. We're honored to have you with us. Mr. Kuhn has more than 20 years of experience in the telecommunications industry. He has played a key role in the development and implementation of several major telecommunications policies and initiatives in Germany, including the National Broadband Plan and the 5G rollout. He's also a strong advocate for international cooperation in the telecommunications sector. He represented Germany at several international forums, including the International Telecommunication Union and the World Radio Communication Conference. Once again, welcome, sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Håkan Olsen, Director at Ericsson Group Function and Vice Chair, WP5D, Sweden, as our guest of honor. Welcome, sir. Dr. Olsen took his PhD degree in solid-state physics at Uppsala University, Sweden, and continued with research at Swedish Institute of Microelectronics in Stockholm. He joined Ericsson Sweden early in year 1995 and working with radio interfaces for the third generation IMT 2000 mobile systems. In 2004, Mr. Håkan was elected Vice Chairman of ITU Group, responsible for IMT and its evolution, WP5D. And last but not the least, surely not the least, our chief guest. I extend a hearty welcome to our venerated chief guest, Shri V. Raghunandan Ji, Secretary, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, Government of India. Welcome, sir. I request Bhatia ji to present a shawl as a token of delight and respect we owe him for being a significant part of today's occasion. Welcome, welcome, sir. Raghunandan ji headed for major telecom project executions, telecom policy implementation and telecom enforcement in various parts of India, and he has bestowed with the Vishisht Sanchar Seva Padak Award for meritorious services rendered in various remote and rural areas. Due to his dedicated efforts, ITU Area Office and Innovation Center has been established in India. Shri Raghunandan Ji has represented India as speaker at many forums like ITU, BRICS, Commonwealth Telecom Organization, APT, and other multilateral organizations. So we are really honored to have amongst us such an inspiring personalities as our chief guest. Welcome once again. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would now request Mr. Bhatia, sir, to kindly deliver his welcome address. Sir.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. This is our start of the third day of this Marathon Spectrum Management Conference, which we started on early morning, 9 o'clock on Monday. We had a full day on Monday and yesterday, and this is our third day. I'm really, really pleased to welcome among us Mr. Raghunandan, Secretary of the Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, as our chief guest. And thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. I'm sure there will be many people joining us in this session. Your presence here is really very important because the TRAI plays a very major role in the framing of the spectrum policies, and I think many things that we debated yesterday and day before yesterday hinge a lot on how the TRAI is going to react, and some of the issues that were discussed yesterday related to how we are all waiting for try to come out with some of the policy guidelines. So I'm sure you'll throw some lights on those. And thank you for being here, sir. Second, I would like to welcome personally Mr. Alex Kuhn, one of our great friends, have been very actively involved in the WRC activities, in CPG activities, been chair of the many conferences, and for last many years he has been very actively involved in all the ITUR work and in the WRCs, particularly in the preparations for the WRC. So I'm really pleased to welcome Mr. Kuhn, who has come all the way from Germany. He arrived just last night. And so thank you so much for coming here, sir. Great to see you here. And our friend, Mr. Håkan Olsen. Håkan has been great friend of India from many years. We have been seeing him regularly in India and in all the ITU and APT conferences. He represents Ericsson, but more than Ericsson, he represents the spectrum fraternity, and he's also the vice chair of the Working Party 5D. And as that, he keeps very tight control on what happens in the 5D, the entire scheduling and programming, and how 6G works and how 5G works. I'm sure he's going to share his work on that, and that will be very soon. So thank you very much. And of course, our friend Pamela, she has been one of the organizing part of this conference. She was moving force, as you all know, in the initial 5G development work and taking 5G to the ITU. And a part of this conference, she has really been very helpful to us. So thank you very much, Pamela, for being here. And the audience, we have people from all over the world. We have, I think Charles is still here. Charles Cooperji, thank you very much for being here, and Associate Administrator of the NTIA and Head of the Federal Spectrum in the US. So thank you for being here again. And we have Ellen from Meta and many more from all over. We have a team from Shore in USA. They have a booth outside also indicating the importance of the PMSC equipment. So I'm sure a lot of people will visit that. And we have our friend from Teleset sitting there. She has always been a moving force behind many of our events and part of the NGSO satellite community, very actively involved in the regulations of satellites. So thank you very much, Laura, for being here, and great to see you, and many other. I will not name everybody. I think the time is still short. So thanks for all the participants, and to recognize Rajiv, one of our co-organizers. Monisha left yesterday, but Rajiv has been one of the very strong pillars of this organization, of this conference, a 3-day conference. So very quickly, I will a little bit cover what we did last 2 days. We covered starting from below 1 gigahertz spectrum. So we had a session, particularly on the direct device to broadcasting to the device, broadcasting the mobile services, which is one of the key issues. We had the PMSC equipment spectrum requirement. We had the 5G and 6G in 600 megahertz. So a lot of issues on below 1 gigahertz. Then we went into 1 to 6 gigahertz. A lot of issues with the defense services there, with the satellite services there, coexistence, sharing studies, and a lot of that is happening in the 1 to 6, the mid band, actually one of the very important bands for 5G. And then we also had a discussion, almost a full session on 6 gigahertz alone, 5925 to 7125, and then we had a great discussion in that area. Last evening we had a discussion on the satellite licensing policy, which is awaiting the results from the TRAI. So we all written the question paper and now waiting for the answer to come out. So hopefully we'll have something soon as the chairman Trai joins. So, I mean, practically every issue in the spectrum area was covered. today our focus is going to be on two areas. First, on the operators issues, how the 5G rollout is going in. Immediately after this, all the operators will be there, all the four major operators, Airtel, Jio, Vodafone, BSNL. We'll hear from all of them what the next auctions are going to be. And then in the afternoon, we will be working in two sessions on all the WRC issues. Very important as we on the final lap of getting ready for the our preparations for the WRC, which starts from 18th, 20th of November. So getting all set for that. And hopefully we would all have great times at the WRC. A lot of issues there also. Some of them we discussed yesterday, some of them we'll discuss today. So thank you very much and welcome and good morning to all of you.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking us through the plan that we have for today. And now may I please have a privilege of inviting our venerated chief guest, Shri V. Raghunandanji, Secretary TRI India, to please come and share a few words.
Good morning to all of you. Bhatia Saab, who is the veteran of the spectrum management and spectrum related issues. Of course, my colleague Mr. Christopher couldn't come. Mr. Christopher, Mr. Alex, who has joined us today, and Dr. Hakun, whom I met actually several times, both in India and abroad, so many times. Ms. Pamela Kumar, Madam, whom I was associated with during her tenure in, as a TSD DG. My colleague Mr. Abbas, and also veterans from industry, representatives from OEMs and then industry associations, CDOT, all other who have come here to listen to. So many people were telling about question paper and then answer sheet, etc. So neither question, of course, question. If you leak the question also is the problem. If you leave the answer also, leak the answer also is the problem. So only so far question paper is being given. So answer cannot be result of this thing. Only you need to avoid. So that has a due process of verification, etc. As you all know that TRI actually is a very open consultation process and very transparent and widely acknowledged, and we do this due diligence, and our officers do a very intensive research of any background collecting. At least 10 to 20 countries of background information we collect during the process. And in the consultation paper, it will be as wide and as explicit as possible. We don't leave any stone unturned. Because if we leave some question and then we try to give the recommendation without a particular specific question, then again it lacks the transparency. So definitely some people feel that last 1 or 2 months we had released a number of consultations, and each consultations paper had around 50-60 questions. They were asking us, why don't you reduce the number of questions itself? So that is what they gave. Then we thought, if we don't put the question, then we can't give the answer. So the answer has to come from the question itself. So that is how actually we did a huge process of this thing. Unfortunately, today's topic is, it is not the spectrum conference, it is spectrum management conference. So it is not the spectrum conference. I attended some of the conferences which were clearly designated as spectrum conference. So spectrum management conference is different from spectrum conference, where in spectrum conference you purely focus on spectrum, and spectrum management means how do you manage and then how do you collaborate with the whole ecosystem to see that the efficiency of the spectrum and the effectiveness of the spectrum is actually, it comes out. So we will discuss about that maybe 1 or 2 minutes. And as far as the first part, of course, next session is on the 5G and beyond, 5G advanced and beyond, and 6G. TRI had given a huge comprehensive recommendations on 5G. There again we have covered not only just 5G pricing. If you see that, how this 5G has to be deployed and how 5G has to be utilized. So we suggested that a comprehensive view of that recommendations. So that aptly goes with the today's topic, the Spectrum Management Conference. So we developed, actually we given the whole ecosystem of how to 5G deployment, and also we had suggested that unlike in abroad where the 5G deployment is taking place on a trickle down approach, so where here we have suggested that it has to be a demand driven approach and demand has to be generated approach. So that is why we suggested that instead of simple 5G on its own taking part, the developing, so let there be intervention from the government, and so that government first, as being the first mover user, should develop the demand. So we suggested that there should be an interministerial committee, each of the vertical ministry should develop the their own budget, and then for the use cases of their own, and then move forward and then create the ecosystem for the development. So because we have seen so far, I must appreciate all the service providers who have done a tremendous effort to see that India has reached the second largest actually 5G in the deployment of 5G services in the world. So that credit goes to all of them. And despite that, there is one concern, I must use the word concern, that it is still monetization is still yet to take place. So that is where the concern comes. So this is what exactly we predicted 2 years back. Mr. Abbas we were discussing this aspect actually day and night, and then we suggested that we should try, because we studied the earlier countries' perspective and then their experiences, the demand was yet to pick up. So we anticipated this issue, and then we thought that there should be a demand driven. Because you are trying to discuss this spectrum conference today, and we are trying to predict how much spectrum is used for the next 4 years, 8 years. But now what is the spectrum has been already given, and then we are now trying to deploy and then trying to monetize. That is where we have to put our efforts to see that the demand is generated, to see that you discuss next phase of 5G and beyond. So that is where actually we are focusing now. That is the point which I wanted to drive. And then for the deployment purpose, we have done earlier actually 4 pilot projects we have done. That is on in one metro, and then airport and port and smart city, and then we have given a street furniture recommendation, so that because 5G requires a densification. So the densification again requires the street furniture use across. So how best to use the street furniture. So that is a part of again 5G actually development and then utilization. In turn the spectrum utilization. That is what actually we. So street furniture also we have given a recommendation. It has been well appreciated, and then it has been, and thanks to DOT in all the cases, especially with the 5G, I must immensely thank DOT that the way they have accepted the recommendations of 5G and then immediately implemented and then gone ahead with that, and then also on the street furniture. I must say that earlier the recommendations acceptance, but yes, it used to take 4-5 years. But now when we released the consultation paper, so that time itself some of those consultation paper points have been picked up, street furniture, and then recommendations have been, before that recommendations they have actually implemented that. So I must thank Mr. Rajaraman, who in his absence here, who took immense actually initiative in all these things and worked closely with TRI to see that our recommendations are accepted on time. So I must thank him in his absence here. And this is about the spectrum 5G utilization. And then of course, we are now looking for the 5G plus and then 5G advanced and then whatever you call it, and then 6G. So we will be moving towards that. Definitely this has to happen. So we have also released how the adoption has to be actually further faster deployment of the adoption of the 5G use cases. So we released another consultation paper last week of September. So we will be giving our recommendations on that. We will be working on that, because I must request all the stakeholders here. So we are, no doubt IMC is a very great platform for the use cases development and showcasing, but we must now move toward the granular and then towards the states and then the right below, because there these use cases and the generation and then utilization of this 5G can come from very core sectors of health, very important sectors of health, education, and then agriculture. Unless you go down and then make them use this thing. Now earlier we have done the pilot projects of 5G. The trials were limited to the testing of the technology, not to the extent of utilization and then making them to. So there is a fundamental difference in that. So we need to move on. So TRI has been working on that. We had interacted, we had gone up, of course, myself and my chairman, we had gone to almost 50% of the states we had covered, gone and then discussed with all the state governments. And Northeast we had got a special effort to see that how the 5G and other telecom technologies can be used. So we had actually interacted with them. So that is very key important aspect to be done as part of the spectrum management. Means the country as a whole, we need to work on that collaboratively together. So that is what my request to all the stakeholders in this. And further 5G deployment, the ENV bands, the reference has come to us. This is again about the backhaul. Backhaul also MWA, MWB, we have got the reference and we are working on that. And then as far as the spectrum means, we need to talk about the broadcasting. Bhatia Sahab rightly talked about yesterday's discussion on the direct to mobile. So this is also part of the broadcasting. So we had actually worked on broadcasting sector too as part of our holistic approach. We had given a very path-breaking recommendations on FM radio and the low power FM and also community radio services. Even today there are many areas where the telecom has not reached, where the community radio has reached. So it has a very important in our context, not only in Indian context, in all the global context, community radio. And US is one of the largest users of community radio in their country. So we had given a path-breaking recommendations on that and also on DTH further penetration. That is again a path-breaking. Actually we made almost LFL 0 in that. We recommended that. It is going to be very, very progressive. So TRI has always been looking ahead of every time, every recommendation. If you see, there will not be a single sub-recommendation in that which looks backward. It always looks forward and then eases the working of, and also it focuses on the ease of doing business. Maybe I will take 1 or 2 more minutes and then we will come to this satellite. Now we come back to the whole process of spectrum usage for different purposes. Now I am happy that he has touched about on the HAPS and HIPS, and that is also very important requirement in a country like India, large country like India. These technologies do help actually in due course during the disasters, not only during disasters, some of the remote areas too. So we need to work on that, and I too had an exposure to this technology, at least to Japan and Germany. So 3-4 countries had given a huge presentations when I was DDGIR. Actually I had a opportunity to go through that technology. And this is also very important, and then some of the agenda items of the WRC captures that. And again the terrestrial, always we have been talking about terrestrial versus non-terrestrial and then the satellite. No, we should now start thinking about the terrestrial and satellite, how collaboratively we work together to find a solution. Some of the vendors, of course, Apple had made an attempt to see that they work as an OEM, they work with the satellite industry and then the terrestrial networks. So to see that how it can be developed and then how they can work together. So we, instead of talking about licensed versus delicensed, terrestrial versus non-terrestrial versus satellite, and OTT application versus licensed. So in fact these are all the issues of complex in nature. So if we take divergent views, no doubt the divergence is required, but TRI's attempt has been to bring all the stakeholders together to see that a common ground is achieved before giving our recommendation. Every recommendation actually is a reasoned recommendation. Without reason we will not be able to give recommendation. We give with a proper reason and then see that the recommendations are broadly accepted. And we also actually, I am looking forward for the discussion on 6GC band. Something has been discussed yesterday. Mid-band, of course, definitely something has progressed very well, and then some more things need be done in the mid-band. And direct to mobile in the sub-GC band, which Mr. Bhatia Sahab has talked about it, we also have to work on that. and the millimeter wave. And then, of course, I had brief discussion with Mr. Hakun. That is about the centimeter wave, 7 to 15 is also a thing which need to be looked into. So, which we can definitely look forward for discussion, because sit together on this, and then there may be certain things we need to follow as a nudging theory. TRI has been a very great champion of actually promoting the nudging and then the incentivizing this one, any of the through our policies. So, that is one thing which I wanted to say. So, we referred a reference from not only these bands, the upper bands above 100 gigahertz, that is D, W, and then up to 300 gigahertz. We received a reference from DOT, we are working on that. So, we will be giving our recommendation. With this, I think that there is a wide range of uses of the spectrum, and spectrum management requires a collaborative approach, and the collaboration is the new mantra, and we all have to chant that new mantra of collaboration, work together. So, with these few words, I thank again all of you for calling me. And then I apologize that I am not giving the answer today. Thank you.
So with all due respect, we thank you for your presence today at the conference and delivering such an inspiring address with all of us. We really appreciate you taking your precious time and being with us today. Thank you so much once again, and may I now have the privilege of inviting Mr. Alexander Kuhn and request Sir to deliver his keynote address. Welcome, Sir.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you to the organizer, Mr. Bharat Bhatia and the IAFI, for inviting me to this very important conference on spectrum management in India. And it's my privilege and my honor to address you today regarding the WOC issues. Thank you also to the secretary from TRI to provide us with this inspiring speech today. And thanks to Hakan, my dear friend from the 5D, so we will hear something about the mobile points as well. I would like to set the scene now for you regarding the upcoming World Radio Communication Conference. You may have heard during the last 2 days already about the important topics of it and the discussion points, but it's always quite good to maybe have a look back as well. What is the main objective of the conference, and what may be the challenges which we are all faced with already, in order to see then the right balance approach, which is important for everything into spectrum management, to find the right solution. And we just heard it, that this is the important factor, to get everybody together and find then a balanced solution, which is providing then the opportunities in the use of spectrum and ensure the efficiency in the use of spectrum and also the avoidance of harmful interference. So if you then please start my presentation, that would be very much appreciated. Okay, so with this one, WSC 23, Opportunities, Risks and Solutions. So just for all of it, it's the ITU is a UN organization, so we have the 194 members. It's an international treaty, so you cannot only discuss the technical issues at this conference, you have to take on board also the regulatory part of that one and having a look into the legal perspective of it. What we would like to achieve is, of course, the efficient use of the spectrum and the absence of international harmful interference. The treaty is between the different countries, so the perspective we have to take is not only our national view, it is the international view which is important. And this is, of course, very important for satellite objectives, but also for the maybe terrestrial objectives, for those elements where you may have cross-border coordination with your neighbors. We have, of course, the abstract divisions into the 3 regions. You know this already, and we do that every 4 years. This is something we need to take on board as well. So this is a forward-looking conference which is setting the scene then at least for the next decade, for 8 years, before you come back and maybe have some further technical revision of the radio regulations again. And that's already the point where we have all to work together and see then the right perspectives, that the radio regulations are providing opportunities for the countries which needs to be implemented later on, and where we can build on our national regulation on. So why WSCs? We have the international provisions which are setting the scene on a very abstract level, and this is now the German perspective from our understanding. And then we put on that one the legal and procedural definements on a national basis. And this will then include then the regulatory aspect, so how do we would like to bring forward licenses on a license exempt basis or maybe on a license exclusive basis. And then also the economic aspects. Do we need to go for an auction or do we need to take on board? How can we balance then the use of the different services as well? Internationally, we are allocating here just a scarce resource. This is spectrum, and spectrum is still a scarce resource. Even if we have, with all the technical measures, always new possibilities in the order to increase the efficiency of the spectrum, it is still scarce, and we should bear that in mind. So we have to use it as efficient as possible in order to bring it to the best benefit, either economically but also technically. And of course, we would like to seek here as much as possible economies of scale, so therefore that we really reach regional or global harmonized usage conditions to ensure competition between technologies, between different companies, and therefore for the benefit of our societies. If you look into the topics we usually have very different approaches there. We have, of course, the mobile broadband issue, which is usually a very terrestrial one, but which is moving up as well. If you look here now for the review in the 5 gigahertz range, for example, this is a classical issue where we discuss a new IMT identification, also in the 3.6 to 3.8 gigahertz issue. But then we have also 6 gigahertz, where we have to discuss also maybe new opportunities for the IMT community or for mobile usage. Then we have an issue of the new usage of the UHF band, where we have to take into account and tackle the aspects of the future of terrestrial broadcasting in Region 1. And then we have also brought forward an agenda item, or at least a study item, on the studies on the use of IMT technology under the fixed service allocations. And with this one, I turn to the other important aspect. This is the satellite issues. There we have, of course, the Earth stations in motion, which provided then broadband connectivity on the move for everybody. And as the world is getting closer again after the pandemic, we all would like to work maybe on the move as well. I just had the nice experience of the flight to India and have their connectivity as well. And this is heavily depending on satellite connectivity. Also, we have achieved in Germany quite land eSIMs as well on our trains, because mobile coverage is not everywhere and anytime available, in particular not on those cases where we have a lot of people at one spot, and in particular in trains you may need then other connectivity purposes as well. Then we have the agenda item regarding the Internet of Things. There for narrowband IoT they were looking for new MSS spectrum, so that's the mobile service over satellite. And then you have inter-satellite links in order to enhance the efficiency of the user there as well. You have under the satellite items as well space research, which has an important aspect, and Earth observation in terms of more sustainability and providing information on climate change. Earth observation getting a completely new role in the whole environment of spectrum, and therefore we need to take on board this aspect as well. And then you have some issues which are already then also dealing with our day-to-day basis. That's transport. You have here, of course, the digitalization of systems in the maritime sector. We are looking forward to e-navigation on board of our ships, but also we would like to ensure that the distress systems are modernized in every case, and therefore the GMDSS is an important aspect here as well. And there was the question from one country in Region 3 also to enhance here the GMDSS service by another competitor on this important messaging system. Finally, we have, of course, the transport and control links for unmanned aerial systems. This is, again, an issue which was coming back to 2015, and there we need to have further discussions as well. And then there is some housekeeping aspects of the WRC regarding regulatory measures. That's either on particular points regarding satellite notification and application of the rules. That's on the orbital tolerances. You have aggregated EPFD. You have studies on the impact of maybe then very large constellations in the non-geostationary orbit. And of course, generally, you have regulatory homework to do because we have a lot of resolutions which have to deal with maybe outdated environment where the studies have been completely performed, and those will be covered then on this fourth aspect. Let me dive into then some of the challenges there as well, and of course here at first the mobile broadband issue. What we need to achieve here is really harmonization throughout the regions as far as possible, and there we have two bands which are of interest in some of the regions, but not in every. On 3.3, 3.4 gigahertz, there is an interest at least in region 2. And in region 3 as well, and in some parts of region 1. For Europe, I must say that we use this band at a different purpose, and therefore for us this band is for no change. But you see already this is an area of conflict in order to reach really harmonization. On the contrary, we have the other side at 3.6, 3.8, where Europe is already moving ahead, and I know that many other countries in the world are doing this as well and using that already for 5G. So we have to adapt here the harmonization aspect also on the radio regulations and make use of the band by IMT. Then we have, and you discussed this yesterday, the 6 gigahertz band, 6425 to 7125, where we have already a primary mobile allocation in the band, which allows all types of mobile technology. And the question here is, do we need to set a certain preference then for a particular part of the technology, and that would be for IMT. And this is the question on this agenda item. So there we have, of course, the competition then between different mobile technologies. You all know that already after the discussion yesterday. And therefore the WSC is here finding the right balance forward and finding then also a balance between the different understanding. What does an IMT footnote really means? When you come to the legal perspective on that one, it's quite clear. You can see it on the word. It's just for administrations wishing to implement. And that's why I raised it so importantly, that what's the matter of the radio regulations. They are really providing, and they are an international treaty, just options which needs to be implemented after all. And it's not a direct implementation by a decision of a WSC towards a specific use of the band. So bear that in mind when you're moving forward. And in particular on the 6 gigahertz, this may find then the solution on that one. And I'm happy to discuss then the particular points regarding the European and German position on that one later in a session which is directly dedicated to this agenda item. We have, of course, then an issue of 10 to 10.5 gigahertz, where we see a need also in region 1 from the African countries and in region 2 also from some countries that they would like to use this particular band for mobile broadband as well. However, we have active radars of the Earth observation which are providing important and very valuable information regarding the changes of our construction sites, of our landscapes, on our climate change, and so on and so forth. And that issue is so important from our understanding that we need to protect this kind of service, which has been just implemented back in a decade ago, and which we now gain really the fruits of that activity. And therefore we think that it is necessary here to ensure the right protection level. And then there is an issue regarding maybe the openness for the WSC and the forward-looking approach, and that's the issue of digital terrestrial television. In region 1, we have seen here a lot of challenges regarding the usage. You have countries where the usage is very diverse, and you have countries in region 1 which are not using DTT at all, and on the other side you have countries which are using that intensively. To bridging that one in terms of how can we avoid harmful interference? You can, of course, rely on Geneva 06, which is the treaty which is for Region 1 and particular parts of Region 3 as well. But we have to take on board here also maybe then the possibilities that DTD is declining. And in particular in Germany, it is an issue that we have less and less users depending on this digital terrestrial television sets. And therefore, we need to seek forward then for solutions what we can do. And therefore, the question was, can we adopt here a particular co-allocation to the mobile service without taking away and putting then pressure on DTT in a too much scale. And we have seen in particular on that point that the pandemic was not very helpful in order to foster the collaboration between the countries. We were maybe in our comfort zone when we discussed on a virtual basis, and that it is too easy to say no. And therefore we didn't reach, and you see this clearly in the CPM report on this particular agenda item, that we haven't been successful in order to gain here a common minimal consensus, which is then forming forward a specific part. And I hope that our discussion in Europe and in Germany on that one, on that particular agenda item, will form maybe the basis then for further discussion at the conference. From our understanding, a secondary allocation will be a door opener without putting too much pressure on DTT, but at least allows those countries which have less or declining DTT usage in order to have then make use of that spectrum as well, which is necessary for efficient use in the mobile environment. Going forward then for some other things, that's the 5 gigahertz range. There we have, of course, the question of the limitation of that particular usage. We've seen here that we have usage by various countries of mobile of the mobile service, but which is not linked with mobile broadband, and therefore we have to set out limitations in order to allow as much as possible both sides. But for which side we would like to put the limitation so far, and that will be an integral part of the overall WSC discussions. However, this is then also forming maybe an integral part of geopolitical situations, as some countries in Region 1 are very insistively would like to hear an IMT identification of the band and trying to put it forward, whereas some other countries don't see that, and this is then maybe an issue which needs to be very intensively discussed. The next one is HIPS, that's the flying IMT base stations. There is still the question, do we need really, and that's the German perspective, international regulation of that one. For us, the link, from the technical perspective, the link to a high altitude platform is already being set by hubs, and therefore it's only the question of the downlink and the payload on the hubs. This payload is a base station which is providing then coverage in frequency bands which are now under exclusive usage of the mobile service. So therefore, if you really use something like that, the risk is only of the cross-border interference, and that is then something which is belonging to cross-border coordination agreements. Therefore, from our German perspective, we don't need here any international regulation at all, but we are of course open to provide any best practices examples. Yeah, and finally, IMT in the fixed service. There we see that this can be a relaxation of the evolution of broadband fixed wireless access and maybe of backhaul, but in terms of technology neutrality and the use of technology in those fixed bands, you may use these things anyway, and we can deal with harmonization aspects of those technology use by certain IMT or in particular ITU recommendations dealing then with this IMT technology in fixed bands. Therefore, on this particular point, we are on a no change. We don't see any necessity to put this into the radio regulations in order to keep the opportunities and the options open and do not provide then any technology-specific regulation in place. For satellite and transport, we would like to enhance the usage. We see that GSO, eSIM, non-GSO eSIM, and also for UAS and inter-satellite links is providing the next step of satellite connectivity. We have, of course, here the lack of maybe capacity, in particular around the GSO eSIMs thing. We need to have balanced situations, and we see a growing demand in that direction. So therefore, we have to open up opportunities. One of the aspects, which is common to all of these different agenda items on that point, is that we are dealing with already existing regulatory environments, and we are just adapting that to a certain degree, and we are just opening up new applications in that direction. So therefore, having that on mind, that may form a way forward then at the conference. And in particular for the unmanned aerial systems, I must admit that Germany shares the concerns of the satellite operators, but we would like to make really use of that one as well, and that will require then at least technical efforts on all sides in order to let this thing happen. For MSS for IMT, we were really unable to find the right way forward on the ITU side. And here everybody is now discussing a new agenda item for WSC 27. And therefore, it's really then to define the right terms of the conditions for the studies in order to bring this very clearly forward under this aspect. Space research and Earth exploration. I just mentioned already the importance of those services and the protection requirements in there, and therefore we really have to take on board here the opportunity to support the science services to, in all regards, in order to enhance the level of sustainability of the radio regulations and also the points towards climate change. And maybe that's an issue of further collaboration as well. For maritime systems, here we have really the issue, if we put forward a new system coming from Region 3, under maybe different conditions or equal access conditions is the question here at stake, because we have already some systems in Appendix 15, and we have to apply here the same kind of equal treatment of all the systems. And we've seen that the International Maritime Organization is already uncertain regarding the acceptance of this system. And therefore, ITU has to take this on board and balance the situation. And I'm looking forward here for a very interesting debate how we can overcome maybe the uncertainty of IMO and ensure that the equality of the access conditions is ensured as well. The regulatory aspects, just shortly here, I mentioned already the aggregated EPFD limits. Here we have the concerns of protection of the existing systems. We have to see if we can enhance orbital tolerances, which may open up new opportunities for satellite operators, but we should not, we have to find here the right balance for everybody, every satellite operator as well. And then of course we really need to think about what is the impact of non-geostationary systems. Mega constellations are definitely providing maybe a new step in all different spectrum usage and in terms of coverage as well, but we need to here really need to find the right coordination procedures in place and address all relevant aspects here too, in particular the protection side. So let me sum up a little bit. Next is WRC 27. Agenda item 10 is clear, and we have an unbroken trend here. Every country is seeking for more clarification on an international basis, so by the WRC. We would like to achieve more wireless services in the same kind of spectrum, so that will increase the scarcity issue. And we have a scarcity of possible solutions so far. So the only thing which really can overcome that situation is sharing, and therefore we have to bear in mind that what we would like to study in the sharing and compatibility studies requires the right amount of protection criteria, but also the technical criteria of the services we would like to put into the bands. And therefore we have to think about smartly together with all the engineers in order to find the right way forward. And we have, of course, still the high grade of technical innovation, but that together may form the right basis to find a way forward. Up to now, we've seen here, and that's my counting, 33 proposed new agenda items, which is far too much for some colleagues. And what we've seen as well is that we are missing really convergence between the regions in order to prepare for the WRC on those issues. So if we can really find the right prioritization of those items, we need to take on board the workload of the ITU, and I can only invite everybody who is interested in the work of the WRC and in the development of the technology to really work together here in order to overcome that workload aspect. And also let's find some common interests regarding the different agenda items which are really addressing regional or worldwide questions of importance which need definitely a change in the radio regulations. Food for thought. So what we've seen so far is we see, and we heard it already, connectivity by convergence between mobile, aeronautical and satellite networks is one of the aspects, but we need to keep the clear distinction between the services here. This may move forward into the user equipment, but we need to take on board clearly the aspect of the spectrum usage and the distinction of the services on that level of the radio regulations. That may bring us forward for a clear solution later on. However, we have to take on board also here and create the opportunity for this kind of services and the convergence there, because this may overcome then also the scarcity aspect between these different usage. Then another one is a trend that we have more and more detailed conditions in the radio regulations, up to the point that we have for particular national usage and conditions already in the radio regulations placed. is this a blessing or is this a curse for national flexibility? As I said, it's an international treaty which needs to be implemented. The implementation must be from the national legislator, and they must have some flexibility in that direction. Otherwise, we give away some kind of sovereignty, and this will raise questions by every government of the world in order to find the right way forward. What we've learned so far from the lessons of the last cycle is that we need to have clear and transparent preparation processes, and this will support the success. If you keep it maybe behind closed doors, you may end up with unacceptable solutions, or at least with further barriers. We have to have a continuous international dialogue between everybody, and I'm happy that I'm being here to answer any questions or any discussion, even in the breaks. And we are working together in order to find common views, because this is the only thing where we can really find consensus. WSC and the ITU is a consensus-based organization, and this is something really important. If we change that perspective and go for voting, we are creating situations or decisions which creates then winners and losers, and you don't want to be on the loser side. So therefore, consensus ensures that we are all winners. And therefore, every WSC is a success if we really find the right way forward in the consensus space. But this is definitely then the last point here, a respectful collaboration, which ensures that all the different views are taken equally, even if they are divergent, is the key element for finding then the consensus. And we have seen that during this study period as well, that it is sometimes very difficult to accept maybe diverging views, but listening to the other side is always helpful in order to find the right balance forward. So with this one, last point, let us make the WSC a success for everybody. I can only invite you to do so. And thank you very much for your attention, and again for also the possibility to speak to you today.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your deep knowledge and enlightening all of us with your amazing words and your presentation. The next distinguished to honor us with his presence, ladies and gentlemen, is Dr. Hagen Olsen. May I request sir to kindly deliver his keynote address and his presentation. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Great thanks to the organizer. On stage we have here Bibi and Pamela. We have thanks to the secretary, interesting insights, and thanks for a good meeting earlier in the week. Thanks, Alexander. It was interesting insights there also. So we need the chat later on, I think. Okay. You know, many of you know that India is quite special to me. I was raised in Tamil Nadu, spent my childhood there, and I went to school in Kodaikanal, and we lived in Tirupattur. So, so the very first thing I did on Monday when I had the possibility to have a good lunch, I went to there are two restaurants down the road here, Jampat Road, two South Indian restaurants. So there I enjoyed dosa, masala dosa, vadai, and idli, all at once, right? Okay, let's talk a little bit about the future. And the future is, this document is the fundament for the future, for the 6G, for IMT 2030. It's the new vision, but now it's called the framework for IMT 2030. And it was finalized in 5D in June and sent to study group 5. We had a small hiccup there with some modifications, but in the end I think it came out quite well. This is really the first step of the process. It is done now, and the next is going into the requirement phase and the evaluation. So this is the definitions done now with a couple of documents that I will try to summarize the work that Working Party 5D has done. The next slide, please. Okay, thank you. So this is the structure of ITU-R, and you can find the Working Party 5D there under Study Group 5. And we have the 4 groups defined. We have and all of these groups has been working with this document under Working Party 5D. The key group has been the general aspects, with the sub-working there on the framework document, and also the development of related resolutions. We have the technology group that's worked on the future technology trends, which is included in the document, and they also do the specifications for IMT. We have the general aspects I mentioned. We have the spectrum group with the sharing and compatibility studies, and then we have the ad hoc work plan, which defined the overall timeline for development of towards IMT 2030. Next slide, please. Okay. So this is the timeline that the detailed timeline that have been agreed since 1.5 years ago in the ad hoc work plan. As you can see now, we have the definition of this basic IMT 2030 documentation done, and we are now moving into the requirement and the evaluation phase. We also will send out circular letter in the same order as before, with addenda to those circular letters. And in the early phase, it's important that we clarify how the process will be done, so that the potential proponents can start to prepare for their technology proposals and plan for that. This time, we are a little bit earlier than when we did the IMT 2020, the 5G, because the conference is 2 years earlier. And that means that the framework is not as detailed as it was for the 5G and IMT 2020. We'll come to that later. You will see that the capabilities, for example, are not as well defined as they were for 5G. And we have on the other hand, we have a longer timeline for the requirements. It's almost a year longer. And so this provides more time for that type of discussions when going into the requirement discussion and the evaluation, which is very tightly connected. And then after that phase is done, we have the workshop where we meet the technical proponents and explain the process and the requirements to the potential proponents. We have the deadline for the contributions, technical contributions, the proposals, early 2029. We have the evaluation to be done in the same year, and then finalize with the final recommendation to be approved in mid-2030. So, last week, this went out with a circular letter for approval of this recommendation, the framework. And it's requested to have any comments before December 13 this year. This is circular letter 1083, and this will then be the final week of the conference. They went out for approval by correspondence and was not brought to the radio assembly. This is a summary of how Working Party 5D and its predecessor, TG81 and Working Party 8F, have developed these documentations. We have, in the phase of 5G and 6G, we started with doing technology trends to understand what developments were ongoing outside of ITU, mostly, and summarized that. And then we started working on the vision. You can see that it's roughly 10 years behind, except for, as I mentioned, that it is shorter time now between when we did the vision for 5G and for 6G, or for IMT 2020, IMT 2030. Then it follows by the technical performance requirements. We have the submission templates, which you have to follow in order to fulfill the requirements from ITU side on what you need to provide on the technical proposal. You have the evaluation methodology, and then finally the specifications in the recommendations. It's 1457, 2012, and 2150. The revision of 1457 of IMT 2000 have more or less stopped, while we just made a revised version of both 2012 and 2150 in the June meeting. And they were also approved in Study Group 5 and is also out for approval by correspondence. So the technology trends, it describes the development we see in the time frame up to 2030 and beyond. It deals with the radio interfaces, mobile terminals, and radio access networks. And it describes the emerging services. We have the technology enablers, the enhancement to the radio interface that we foresee, and the radio network as well. This is how we developed the framework recommendation. We started in a little bit more than 2.5 years ago now, in 2021, in March, setting up the sub-working group for this, and establishing the work plan. And then we finalized, as I mentioned, in June this year. And we start with a working document. We go to a preliminary draft new recommendation, a draft new recommendation, and then we hopefully, before the end of this year, will have the recommendation. So, how does it look, the structure? We have the main body, which is an ordinary way of doing a recommendation. We have the considering further, recognizing, and the recommends. And the recommends is very short. It refers to the annex. And in the annex, we have the trends. As I mentioned, the technology trends report is part of it and is the basis for these trends for IMT 2030. But it also contains a lot of discussion or interaction with external organizations. We have been seeking inputs from what is going on in various research organizations and in plans for developing IMT 2030. Then we have the user scenarios, which is a guidance of 6G features or IMT 2030 features. We have the capabilities that I mentioned, and then ongoing development, and including timelines there. So, what is the basics of this recommendation? It is the usage scenarios. Here we see that the famous triangle from IMT 2020 is there, but it has been expanded in usage. We have called eMBB, the enhanced mobile broadband, is now immersive communications or immersive communications. We have the ultra reliable low latency communication. Ultra has been changed to hyper, and more enhanced then, of course. And we have massive machine type communication being more massive. Then there are 3 added usage scenarios. We have the artificial intelligence and communications. We have the ubiquitous connectivity, and here we all know that India has been quite active in formalizing this and contributing to this to the ITU. And then we have integrated sensing and communication. And all of these will be part of IMT 2030. So do not only focus on one usage scenario, you need to take into account all of them. Then we also have 4 overarching aspects: connecting the unconnected, security and resilience, ubiquitous intelligence, and sustainability. They are principles that commonly applicable to all these usage scenarios. So that has also to be taken into account when you are developing capabilities for these usage scenarios. Here the enhanced capabilities of IMT 2030, and the ones in green, they are enhanced capabilities from IMT 2020. The capabilities of IMT 2020 are in the inner circle there. And then you have some numbers on these enhanced capabilities. But as I mentioned, it's a bit early, and in this cycle before 2030 as compared to when we did IMT 2020. So agreement could not be reached on all the capabilities. But the good thing is that we have more time in this IMT 2030 development compared to the previous one to discuss what the actual requirements will be in the end. This is a starting point, and this forms what will actually be discussed. The previous capabilities, but also the new capabilities then of IMT 2030. We have coverage because of the ubiquitous connectivity. We have sensing related capabilities, AI related, sustainability, interoperability. That also something that comes now with more open interfaces. We need to make sure that the different parts of the system can work together. And positioning also included now. Because of the sensing, we need to know where the devices are, if it's phones or sensors or whatever. So the relationships here, I think, is the timelines was presented yesterday, so maybe I can skip that one. But the relationships, I think, are important. It's between IMT 2030 and existing IMT, of course. Enhancements to existing, but also interworking with existing IMT systems. Then we have IMT 2030 and other access systems. And this is getting more and more connected into other both non-terrestrial networks, like satellite. We know 3GPP is working on the satellite component of IMT 2020, and we'll submit that at the beginning of next year, I think it is. We know we have HIBS that was mentioned earlier here, and we have UAS as well. And then we also have non-IMT terrestrial networks that we need to consider as well. So we have some focus areas for further study. It's the radio interface standards, of course, access networks, traffic characteristics is important to take into account, and, of course, spectrum-related issues. They are listed. Harmonization is, of course, again, a key point here in the spectrum-related issues. But pretty much of the many parts of the spectrum discussions were taken out during the Study Group 5 discussions. So we have the Future Technology Trends report done, and part included in the new framework recommendation. The liaisons with external organizations are really important going forward. It was important developing this recommendation, but it will be also equally important in the continuing process, also when we come to not only on the requirements, but also on the actual technology proposals that we want to come into to the 5D. And then also, not the least, internal liaisons within ITU, and I'm sure that will increase pretty much now when we see the interest of interworking between more interworking between satellite, for example, and the IMT systems. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a thought-provoking presentation and sharing your valuable insights with all of us. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request to conclude this session with the vote of thanks by Ms. Pamela Kumar, ma'am.
Well, without much ado, I think, very, very insightful presentations today on the dais. And this inaugural session actually is a culmination of, what we've seen for the last 3 days. The last 3 days, has been like we've been churning the ocean on all the knowledge related to spectrum, all the aspects from 0 to 100 gigahertz. We have looked at every band in the spectrum and all the key stakeholders and all the deliberations. And as we started out, our vision was that let's have just one conversation on spectrum. Let's not have parallel conversations. So we had academicians, we have people from defense, we have the experts from satellite, and of course the mobile world and all the regulators and personnel from DOT in all the sessions, as well as our international colleagues. Right from Mr. Cooper from NTIA and Laurie Roberts and Hakan, so we've had the whole world of spectrum-related experts converging here and debating for the last 3 days. And if you see the agenda for today, it really reflects that now we are ready to get that pot of wisdom and take it to WRC. So we've been churning this ocean of knowledge, and to start with, we have this excellent panel bringing all the operators and all the regulators and the DOT executives to really put the icing on the cake, so to say. I would like to really thank everybody here for amazing learning that we have gone through, and the whole experience of these last 3 days. And the following sessions are going to be really tying it all together. So thank you very much, and let's look forward to the rest of the day.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kumar. And now I would like to request Mr. Bharat Bhatia to kindly present a memento as an expression of our gratitude to our today's dignitaries, starting with our honorable chief guest, Shri V. Raghunandan ji. Oh, sir would like to say a few words.
I just wanted to thank once again all of you and, for having called. Initially, when I spoke, actually, I have not seen their presentations. I was fortunate to attend WRC 19, and this time also I was just thinking, but after having listened to Mr. Alex and then Mr. Kun, I think I need not attend the WRC. I got enough of insights into this. I was just trying to thank them on this issue, on their excellent presentations. And also, as far as the answer paper is concerned, I can only one thing I can say, because I don't want to disappoint you, because I have not answered your question, that TRI stands on the three principles of this is the fairness in all this thing, and taking care of the concerns of the all industry, and growth of the industry is in our uppermost in our mind, and international competitiveness. These are the fundamental principles on which TRI stands, and that will be the adding to that fair valuation. So that will be the broad contours of that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. And I would request Mr. Bhatia to present a memento to our chief guest, sir, Shri V. Raghunandan ji. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together, and we really thank you from the bottom of our hearts for being present here with all of us today, sir. And to our guest of honors, Mr. Alexander Kuhn. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today and sharing your valuable insights with us. Dr. Hakan Olsen, sir, thank you very, very much for being here with us, sir. And last but not the least, Ms. Pamela Kumar, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. I request all of you all to please pose for a group photograph for all of us. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, get up for the first panel discussion of the day. This is going to be a power-packed one on lessons learned from 5G and looking ahead to 6G. Next, spectrum auctions, spectrum for PPDR, CNPN. Please join your hands and welcome our session chair. She already is here with us, Ms. Pamela Kumar, ma'am. She'll be chairing the session. Put your hands together and please join me in welcoming our speakers for today. Shri Gulab Chand ji, Joint Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Having more than 33 years of experience in the telecommunications sector, having played multifaceted roles in policy formulation, regulatory and licensing planning, etc., Shri Gulab Chand ji is a highly experienced officer in the telecommunications sector and well known for his expertise in policy formulation, regulatory and licensing and project management. Next we have with us Mr. D.K. Agarwal ji, Principal General Manager, BSNL India. Sir, welcome. Having 30 years of experience in the telecommunications industry, he served at various positions in BSNL, including General Manager, Additional General Manager, and DGM. Shri Agarwal ji is known for his expertise in networking, planning, and management, as well as his ability to lead and motivate teams. I'd like to request Mr. Rahul Vats, Chief Regulatory Officer, Bharti Airtel India, to please join us on the stage. Welcome, sir. He's Director, OneWeb Communications India and Vice Chairman of Indian Space Association. He's also a Board Director in Indo Teleports Limited and MobiPro, which runs India Mobile Congress. He's a highly experienced regulatory expert in Indian telecom industry and known for his strategic thinking and analytical skills. I'd like to request Mr. P. Balaji, Chief Regulatory and Corporate Affairs Officer at Vodafone Idea Limited, India, to please join us. Thank you so much, sir. He's a member of National Leadership Team, leads the company's regulatory, public policy, and government relations activities. Prior to that, he was the Managing Director of Nokia India and Managing Director of Sony Mobile. Mr. Balaji is an electronics engineer from IIT Roorkee and completed his MBA from IIM Ahmedabad in Marketing, Finance and Strategy. I'd like to request Sri Shivendu Gupta ji, DDG, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India, to please join us. He holds BTech degree in Mechanical Engineering and CMA and CFA by qualification. He has served in various positions in the Department of Posts and Department of Telecommunications. He has been appointed as Government Nominee Director on MTNL Board as well. I'd like to request Sri Syed Tausif Abbas, sir, Principal Advisor BNCS TRI, Government of India, to please join us on the stage. He is responsible for regulatory and licensing matters related to broadcasting and cable services, spectrum and networks. Shri Abbas ji holds BTech degree in Electronics and Telecommunications from University of Allahabad and joined DOT as a Group A ITS officer of 1989 batch. He's worked in various positions in telecom domains covering telecom projects, telecom operations, capacity building and training division, licensing, regulatory and policy formulation. And last but not the least, Mr. Ravi Gandhi, President Chief of Public Policy and Regulatory, Reliance Jio India. Welcome, sir. He has more than 30 years of experience in the telecom industry, including 14 years in government service in DOT. Prior to joining Reliance Retail, he was the Chief Regulatory Officer at Bharti Airtel Limited. Mr. Gandhi is an expert in public policy and regulatory affairs with a demonstrated career history in the telecommunications industry, skilled in business management, strategic planning, cross-functional team leadership and management. And now I would like to hand over the mic, and ma'am, the stage is yours, to Ms. Kumar.
No?
I think it is.
Hello? Yeah, this is fine, right? Okay. So, so what a phenomenal panel we have here. Everybody is taking their snacks so that they're geared up with questions when they come back and listen to this. We have the people who, you know, spectrum, they control the spectrum, right? Okay? Well, we have to decide who controls what here. So anything to do with spectrum, we have the who's who of spectrum for India on this dais today. Okay, the guys who really make it happen. So from the government we have Shri Gulab Chand ji, Shri Shivendu Gupta, and Shri Abbas. Okay, so you know, right from the regulations and the WPC, the planning and the finance aspects, all are covered here. The auctions, right? And then we have the 4 operators. Who else do you need to go to? So really looking forward to this exciting panel discussion here. And I want to make a small correction to our title here, right? Which says lessons learned from 5G. We are this unique country where 4G is also being deployed while we are deploying 5G. And a substantial contribution happening and innovations happening around 4G as well, as we are rolling out 5G at a rate unprecedented across the world. So, so this title should really be Lessons Learned from 4G and 5G while we are looking ahead to 6G. So the way we are going to do this panel is we are going to have a couple of context setting presentations, starting with Mr. Gulab Chand ji to provide an overview on spectrum, you know, for 5G and 6G. Huh? Aapka presentation? Yeah, please.
Hello, good morning, and Jai Hind. So, once again, I am here to bore you, basically. So, yesterday, I think I was here as a chairman of some session. Today, I am invited as a speaker, although I didn't want to come as a speaker, but because of the affection of Bhatiaji, I am here, basically. So, I don't know how to speak, and I don't have much knowledge. And the knowledge will come from this side, not from me. So I'll be just giving a primer on what are the subjects today and how the things will kind of go forward. And it will be taken forward by the experts sitting with me here. So my presentation is not that glamorous because we are not expert at making presentation. In government, we dictate. We say, no, I will not do this. I don't agree for this. So we got a lot of ego with us. So okay, so I'll not bore you much. My presentation is very basic, and I think it is not meant for the experts. If some novice is interested, then he can have a look. Others may ignore, and you don't have to ignore. Your attention will be drawn by the most precious thing in your hand. So automatically, you'll be just looking at your 4G or 5G phones. So nothing to worry. So I don't know how much time I have, madam. 10 minutes? Okay. No, I don't know. I'm asking you. 5 minutes. Okay, 4 minutes. So if 4 minutes, then give a alarm. So I'll just stop. So today's topics are next spectrum auction, CNPN, PPDR. CNPN stands for Captive Non-Public Network. PPDR is Public Protection and Disaster Relief. Next. I have to change myself. How to do it? Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. So this is for the people who are not initiated, not for the expert. So whatever generations we talk about, 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G, everything is built upon certain basic characteristics. So these are like high data rate, high throughput, high capacity, reliability, latency, mobility, etc., etc. And as we go on to the next generation, all the successive generation try to improve on these basic capabilities. And they improve upon these basic capabilities only to take care of the innovative use cases, which emerge with time. So this is, I borrowed from, I think, publicly available something. So because the topic is about auction of the spectrum. So spectrum which we have spectrum in various ranges, ranging from low bands, mid band, up to high bands. And as you all know that every range of spectrum has its own characteristic. The lower bands are good for providing you the basic layer of coverage, and the mid band gives you more like coverage as well as capacity, and the high bands are used for very high end cases, very high data rates. So this gives an idea as to how the entire traffic would be kind of distributed over various bands of frequencies. And as you can see, if you want to have the ultra experience layer, like you want to have the extreme data rates of 10 GB per second and all that, then you must be kind of combining Wi-Fi with 5G high bands and the mid bands. Without them, you cannot realize. This is a bit too much arithmetical and might not be very interesting for you. But here I wanted to draw your attention to the fact that we are often talking about the integration of non-terrestrial with terrestrial. So just I want to point out to you that these are the various bands which have been identified by ITU for IMT, and the bands which have been identified for satellite, they are different from what has been identified for the terrestrial component. So the aim of this slide was for this only. And in the bands we see low, mid and high, and so there you can see a note in the red that the efforts are going on to identify 6 gigahertz range of frequencies, which is supposed to be used for 5G and augmentation of 5G and 5G advanced. and this is being covered in WRC agenda item 1.2, which is, I think, one of the most crucial agenda items for WRC. And the note below here tries to kind of give you a glimpse of into what constitutes the NTN. Like HIPs are also a part of the NTN, and there is an agenda item that HIPs should be allowed to be used in the frequency ranges which are allowed here for IMT, in the same frequency ranges which are being used for the terrestrial component of IMT. So I think some kind of consensus is likely to be achieved at ITU. If not, the entire range of frequencies below 2.6 gigahertz, 7 gigahertz are agreed, at least a part of it would get agreed at the WRC. And we often talk about the integration of terrestrial and satellite. So just I want to clarify, the integration of satellite and terrestrial might be at the core level only. It's not at the radio level, because there will be two independent radio access networks existing. One would be of satellite independent radio network, the other would be of the IMT. At the core level, if there is an arrangement that can be made to smoothly switch over if there is no coverage of the terrestrial component of IMT. So this is the most talked about subject actually in India or abroad as well. So internally there could be three options for us. We can support region 3 countries like China, Bangladesh, Myanmar. I think Myanmar, I'm not very sure, but I heard that China, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Maldives, they are joining hands to put forward a footnote for identification of their names in a footnote for IMT. So we could be kind of one of the joinees, or we can submit our independent proposal to WRC. And the other option could be to oppose, depending upon like our call on the band. And the third option could be that if you are yet undecided on the issue, then we can propose to WRC for creation of a new agenda item, through which we can propose that first you study, and if you are able to protect the incumbent services, then only you should go for identification of this band for IMT. So the question was, what is there in the upcoming auction? So in the upcoming auction, these are the bands actually. So 6 gigahertz we couldn't sell anything out of this. There were no takers for this. There was no appetite or demand for this. In 700 megahertz, we have got very little of spectrum left with us, because most of the spectrum is getting blocked for either government users or public sector and all that. And we have got very little spectrum for auction in 800, 1900, 1800, 21, 23, 25. These are all existing bands, even 34 megahertz band. And a little of that is available in 26 gigahertz. And what is remarkable about this auction is that introduction of new bands like Q and B bands. At the serial number 11 on the bottom, it is 4 minutes. So I haven't covered anything, I'm sorry. So I'll take, in 1 minute I will try to finish. So these are new bands, Q and B bands, which we have proposed to try, and try has said that, okay, for 1 to 10, please go ahead based upon our previous recommendation. Don't waste time. And we are going to take time for this new bands. So we'll come up with our recommendation later on. So this I try to show that in the Q and B bands, although the entire band was identified for IMT, but to take care of the satellite requirements, we have bifurcated the band into satellite and IMT based upon the consultation with the stakeholders. And this is about the CNPN. CNPN TRI recommended 4 ways. 4 ways of realizing the objectives of captive networks, Industry 4.0. So we already have implemented three of them. And the question mark is with regard to direct assignment of spectrum to the industry. That is remaining. The decision has yet to be taken. And TRI had recommended to consider CNPN allocation in 37, 3800, 4800 band and 28.5, 29.5. We have not decided it. Next is about PPDR. PPDR in NFFP, we have provisions in 300 megahertz band, 400 megahertz band, 800 and 4000 megahertz band. But recently a development has taken place wherein the Ministry of Home is embarking upon a project, national project, wherein they are trying to establish a nationwide network in 806-16/851-61 megahertz band, employing most probably the LTE safety technology. And existing usages such as PMRTS and CMRTS, which is being used by police and other organizations, they will be asked to, will request them to migrate to the adjacent part, that is 816 and onwards. So that's all, thank you. I think I didn't bore you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. I think it was a very good setting the ground with the India's perspective on the key issues for WRC's key topics. So thank you very much, Mr. Gulabchand. Now I would request Mr. Agarwal to give his presentation.
So, very good morning to all. So, thank you to ITU-APT for inviting us. So, I'll start that panel on the dais, dignitaries in the audience. Actually, the topic what we have been given to deliver and discuss, that the learning from 5G and looking forward 4G, 6G. So it seems from it that, as Pamela already said, that we are on the verge of maturing the 5G phase and going towards the 6G. 5G has been installed and we are ready to go for 6G. But actually what is happening in India, that we have started recently, 1 year back, putting the 5G network. And it is the fastest rollout in the world, that within 1 year we have installed around 370,000 sites. And all operators are working towards 5G. And maybe within 1 year or maybe 1.5 years, we will be able to complete the 5G. Although we are not able to monetize it. The reason being that whatever the use cases we have decided, it has not been actually utilized by the users, especially the industries or this Industry 4.0 or our other smart cities or smart healthcare centers and other things. But I salute to the leadership of the India that we have chosen this topic. The purpose is topic that we are ready for 6G in terms of network, in terms of transport, in terms of the end devices and spectrum point of view. So we are going to discuss the same thing what we are as Gulabji has spoken. So I salute, and it shows the visionary of our leadership that we are going towards the 6G. So before going to the 6G, as I would like to tell that BSNL is still in the phase of implementation of the 4G. And 4G is being developed and it is being deployed. So BSNL, I will give one minute to the 4G deployment story in the BSNL. So BSNL have been mandated to utilize the Swadeshi 4G equipment, and accordingly Empowered Group of Telecom have been decided to float a UI, and we have installed the 4G equipment. TCS in consultation in a consortium with CDOT, Core, and for Tejas for the RAN equipment has been installed. And you may wonder that we have tested complex network after integration, and with lot of around 300 tests we have conducted, and we have tested simultaneous call of 10 million. So that successfully have been done, and now India is become 5th country in the world which have been manufactured, designed and deploy equipment in India. So we are going to that, and moreover the thing is that that same equipment is going to be utilized for 5G. So same can be converted just by putting the software, same equipment can be converted to 5G. So that BSNL is not in the back of that we are not deploying 5G. Our plan is to first deploy to 4G and same is to convert it to 5G. So that is a story. So I salute to and give a grand applause to the technology maker in India. Now, sir, what we have, next slide. Achha. So slide I have taken from the Vision 6G, that what is asked from the 5G to 6G. So here you are seeing is a triangle where we are showing EMBB, URLCC and MMTC. But this triangle has been converted to hexagon where we are expecting ultra high bandwidth, ultra high precision, ultra high performance, ultra high intelligence, ultra massive connectivity, as well as ultra low cost and energy. I think what I have perceived from 5G, we have not worked on the energy or the energy front, because the energy in the 4G and 5G is being in the same amount. But whenever we are changing the technology, energy part is to be taken care, and we have to go for the lower energy. So that part now it will be taken care in the 6G. So here we are expecting that we will give the bandwidth in terms of GBs. Now we will go that in 6G we can go up to 10G bandwidth. Then we are seeing video on the 4K screen. Maybe go up to 64K. Then augmented reality. Here we will go to or the AI or ML. Then industry 4.0. It is not means it is a use case. In 6G, certainly it will be much, much better. Then for self-driving car or autonomous car, although we are not promoting the autonomous car in India due to the employment, but certainly it will be there in countries. Then we have to deploy smart cities camera or further for smart cities. Then voice recognition system or voice recognition payment system or voice access system that has already been put up. Similarly for the sensor network, especially for the sensor network for IoT and NB-IoT. So this is the ask from 5G to 6G. Now whatever the slide has been shown by Mr. Hakan, I have also taken this slide. So what we perceive from this slide, that to achieve the sustainable development goal decided by the our international mission, for India perspective and telecom point of view, we have to work for the connecting the unconnected. So as rightly said, that USO fund has been utilized for this purpose, and especially that so many villages which have not been connected, it has been planned and work have been awarded to operators to execute the work in terms of mobile or terms of optical fiber, or wherever anything is not connected, we have to connect through the satellite also. And now the requirement is that whatever network we are going to give, especially after e-commerce site or the payment banking or this VFSI sector, we have to have very secure, private and resilient network. And similarly, that it has to have fully the intelligence, especially AI ML. So the EMBB will be the immersive communication. Then URLC will be the hyper reliable low latency communication. Then MMTC is the more massive type communication, and it will have the integrated AI and communication as well as integrated sensing and communication. So for getting all these things, what we need? So what we have to have the proper resources. So in terms of the resources, spectrum plays a major role. Spectrum is one part, another is the technology, especially on the network side first, then transport, then third is the end user. So next. So sir, at present, so we have to make a trade-off between coverage, capacity and throughput. Whenever we want, we have to design a network. And which spectrum is to be utilized, that's why we are taking. So if I want to have the more capacity, then I have to use for mid-band or high-end band. Or if you have to have more coverage, then I have to use for the lower band. So these are the spectrum which have been auctioned or will be auctioned for the coming auction. Then, so we are going to utilize this. Second thing, that the worldwide, the cost of spectrum in India is very high. And although we have been seeing that operator in the India, it is using the spectrum, it's at highest efficiency, or basically sweating this spectrum as they can. But in other countries, you will find that per capita spectrum is given to them is much, much higher than what we have been given. So that's why we are utilizing the leveraging the technology, especially of the dynamic spectrum sharing, wherein we can utilize the spectrum for 4G as well as 5G. So on the same direction, operators are working. Now so this is the spectrum which have been indicated and going to be now. Now the spectrum has been allocated or assigned to the operator in 3 ways, either on the auction or through delicensing or through the administrative allocation. So in all manner it is being given. Now spectrum management is a crucial task which is to be taken care by protecting the frequency used by critical services, by performing harmful interference, then identify the opportunity to monetize the efficiency, and we have to leverage the new technology or ever evolving technology, and last one not least, that reduce the cost of the telecom equipment. So that is the main task. So these are the present mission of the India, what we are having, that we have to have high speed broadband to the villages, then 10 Gbps for every GP, then 50% household for the broadband connection, then 10 million public Wi-Fi, then 5 million IoT devices, then personal home and home connectivity. But what is our roadmap for 2030? That we have to have minimum 100 Mbps per connection per GP, and 50 Gbps for every GP, then 90% household. At present there are 25 crore household and we have reached around 3 crore. So there is a lot of scope is available. Then we have to have 50 million Wi-Fi hotspot, then 25 billion IoT and NB-IoT devices are being expected to be connected with the network by 2030. So for that we need more spectrum. Spectrum is there, but the spectrum will be consumed for 5G, 5G plus, or newly the 6G services, but we have to leverage the other bands that already DOT is working on that and TR is working on. So to summarize, and going toward 6G, we have to start work in a cohesive manner. Academia or industries or research and development, TSPs, ISPs, technology gear, manufacturers or policy makers, so that we can achieve the goal of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and we can create the equipment in India, deploy in India, and we can create the employment for our self-sustainable. Thank you.
So I think BSNL, we need to applaud that BSNL has taken this risk, or has a lot of guts to, develop India in India and deploy in India. And it's been a big, because I remember till last year we used to always say we are only consumers of technology when we used to only set goals to become producers. Now it's close to becoming a reality. And as Mr. Agarwal mentioned, that the crux is that with this 4G infrastructure, we actually are getting ready where we may, I'm hoping that in the next year or so in this conference, you'll tell us that BSNL is ready to leapfrog. You may not even touch the 5G and directly leapfrog to 6G. So thank you very much for that good presentation. Now we move on to our first round of the panel discussion. So I would ask the operators to, we'll go around the table where each one of the operators will give their introductory remarks. Actually, no, I probably need Mr. Shivendu Gupta and Mr. Abbas to start with the introductions first, give us their perspective, and then we'll move across the table. So, Mr. Gupta, you have a mic, yeah.
Good morning, my fellow panelists and dear friends. Mr. Gulabchand have already covered out what spectrum that is available for next auction that we are going with, and Mr. Agarwal has talked at length about what is required for future. But let's recall at the turn of this century, when we were talking about 2G and mobile telephony was just there, and we were on the verge of radio telephony revolution. At that time also, we were craving for spectrum, more spectrum. But competitors for the spectrum were mobile operators only. There were no other segment or technology segment which were takers of that spectrum. And since then we have come a long way. From 2G we are at 5G and talking about 6G. From man-to-man communication, we are talking about man-to-machine communication, machine-to-machine communication. But at this point of time, when we talk about 6G, I've just posed a very vague question what are we talking about as 6G? Is it 6G IMT or 6G communication, sixth generation of communication? Because when we talk about IMT, that's a very limited sector that we are talking about, and when we talk about communication, it's a very all-pervasive communication that we are talking about. With all buzzwords like ultra-low latency, ubiquitous network, one thing we are sure of, that we are poised for a very immersive and interactive experience. IoT is already here, and technologies like machine-to-machine, vehicle to anything, V2X, is around the corner, which shall be reality before even we expect. It will be very soon, it will be with us. So passive IoT tags is another one thing which will have a great impact on warehousing, personal positioning, etc. So telecommunication is also going to be very pivotal for adoption of emerging technologies like artificial intelligence, which is going to be there in a very big way and will affect all our lives. So as we have witnessed in past 2 decades, that the telecom sector has a very pivotal impact on everybody's life, for development of society, for development of mankind. And it has a very significant impact on technology, on economics, on culture, everything. It's all pervasive. And with LEO and MEO in place, satellite communication is also going to be very important. So what's the staple for food for all these things? It's a spectrum. And the first question is, do we have enough? Basically, if we have to make a reality the dream of our Honorable Prime Minister to leapfrog our country to top 3 economies of the world, that definitely availability of spectrum and all these technologies will have a very significant impact. And as government, as a custodian of those spectrum, as a trustee of those spectrum on behalf of the public, it's our duty to make sure that that spectrum is available in significant quantity for all the needs. We have Mr. Gulabchand from WPC over here, and I have seen him struggle very hard to sort of scrape through whatever spectrum is available with all existing holders, or rather we say holders of a spectrum. And he has been trying very hard to sort of get whatever is possible and make it available for new developments in technology. And when we have sort of scarcity of this precious resource, it is our duty that it should be most efficiently utilized. So again, the same question, whether it is 6G IMT or 6G communication. My take is that whatever spectrum that we are able to free up from existing usage, we should extract best economic value from those that spectrum rather than financial value of that spectrum. We should focus more on economic value of that spectrum, and probably that will take us forward and to be the most one of the most developed economies of the world. With these words, I will just leave my fellow panelists with this food for thought. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Excellent. Very well put that spectrum is scarce and the use cases are exploding. And so this is an era of innovation in spectrum so that we can become the, developed economy. Thank you very much. So now, Mr. Abbas, over to you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Pamela, and very good morning to all of you, respected panelists and distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. So this session, the theme of this session is basically to learn the lesson from 5G and then move ahead to the 6G. So 5G has already been deployed in India, and it has been deployed in the fastest possible manner. Within a year, we have reached more than 340,000 BTS and more than 100 million subscribers. And the kind of spectrum which was required for 5G was also made available at the right time. And this has facilitated the deployment of 5G at the right time. And with respect to the 6G, India has already released its 6G vision statement, known as Bharat 6G vision statement. I can read that vision statement, which is design, develop, and deploy 6G network technologies that provide ubiquitous, intelligent, and secure connectivity for high-quality living experience for the world. So this is the vision statement for India regarding the 6G. And as mentioned by Dr. Haken in the first session, that on 26th September this year, the ITU-APT Study Group 5 has already adopted the new recommendation on IMT 2030 framework. And this framework document specifies the usage scenarios. The 3 usage scenarios have been taken from the IMT 2020, and then 3 new usage scenarios also have been added, like ubiquitous connectivity, integrated AI and communication, and integrated sensing and communications. So to cater these use cases and to achieve the targeted capabilities, the essential ingredient is that the right kind of spectrum is required in the right quantity and should be available at the right time. And in respect of spectrum, the IMT 2030 framework, it envisages that multiple frequency ranges will be needed to meet the capacity and coverage requirements for IMT systems and to serve the emerging services and applications. Spectrum harmonization, this is also highly desirable that existing and newly allocated and identified spectrum is harmonized. And importance of contiguous and wider spectrum bandwidths. So IMT 2030 is envisaged to utilize a wide range of frequency bands ranging from sub 1 gigahertz to sub terahertz. That is in low band, mid band, and millimeter wave bands and sub terahertz band. So it is envisaged that wider channel bandwidths may be needed to support some of the future applications and services for IMT 2030 in a wide variety of deployments, including wide area deployments. So to cater the given use cases for 6G, the study has been conducted, and it has been found that approximately 500 to 750 megahertz of spectrum per network is required in the mid-band range for every operator. And mid-band spectrum and spectrum just above the mid-band but nearer to mid-band. So these are the ones which are most sought after by the telecom operators because they provide the desired amount of coverage as well as capacity for the 6G. And they are part of the agenda item in WRC 23 also, like 6 gigahertz spectrum range. And beyond that also, a spectrum from 7 gigahertz to 15 gigahertz is also proposed by the OEMs for WRC 27, and this is also required for the IMT system. So the range 7 to 8.5 gigahertz is becoming a promising range in which is nearer to mid-band range where IMT system may be explored. And in millimeter wave spectrum, the 26 gigahertz range is already being used here in India, and the next range from 37 to 43.5 gigahertz has also been identified for IMT. And the work has already been started on this for doing a consultation process. And sub-terahertz spectrum is also being explored by the industry for IMT use. And the spectrum having characteristics of low atmospheric attenuation and low water absorption will be the best suited for IMT use. So we are pretty much sure that over a period of time, sufficient amount of spectrum will be available for IMT for 5G advanced and 6G use cases. And we need to consider providing experimental licenses for new frequency bands, and if possible, the regulatory sandbox for spectrum bands and use and testing of the spectrum band. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think well said that as per the 6G vision, our journey is to use these technologies to improve the quality of life. And for this, the right kind of spectrum should be available at the right time and in the right quantity. Yeah. So the mid-band challenge and then the new dimensions of the sub-terahertz band, he elaborated. So thank you very much. So now moving on to the next round of our session here, we would ask the operators to give their introductory remarks, and what we are really looking forward to is that do they have any pet questions that they want to address to our Trimurti from the government, I would say. the three custodians of spectrum and all the decision making on spectrum are right here in front of you. So it would be great to have that discussion. So we would start with Mr. Rahul Vats.
Thank you, Pamela ji. So let me start. Thank you, Bhatia Saab, for this invite. So you rightly mentioned the three important parts of the spectrum journey: the regulator, WPC, who is the spectrum manager for the country, and of course, how do we value the spectrum and what money goes. Mr. Gupta is also here. I think I have listened to what we have said over last an hour or so. So there are two parts of the story. One is the developmental part of the story, where we are talking about what's going to happen in future, where is 6G, how do we reach there. But a more immediate challenge for us is what do we do with the spectrum we have right now, and how do we best use that spectrum right now, which is the 5G spectrum also, which is there. But let me step back and say that we started with this journey of spectrum and auctions in 2010. And from that 2010 to this 2023-24, I think we have moved from a nation of spectrum scarcity to spectrum abundance. Today, the spectrum we hold as operators are actually comparable to the world averages. There's an immense amount of spectrum available, and the entire quantity of spectrum is still not being sold. But we have a huge shift which has happened. For example, in 2016, or let's say in 21, we hardly sold around 60% of the spectrum which was available to us. In 2022, we were able to go up to nearly 73% of spectrum. 73% is a number, but if you look at the total quantity of spectrum, I think we sold, there was 72,000 megahertz put up to auction, 72,000 megahertz, out of which around 52, 53,000 was sold. As Airtel, we ourselves took around 20,000. Ravi would have picked up more. Balaji also would have picked up quantities. And so I think in terms of availability of spectrum, we have moved a lot. What was also unique about the last time was that every band had something to be sold. 800, 900, 1800, 21, 23, the millimeter wave. So you actually picked up everything, which shows that the operators had the flexibility to and the timing and the price to be able to select what they really wanted. So it was not an auction where, you were forced with a gun on your temple to say, either you bid or you go away from this place, right? Which was the 14 renewal auctions. It was also not an auction of 2010 where you were not even clear what is going to come for auction in next 5 years. So you ended up bidding an amount. So this was a very studied auction. People knew what they are going to buy, how they're going to use it. So I think that is a big statement for me, that we have now matured, as a country in terms of availability of spectrum, the future roadmaps for spectrum, and the very fact that we have such experts sitting out here, discussing about even future roadmaps, only shows that there is now a proper thinking which is being applied. I'm sure, as we go ahead, this is going to be a major barometer of how we manage ourselves better. Are we using it more efficiently? These are the questions, which will start appearing. Can we have better sharing mechanisms? Again, a question to see. Do we have enough spectrum to ensure deployment of new services? These are new questions. So I think those are the questions which are going to grip us now as we go ahead towards 2030. That's what I want to say initially.
Thank you very much. I think those were very good points, that we have moved from spectrum scarcity to spectrum abundance, and we have matured in our processes and approach. And with the new challenges with 6G vision is giving to us, I think we are on the right track. Right? Thank you very much. So now, Mr. Balaji.
Thank you very much, Pamela, and to ITU-APT and everybody for inviting us here, and to all the stalwarts in the room as well as on the dais. Absolutely pleasure to be here with you today. I think as you said, the Trinity have already spoken, so a lot of good things have been spoken by regulator and by the person who holds the spectrum and the person who obviously has a financial view of the same. Rahul is right. We moved a lot as a nation from, and as Shivendra sir said, 25 years ago, where we are to where we are, is a testimony to the entire ecosystem that's worked together to make this happen. Number one. Number two, the Prime Minister and the entire government's vision of saying India needs to basically be a significant player in this telecom ecosystem is very important. What Mr. Agarwal talked about BSNL having indigenous 4G and 5G stack has not happened by accident, but it's been worked through very, very carefully. And I suspect that with the geopolitics and also the way things are developing overall in terms of trusted sources, need for security and reliance, this particular step will only kind of help for Indian companies to even come to the fore and for us to start to see Make in India for the world become a reality. So I think that's a good context to have. A couple of points when it comes to deployment of broadband, the fact that we now have broadband available to 90-95% of the population coverage, the fact that we now have significant usage is really good. That said, 5G rollout has to happen. 6G is some distance away. But on 5G itself, I think the central government has done so much. The telecom department has done fantastically well in terms of the various portals, Gati Shakti portal, and so on, just to make sure that we are able to get the ROWs streamlined. Yet, I think the journey of, in a country like ours, which has got a federal structure, to take the state governments as well as the local administrations along to ensure that street furniture is available, literally on the tap, like spectrum is today available on the tap. So if you could do the same for ROW and actually keep it at affordable levels, then the rollout of 5G as well as affordability will improve from that point of view. One more point I'd like to say is that in the context of this nation and telecom as a whole, the rate at which you need to invest into new technology has gone up exponentially. The journey from 2G to 3G to 4G, if that was X, then the journey from 2G to 3G was X, then 3G to 4G has been at least half of that, and 4G to 5G will obviously be faster, and 6G in the same way. And in such a situation, it's extremely important that fortuitously we've landed in a position where we have 4 players to serve about 1.4 billion Indians. And therefore, it is important that the cash flows and the ability to invest continues to stay with the four operators. And there are only three ways of looking at it. One, of course, is to look at the cost structure, whether it's spectrum costs or whether it's the various taxes and levies. That's number one. Number two, look at pricing increases for the customers. That's always a limit to which you can go. You can't do beyond a certain level because of affordability issues. And the third is something that will also come about, which is not directly related to spectrum, but to do with more about making sure that there's a that there is, at least for some of the large traffic generators, that they're able to kind of also contribute to the network capex that comes in. If 70% of the capacity created is being used by 4 or 5 players on the OTT side, then clearly what needs to be done with these large traffic generators is equally important, because as we now start as a nation to prepare for 6G by way of standards, where I think DSI and ITU and everybody is doing a great job. Then on top of that, if you come to the ecosystem of Indian companies and multinationals that have actually invested deep into India, that's also coming through well. Then I think the factor of making sure that there's adequate surplus that is getting generated for the industry as a whole and for all the operators in order to migrate to 6G in the future is equally important. So I just thought I'll bring that topic up and hand it back to you, Pamela.
Thank you very much. So I think very important points that you brought in, that while the spectrum process may have been streamlined, we really need to think about the ROW process and streamline it further. We need to consider the investments that are required in embracing new technologies at the rate at which we are leapfrogging and going the whole investment infrastructure. And while our success has rided on the fact that we've made this affordable, the technology affordable to everybody, we don't want to compromise that, but there are some realities that we need to understand. And specifically as we are moving to these new applications and new use cases, we need to really look at the large traffic generators and have a special maybe thinking on how to broadcast convergence may be one of the big answers out there in my opinion, but I'm sure this is an area of research. So thank you very much for those amazing insights. And moving on to Mr. Gandhi.
Okay. Thank you, Pamela, and other speakers. I can't read them. So anyway, I am not intending to read. It's amusing to hear the regulator saying scarcity of spectrum and operator saying abundance of spectrum. So the abundance of or spectrum surplus is not defined by the unsold spectrum. That's not the parameter to define that. Unsold spectrum may be for many reasons. It is not only this particular auction, even in 2012, 2013, 14, 16, in all auctions, there was unsold spectrum. But still, in every subsequent auction, a lot of spectrum was sold. So that's the point I thought, since Rahul talked a lot about abundance of spectrum, so I completely disagree with that. Then comes scarcity. Mr. Shubhendu spoke about scarcity. Yes, there is a scarcity. I will not go into ROW and other issues, a lot of things about 5G rollout, 6G rollout, etc., because this is a probably preparatory conference for spectrum. So I'll concentrate my views around spectrum only, around 5G and 6G. Why do we need spectrum? And why India should have slightly different policy than the world? Because we are completely dependent upon spectrum, our industry, our telecommunication industry. Our wireline penetration is minuscule as compared to rest of the world, many developed countries. Our aspiration is to be number one. We have already moved from, say, 140 rank to 47 rank, and our aspiration would be to move from 47 to 1. So if you have to move from 47th rank in broadband to first rank in broadband, obviously we have to do a lot. So we would require more and more resources to ensure that with the help of wireless technology, we are able to compete with many operators across the world who are using wireline technology. And we actually achieve that. So that's where I think the need of more spectrum comes for the IMT. Second point is our population density is almost 10 times of US and 100, 200 times of many large countries, developed countries of the world. So once you have that much of population density who is totally dependent upon wireless network, and their aspiration is to be number one in the world. So you require proportionately higher spectrum than rest of the world. So we have to take a lead in the discussion to ensure that the industry gets the adequate spectrum is allocated for the technologies which serves masses for broadband. And ITU process normally, I think, why do we have this WRC process? And what is the major component which goes into this WRC process? A large part of discussion is about division between terrestrial and satellite. I think majority of the working group items, if you see, the discussion is between satellite and terrestrial. And why that discussion? Because earlier years, the IMT was very small. The requirement was 5 megahertz, 10 megahertz, and everything. The whole industry was working in 100, 200 megahertz. And rest, all the spectrum by default was given to satellite. It was not that it was required by satellite, but by default, if there is no user, it is satellite. So now, since IMT is now increasing, IMT is now expanding, they need more spectrum. But there is no spectrum which is not allocated. Everything else is allocated to satellite. So the moment you say I need more, you have to actually get it vacated from satellite industry. So that's where whole debate is. Probably I think all IMTs, etc., all WRCs, a majority of the energy goes around that. One point Mr. Gulabchand talked about that the division between terrestrial and satellite is already there, which is IMT spectrum, which is non-IMT spectrum. But this is not about what is present. What we are discussing is what would be the future. What would be future requirement in next 4 years, next 8 years, next 12 years. So what is present cannot be an input for what should be the future. We cannot be leaning on what is my present position. I have to see what should be my present position after 5 years or after 10 years. What would be the need of the industry? Probably I think we have to, when we think that what would be required after 5 years, we have to be completely write off what exactly the position today is, so that we can think with open mind and plan with open mind that how much would be the requirement for IMT and how much would be the requirement for satellite. And obviously, the moment you increase IMT, something will decrease from satellite because everything by default is with satellite, is what I assume. Probably I may be wrong in 1 or 2 bands, but majority of the bands, that's the situation. Then comes the satellite versus terrestrial. There was this thing that it is only converging at the core network, not at the access. That is also, I would disagree. It is converging actually at core network as well as radio network. In the radio network at the lower bands, it is converging. It is already converged. Many operators have demonstrated their capabilities. This normal common handset now works with satellite. And FWA in the higher side, that also is getting converged. FWA works with satellite. The same FWA works with 5G also in millimeter wave band. So the convergence has already happened. Convergence is already happening. So that's where I think that need to be kept in mind. And if it is not happened today, but we are not discussing about today. We are discussing what would happen after 5 years or after 10 years. That's the kind of planning which should be actually discussed in this conference. Then comes the 6 gigahertz part. That probably would have been discussed yesterday. A large number of persons would have discussed. That's the hottest topic. Why and how this should be assigned. We have to see what is going to be our demand in the industry. It is not what is today's demand in 5G. What would be 5G's demand in 2025, 2027? What would be 6G's demand in 2027 or 2029? So in next 7 years, what would be the demand for mid-band spectrum. That has to be seen. In our view, at least 2 gigahertz spectrum would be required by 3-4 operators in mid-band. From where it will come? That's where Mr. Shubhendu's point comes, scarcity. Because 370 megahertz was the spectrum which was put to auction and almost everything was sold except for small bits and pieces which was not used. So where from it will come? 3.7 to 4.2 is one chunk. The next chunk is 5.9 to 7.1. And then is the 7. Probably I think these are the bands from where the whole industry requirement would come. How do we address that? The 700 megahertz, I think a large part of the world has already agreed, 6.4 to 7.1. There seems to be a consensus that it should be given to IMT, and I assume that Government of India would also support that. 500 megahertz is paired with 3.7 to 4.2. So this 500, it is actually not 500 megahertz, it is actually 500 plus 500. 3.7 to 4.2 plus 5.9 to 6.4. This complete spectrum need to be freed up for IMT. It cannot be for Wi-Fi because it is not only the technical parameters which should be considered while allocating a spectrum. It has to be seen from the commercial perspective, investment perspective, competition perspective, same service, same rule perspective. It cannot happen that 6.4 to 6.5 is auctioned and 6.3 to 6.4 is delicensed. And both serving the same technologies. If we have to delicense, we have to delicense the spectrum for small, low power Wi-Fi, which should not be, which necessarily need not be in IMT bands. Why should we be delicensing an IMT band? Why can't we do delicense an non-IMT band? Is the question. Just I'm leaving because all of you are expert in this hall. So we already have delicensed 5.1 to 5.9. I don't think that's being used because the very nature of Wi-Fi, the Wi-Fi is a very, very microcellular kind of a network, smallest of the cell, and lot of reusability. So it would be extremely difficult for somebody to use 900 megahertz and require more in that microcell. And that is a non-IMT spectrum. And because of the satellite use and all, nobody is asking that spectrum to be declared for IMT. So it's already there. If that 800 megahertz is not being used, why should we add 500 more? For a bucket which would be unused. Or a bucket which would use it for NRU. So NRU becomes your competing technology. So if this 500 is used for NRU and 700 is used for NR, then effectively we are creating a non-level playing field. So that is the reason why the IMT spectrum should not be delicensed. We in India, both from the requirement perspective as well as from the perspective of competition, we should actually put complete 5.9 to 7.1 for IMT and go all hog into this WRC itself and demand for 1.2 instead of only 700. I think these are my initial comments. If there is any question, I would like to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Very, very eloquently you have put your points across. And I'm glad that Mr. Raghunandan is still here and he hasn't disclosed the result yet. So here's another very convincing response to the question paper. Okay. So I think the abundance versus scarcity question, you started with a bang on that. And I think I will not dwell over it too much, but I think there were some interesting insights there. Those who need to know enough about it. Then I think the other aspect that you brought in, which was very appealing actually, was the fact that we are not, our over-dependence on wireless, right? We are unique. India is unique in that way, right? That mobile broadband access happened before and the standard broadband was hardly used in this country. Mobile broadband has hit the roof. So overall, our over-dependence on wireless creates a certain very unique situation on the need for spectrum. And coupled with that is the population density. So these two really put us in a very unique place compared to the rest of the developed economies which have been driving the rules in this direction. So we definitely need to take that different view. We need to be sitting on the table with a very different point of view and steer those directions to not undermine our needs as we, because this is just so important for us. Then, I mean, this is the first time I've heard about it, but maybe I'm just naive about this. But the fact that spectrum by default belongs to the satellite guys are sitting right there, and that's why they are so reluctant to let it go. They have entitlement. They feel that they are entitled to the entire spectrum, and they will give little bits and pieces whoever. I'm just joking, okay? I'm picking on you guys because you are entitled, right? So I think that's a very interesting debate, and I think we should discuss this. You want to add something? No.
My comment comes from if you read NFAP or WR, this thing, wherever IMT is not written, satellite is written. So it is assumed that by default it is satellite.
So, and I think then finally, you said what is in the present should not be a constraint to defining the future. We need to rethink and plan the future with an open mind based on our use cases and our vision on what we want to achieve, right? How we want to use this whole resource and technology to define our future. Because in our Atmanirbhar, the technology is in the middle of the whole pillar. The middle pillar is technology. India's emergence as a developed economy is going to ride on technology. Technology is the way we are going to achieve it, right? So I think that I really, really appreciate that point. And the fact that convergence is not only in the radio, it needs to happen all across. And we're talking about broadband and IMT and satellite, but I think broadcast convergence is also is a gold mine out there that we need to think about. And then finally, the 6 gigahertz question. I think very, very eloquently has made a case for not delicensing it. So I don't want to get into the middle of it. I think everybody understands the nuances, and we leave it to Mr. Raghunandan to make his final decision. So thank you very much. That was extremely, extremely insightful, and we got a lot of interesting insights. So Mr. Agarwal, would you like to add to this discussion that has happened?
So I would like to that anything is abundance, it is not a resource basically. So spectrum is not abundant available. It has to be made available sufficiently. And spectrum is a thing, if you are utilizing, then it is having a economic value, other it is not. Because things are available. Spectrum is not new things which have come recently. It is there, but only thing we have to assign it, we have to make it use of it and make the economic benefit of it. So certainly for next ever evolving technology, we have to have new avenues of the spectrum secondly, that for 6G, that terrestrially or non-terrestrially or that satellite communication is to be together. Because when we are moving in certain area, we are not getting the signal. So at least we can get signal of the satellite. So at least convergence is to be there. So that aspect is to be taken care. And ultimately, DOT and regulatory aspect has to be decided that whether IMT bands are to be given to or to open for license or not, that is to be taken care. But again, my view is that as an operator, it is to be in the, it is not to be open to all. Otherwise, what will happen? The operator who have invested a lot of in the for creating their network, and same is being used by the unlicensed band for providing the same type of services, especially the large traffic generators. So the purpose is that 70% traffic is being utilized by the LTGs of the our broadband or in terms of bandwidth. So 70% bandwidth is being utilized by the YouTube or other things for seeing the video. So we have to make in such a way that for sustainability of all, we have to work out. That's how I want.
So thanks. So these additional comments on both the abundance versus scarcity question and the licensing versus delicensing. So additional inputs for you. So now we move on to the questions round. Now my question to Mr. Bharat Bhatia. We are kind of 5 minutes away from 12:30. Can we take additional 15 minutes because we started late? Okay, thank you very much. So we go to the first question here. That given the background of 4G, 5G deployments and the deliberations at WRC 23, what do you think should be the considerations for the next spectrum auction? So the way we will handle it, there will be one primary responder, and after he has given his response, then the other people in the panel can raise their hands if they have anything, either if they don't agree, if they vehemently don't agree with any point made, they get a chance to speak, or if they have one additional point which has been missed out, which they want to add. Because we don't want to keep repeating the same thing. Because I think all of you are pretty much in convergence on 90% of the stuff. It's the 10% where you have difference of opinions. So let's focus on that 10%. So yeah, Mr. Rahul, you take the first question on the auction.
Yeah. So let me start with a rejoinder. 2010, not a single megahertz of spectrum was remaining after the auction. That was scarcity. That you had no roadmap for any spectrum coming to you in next 5 years, that was scarcity. And that is why the prices shot up in 2010. 2022, you had 20,000 megahertz unsold, all the bands. That is abundance. Whether you require spectrum for future in 6 gigahertz, 4.2, 4.8, yes, you should have a roadmap, you should have a plan, you want to buy it, you should plan for it right now. That much I agree. But yes, we are in abundance, there's no doubt about that. Second point is, we are a matured telecom society. We have to give space for all services to prosper. It cannot be one against the other, it has to be everybody. So it is not about just IMT, it is not about just satellite, it is not about just Wi-Fi, it is about everybody. So we have to, as a national regulator, WPC has to, TRA has to ensure that all stakeholders and all the services have equal stake at being able to prosper. Now you can say that the terms and conditions should be the same. Yes, they should be. But at each stage of maturity and life cycle of that services, the rules would have been different for all of them. And that is a fact, you cannot deny that. Now let me come to the present round of auction and how we want to proceed. I think last auction, WPC did a wonderful job. What they were able to do was they were able to extract additional spectrum in 900 from railways. They were able to extract additional around 20-23 megahertz from defense, which really padded up the spectrum in the lower bands, right? Which really gives the flexibility for you to choose and pick what is it that you really want to do in terms of your services. I think that is a story which can continue further. There have been recent allocations made to railways. They are still holding around 15 megahertz in each circle. So I think that time has come to see whether they can release something. I don't know today or tomorrow or maybe 2 years down the line, but definitely should be there. Similarly, defense is still holding large chunks of spectrum. There have been allocations made, the NFS has worked for them. So I think also a question mark that, can some spectrum still revert back from them also. One other point which IFA, ITU has also supported is that we need to have a very rational view of what spectrum you have. So suppose an operator had taken some spectrum a few years back and he finds that this spectrum is of less use to him. We should have the flexibility now to be able to swap that spectrum with the new spectrum at the price. Whatever price was available, the government should not get any revenue loss. It should actually be revenue positive to the government or at least revenue neutral to the government. So if we are allowed that flexibility, we can design our networks more efficiently, we can do better planning. I think millimeter wave spectrum is already in abundance. The roadmap clarity, if we start getting, particularly on 6 gigahertz upper part, that is where the world has converged to largely now, from 64 to 71. I think that definitely, that clarity that, okay, this will be the roadmap for us as a country, that will also help to plan yourself better when you head towards the auction. So those are the big things I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I said, we're not going to repeat anything here. Anybody wants to add something new. We've already had the debate on abundance versus scarcity, so let's not repeat that. But I think the new points really were swapping of spectrum and a roadmap for millimeter wave is what we need, right? 6 gigahertz. So which anyway he has it in his pocket. He's going to reveal it at the right time. So, so anybody else? Or any comments or questions from the audience on the next auction? Strategies for the next auction? I have a question. Okay.
But on 6 gigahertz, there is no consultation pending with TRA. I think pending with TRA.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm mistaken.
I have a question to Mr. Gandhi, because the clarification which was given out for the 6 gigahertz band, and yesterday we had a session which was a major discussion on the 6 gigahertz band, and where the Wi-Fi operators were giving their point of view. So two things which emerged in yesterday's discussion, which I'm not fully clear, I just want to get my mind clear. One was Wi-Fi is providing the maximum amount of traffic for within the buildings. That's carrying the maximum distance. The second issue is the IMT, where it is extending all the communication, etc., is not utilizing even the 3 gigahertz band. It's using the lower bands to extend its reach. So why are we asking for more and more for the IMT? So I just require that clarification on this aspect. Mr. Gandhi.
No, I think the second part first, above 3 gigahertz is being used for 5G. If I have heard your question right.
It's being used for 5G. The point which he put across through various statistics and graphs and everything, he says in the 3 gigahertz band, hardly any traffic is being flowing because of the lower ranges.
How do they know that? We know that. We are carrying the traffic, so we know that.
So he produced a statistics which was
if you put your speed test on your mobile phone, you see 500, 600 Mbps download speed. That is not possible on 700 megahertz. That's coming on 3.5. So if you are a 5G customer, kindly do that. So you will come to know that you are using that spectrum.
So okay, this becomes an individual debate between a person and the. But I want more of a technical.
It's being used. That's why all of us bought that. Second point is on Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi operator itself is a term which need to be probably debated. Who is a Wi-Fi operator? There is nothing, no license given in the form of a Wi-Fi operator. Wi-Fi is delicensed for in-building coverage by the end users. At my home, I have 3 APs installed, which is covering my house. And the 600, 700, 800 megahertz spectrum, which is delicensed, I'm free to use all that spectrum for Wi-Fi, and 800 megahertz is more than enough for an individual consumer to consume. With that, I can create 2 Gbps speed in my Wi-Fi network inside my home. Similarly, in this hall, you can do so. Then who is the Wi-Fi operator who requires this spectrum? If there is a Wi-Fi operator, then he has to get a license to operate the service and then build a public Wi-Fi network. But public Wi-Fi network cannot be built on low power network. How can you build that? Is the point. You are saying delicense it for low power in building, and then there is an operator. This itself is an oxymoronic statement that you are a low power operator building the public Wi-Fi hotspots. How does it work? What is the economics behind that? Do we see any operator monetizing Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi is majorly being used for end use. And that this technology is built for that. This technology is not built for that. If you are using Wi-Fi with high power, by building the public hotspots and with high Wi-Fi, let me close that. Then you are actually creating the commercial network. Then why you should follow the same process of getting the spectrum allocated to you?
No, what he was saying was 50 million.
Some other panelists also want to respond.
Ma'am, just 1 minute.
Please listen to them.
50 million public Wi-Fi hotspots have been promised by 2030. I'm just saying what was discussed yesterday.
Yeah.
And he was mentioning there are only 685 megahertz available in the Wi-Fi, the present what is available in 2 gigahertz and 5 gigahertz, and he was comparing it with the outside, the international things,
right,
where 15490 megahertz is in the unlicensed things. These are the things which he debated yesterday.
Right.
Today we have a discussion. I'm just getting my mind clear. I'm not saying he is correct or this. I'm just getting my mind
clear. So
clear.
let's hear from some of the other panelists.
Just want to give one perspective, sir. Wi-Fi is good, should be there. And you talked about international precedences. So I just want you to be cognizant of a fact, which is that in a lot of European and American nations, where a lot of Wi-Fi is today given, their normal customer bill for a phone ranges from around $40 to $80 of ARPU, right? In India, we are talking about $3 of ARPU, $40 to $80 of ARPU. There, the customer really pinches when he uses data, and hence the need for a download towards a Wi-Fi. So he needs to come back to a Wi-Fi to be able to sustain. $80, $40 needs a Wi-Fi. Here you are on $3, 200 rupees bill, right? And that is the reason why Wi-Fi will have a challenge in India, because you are competing with already a literally very low price of a service. So that's the challenge. You should understand the economic part of it, right? It's good to have Wi-Fi, but why it'll also have a challenge is because the competing service is mobile, and mobile is actually hardly at $3 ARPU. So that is the problem. All we are saying is, if there is spectrum available, let's have efficient usages for everybody. If there is value, you talked about 50 million people. The fact today is that 1.2 billion people are also being served by the mobile. It's also a fact, right? There are more than, as an industry, we have 1 million BTSs, also a fact. So against 50 million, I also have 1 million BTSs which are actually serving 1.2 billion people, right? So those are the commercial dynamics. That's the only point I want to make. We can go to the next question, I guess.
We had some questions in the back.
Hello. I have one comment and a question. Actually, there is, I think, some confusion regarding reading the NFAP. They are saying that everything is allocated to satellite which is not being used is really incorrect. IMT is being considered or understood as a service. Rather, that is an application within the mobile service. And you can find that mobile is written everywhere, even if it is allocated to FSS, BSS, or broadcasting. Mobile is written everywhere, so this is opposite to that. Mobile is placed everywhere, even if that is not required. Number one. Second point is, that is my question, that it has been told that 2010, there was a spectrum auction and fully sold out. Thereafter, due to increase in requirement and estimation of that, we acquired a lot of spectrum. And we can see that since 2012 and last auction in 22 or 23, there were unsold spectrum in the range of 25% to 40%. So that is, I think, we are garnering more than what is required. So can we reduce that to maybe plus minus 5% as per, with respect to actual requirement, or maybe plus minus 10%? Because 40% is quite high. Even last auction it was more than 25%. So can we do that? Thank you, sir.
I think the auction is open for everybody. I mean, the government has laid out very clear rules. Any operator can participate. In fact, who is not even a licensee can also participate. In fact, government says that anybody can come, show the net worth, show us the eligibility, participate, and then you can convert to a license. So I think it's open for everybody.
So the auction is open.
I would say that, anybody
Yeah.
can come in. Frankly, by delinking license and spectrum, it's one of the biggest reforms that DOT has done and WPC has done. So actually, it's quite an open field. What it only says is that, the unit dynamics of this industry is still not figured out. What Rahul said, $3 would be a dream scenario. Right now, we're sitting on average about $2 only. So a long way to go. Unless there's enough capacity created in the industry to take through internal accruals or be able to get, funds coming into the sector, it will not be able to consume everything that's possible to consume. So if we want to move at jet space as a nation, then clearly after a long time we've come to a structural situation thanks to this government's intervention where we have 4 players who need to be nurtured to make sure that India can become a leading digital economy. The way the pandemic panned out, if it was not for these operators, frankly, all of us would have been in deep trouble. I'm just saying from a citizen's point of view, not because I've worked with an operator, I'm just saying it from a larger context, and therefore that you need to kind of expand in time and say, you know, what do we make sure that there's enough available for our citizens? And thereafter, whether satellite is a means to serve it or whether it is any other technology as a means to service is a means to an end. But somewhere it's about saying, are we able to provide the quality that our nation deserves at affordable prices? And if that conundrum is sorted out, I suspect a lot of these questions will automatically disappear. And if there is space for fifth or sixth or seventh, that will happen when there's a lot of profits in this industry. Otherwise, why are people not jumping in when spectrum is available in plenty? When license is available within days, or unless you are coming from certain landlocked countries, you would get it in a matter of weeks. And when you can actually get it for a very small amount of money. So I think it's a free nation that is working, and marketplace is actually quite open to everybody.
Okay. So now we'll move on. Yes. We'll move on to the next. Mr. Hanumanta Rayappa, you wanted to say something.
I have a question from panel. On the left. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question from Mr. Gulab Chandji, Joint Wireless Advisor. Sir, you said that TRAI has given you go ahead to go to continue with the previous recommendation, and for new bands they will come up things later. Can you explain what does that mean? And there was a cabinet decision to conduct auction every year. So will we see auction happening this fiscal also? TRAI is also here, panel.
I think your question is over. I can start now. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. I was just like itching to speak, but I was holding myself back. So now I got the opportunity to speak at least few words. Basically, I don't want to enter into this war of like Wi-Fi and mobile and all that. So okay, so this question is very good question for me. So, so you are right that cabinet decided that there has to be auction every year, annual auction. Okay. And the cabinet had also decided so many other things, like there would be no SUC, spectrum usage charges, for the spectrum auctions held 2022 and onwards. And in the following the directions of the cabinet, we sent our proposal to TRAI, seeking their recommendation for the next auction. And they were kind enough and they were very prompt in responding. As I said in my presentation, that they said, Baba, already you got the reserve price, terms and condition, eligibility criteria, everything is with you for the legacy bands or the pre-existing bands. Why don't you go ahead with all those conditions and immediately conduct the auctions? And for the new bands like Q and B, they said naturally they would need more time for consultation, stakeholders consultation and all that. And their process takes not less than 6 months. So to avoid that, I think very intelligently and very kind of justifiably, they just ask us to go ahead. And it's our plan to hold the next auction, yes, before the end of this fiscal, basically, because many of the allocations in the lower band, some of the allocations in the lower bands are expiring actually. So the operator might be willing to retake it. So we must give them opportunity to not to lose out on the already established ecosystem in that band. So of course we are trying very hard to hold the auctions. If not within this fiscal, then maybe just the beginning of the next fiscal. Thanks a lot.
I would like to just add the clarity to what Mr. Gulab Chand has told. The TRAI has actually, earlier while giving the 5G recommendations, we had told that if the auction is to be conducted in a next year or within 3 years, so down the line, this is the spectrum pricing which you can apply. So at what price it has to be auctioned. So if it is, we have also given a formula that, so you index it if it is coming to the next year or next year within. So if that is what actually we told that, so it is in line. The cabinet's decision is that to go for auction every year. So this is, if auction has to be done next year, what is the price? That also TRAI has given last year during our recommendation. That we clarified and reiterated that, yes, you go ahead with the auction at this price. So this is what actually I wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Mr. Ayapare.
Thank you, Madam. First of all, I would like to thank every panelist for very enlightening discussions. Just I want to make a comment and then I have a question as well. The comment is, now there were points made that there is a abundant or sufficient everywhere bandwidth is given to satellite and the other things are competing for that. But I have a different view on that. It's not that every spectrum is given to satellite because it's the satellite technology which started first. It was at the ITU level, international level, as the technology progressed, services started rolling out. In fact, it is the satellite which came up first in KU band and K band. That's how it has gone. It's not that, my understanding is that it's not that the spectrum is just even above 30 gigahertz, 4 gigahertz. It's not that every band is given to satellite. My understanding is that it is the technology, it is the service, whichever comes, whichever progresses well, which gets and occupied on that. Second, coming to the services today, we all appreciate and we know that there is a lot of services, digital connectivity, there is a need for giving the connectivity. In fact, the end imperative is, it is really not the how much spectrum, it is the what is the connectivity, what is the speed at which we will get, that will matter. And again, the underlying technologies which deliver maximum bits per hertz or maximum throughput, that will matter to that. The convergence is the one thing which we are seeing. I think we will look forward to that convergence. There need not be either satellite or terrestrial. What finally makes important is whether every citizen gets a connectivity or a broadband or the services. These are going to be the important thing. And the coming to delivery of services, again, my understanding is for a country like India, considering the geographical profile, the socio-economic distribution and the socio-economic profile, I don't think there is any one technology which will serve everybody at everywhere. I think every service will have its own advantage, its own niche area. Satellite will have an advantage at certain areas and terrestrial will have its own areas. Even there are spectrum is used for so many other even different applications also, that also has to be accounted. This is my comment. For example, if we give that, when my experience, when DTH was started in India in the early 2000s, there was a fear that all cable services or operators will wind up and they will wind up that. But it's not so. They adopted the new things and cable ecosystem still exists, DTH ecosystem still exists. So similarly, I am of the strong view. I may not be exaggerating if I say that even satellite industry will adapt to the new technologies. They will come with the new innovations. It will still coexist. And the satellite, though end user may get the seamless connectivity, but as an ecosystem, satellite will exist its own way and terrestrial will exist own way. Maybe Akinta, I may give a very wild, rude example, like road, airways and rails. The objective is for transportation, but every mode has its own niche areas. I think it will happen that way. The question is, now the millimeter wave, there are telecom operators on the dais. I wanted to understand what is the likelihood and the projected plan for deploying 5G services in the millimeter band.
I think I need to clarify. When I said by default it is satellite, because IMT was not there earlier. So the point here was not that the satellite was not there. Satellite was there, IMT was there, but IMT was majorly concentrated below 2 gigahertz. So that is why by default satellite, wherever they wanted, they got that. Now IMT is expanding. That is why the issue of vacating from satellite is arising, because of the default nature which has happened in last 50 years. So that's the point. The point here is not that the satellite technology was there or not. Second point, we are not against satellite technology. We are not saying so. We ourselves are satellite operator. You know that. So it is not about being against satellite technology. It is about the debate in WRC about getting more spectrum for IMT. Obviously, how it will become more, because it's a zero-sum game. If it comes out of satellite and goes into IMT, because you can't create spectrum and get it or import it from somewhere else. So that is the point. Because of the zero-sum game nature, that is why this debate happens. If that was not so, if X was given to terrestrial, Y was given to satellite, and Z was there with government, which was not being used by anybody, then this debate would not have been there. So unfortunately, that's not the situation. As far as I think rollout of millimeter is concerned, all of us have some rollout obligation in the NIA, and we will roll out as per the rollout obligation. More than that, I probably may not be able to comment here.
Yeah. So I think you rightly put it, sir. I think there is a space for every technology to grow. Every technology has a curve. I think all technologies have to coexist. That's the way the systems run for everybody. And there will be a growth path for everybody. And I think with efficient spectrum managers, the regulator, we are sure. I don't see that as a big challenge. Coming back on the millimeter wave, the question. I think there are two parts to that question. How is it that we are using it, and what happens in future as we grow? So where the trajectory is going right now, there is a journey for a customer to happen. The first journey is that do we have a carpet coverage for him to be able to utilize the 5G? And once he starts using those applications and the applications start developing, that is the next stage of deployment, which starts with other supporting bands, as we call it. So we started out with a 3.5 band. That's what has been rolled out. I think a figure was mentioned. More than 3 lakh BTS is already rolled out. That is done. Second part is, as we now develop use cases, as we go denser and denser in cities, and the small cells start appearing everywhere, that is the way you will start seeing the millimeter wave deployment also, triggering. How soon? Depends on how soon we have devices all across, for example. So today there is a challenge on devices themselves. Because of the COVID, we still have a lag in smartphones coming in the country. How soon do we have practical use cases coming up, which is useful to people to use every day, right? Those are the things. So it's a combination of a lot of factors, how millimeter will be used. As far as we are
And here, first of all, I would like to give full credit to all our operators for the innovative approaches they have been adopting right since the beginning of cellular services. And coupled with that has been the facilitating role of the policymaker as well as the regulator. All of us are aware the decision of TRAI for calling party pays, 2003 decision, which was a game changer for the uptake of cellular services as such. And here, I would also like to say that socio-economic development and socio-economic benefit at the national level should be the main concern rather than the pure financial aspect of the spectrum as such. Of course, for the government, financial aspects are important, but the socio-economic aspects also need to be taken care. Here in this context, I remember that when BSNL had started with their cellular services around 2002, 2003, they had concentrated on rural areas. more than the urban areas, because urban areas, the private operators were there. And that made BSNL a darling of everybody, all the citizens, especially rural areas. But now I think there is a large gap between the facilities available in the rural and large urban areas as such, in India also. Probably we need to pay more attention to the rural areas also and provide adequate broadband facilities to them, whether through terrestrial cellular, through satellite, or any other means. Because a common man doesn't bother how he is getting, what technology is being used, but he is concerned with availability of service at an affordable price. That's important. All of us are aware that technological developments have made it possible for us to utilize higher frequency bands. If some of us go back about 30 years or 40 years, anything above 400 megahertz was considered unsuitable for mobile services, mobile applications. But today we are talking of even KU band for mobile services, terrestrial as such, or even higher bands. Even the Ka band parts are being considered, are being put to use for this thing. So technological developments have certainly come to our help at all times as such. And as putting my hat of old spectrum manager, if I can say, the genuine essential requirements of all services, all applications, all operators can be met if given a chance in a collaborative discussion as such. It's possible as such. And with the innovative approaches and with the cooperation of everybody, it's possible to derive the maximum benefit from spectrum in all bands and everywhere as such. And now my question, of course, will be to everybody, when are we going to provide better and satisfactory broadband to rural areas across the country in all terrains and this thing? Do we have a time frame from the operators and all those things? 2 years, 3 years, 5 years? What's the time frame we have? Thank you.
So, question to the provision of broadband connectivity in the rural areas. So, as I already indicated in my presentation, that government of India is working on that, and they have given the work to various agencies. BSNL is one of them. So we are providing services in remotely unconnected area of northeastern state or anywhere in the India. So around 26,000 villages we are covering, maybe in a period of 1.5 years. So that is the timeline. Second thing, we are already working on the BharatNet project, wherein that plan for the 2.5 lakh GPs is planned, and the 6.4 lakh villages are to be planned in next 2 to 3 years. So maybe in 2 to 3 years we can provide a connectivity through optical fiber, and remaining what we are not able to provide, those will be provided from the satellite. So that is the total plan of the USOF. So I have indicated from the BSNL point of view.
I think a large part of consumers, around 50%, comes from rural areas. Obviously, the coverage would be there, that's why they are there. So, except for few thousand villages, which probably BSNL is doing under the USOF project, rest villages have been covered by, I think, 2-3 operators here. So, the situation is not as bad as have been projected. While I am not saying that it is where we should be. We should have ubiquitous coverage in every village and remote areas. We should be there. But you rightly raised the point that consumer wants broadband service. So for consumer, it is broadband service. It is not a wireline service or wireless service or satellite service or any other services. If we see from consumer's lens, he wants broadband service across the country. It is up to the operator to decide through which technology they want to serve in an economical way and affordable way. So that's how the whole ecosystem works. Thank you.
So thank you very much.
I have one question.
There are some recommendations which were also given by the TRAI, specifically for wireline broadband, which talked about waiving the license fees for the wireline services to make it more affordable. The biggest challenge, I'm talking about specifically about wireline broadband, is that the cost of rolling out in rural areas is just prohibitively high, and that's the reason why you don't have the services, because the cost of having fiber, etc. So ROW part is what Balaji addressed, that is one part. Second part is how do we make it commercially feasible? And that's one part which TRA had addressed, including setting up the ROW council, etc. So I think those recommendations can also help out.
I have one question, kindly. Very basic question.
I think we will have to take that offline. We are really running out of time.
Very basic question. One of the key parameters.
I already asked once.
One of the key parameters being considered for 6G is ultra low energy. How low is actually ultra low? Because and how we classify 4G and 5G in that terminology?
So does anybody have a quick response to that? Or?
Thank you.
Yeah, I got a response.
Okay.
These are the questions to ask to the Google actually, basically. And if you want more answers, then wait for some time. Don't be so hyperactive. IMT 2030 vision document is already there in place. It answers a lot of your questionnaires. And you wait further for a few months, and you'll be getting a lot of technical inputs, mind-boggling inputs and all that. So before we finish,
yes, this is concluding.
just a minute.
No. I was going to concluding session.
Just in a lighter vein, about this, both Wi-Fi and IMT gunning for each other's side, actually. So, actually, I have a view on this, see, I'm equidistant from them. So, they both see each other as villains, but I see both of them as heroes only. And I don't see them as competing each other. I see them as complementing each other. So that I say so because when you are inside your home, then I think Wi-Fi is the boss. When you go outside of your home, mobility is the king actually. The service provider is the king. And to begin with, like Wi-Fi, it's a kind of, they should be kind of hailed for their thought and innovation actually. When Wi-Fi started, I think beginning 2000 or late this end of the century, when Wi-Fi came, actually they didn't target any useful band. They went for a band called junk band actually. That band was 2.4 gigahertz, which nobody wanted to have a look even have a look at that actually. And nobody thought of using that band. So they went for a fallow or kind of useless or junk band, and they developed a technology which became very popular. So later on, as some technology has been developed, there has to be growth. So where the technology will grow, they need some spectrum. So they always try to look for that spectrum which is kind of less controversial and which may not be probably targeted by some or kind of contested by others. But with the advent of IMT, like IMT started in 800, 900. Now they are aiming beyond terahertz and all that. So they never thought that this will happen, might be. But they have to grow. So they also should be given some kind of leeway to grow actually, some path to grow. And with time everyone becomes greedy, so they are rightfully, I think, they are right in their place. They have all the right to become greedy because everyone has to grow. And 6 gigahertz, why 6 gigahertz business? Because this is highly geopolitical thing basically. So normally when US says something, everyone follows and all that. US believe that, oh, I developed the technology first in this band, everyone follows. But there is a lot of debate and discussions going on. No. So this is for IMT. Why you went for this thing and all that? So this is all business now. Basically, this has turned into a business. This is no more kind of using that fallow band and junk band. So yes, Wi-Fi is complementing. Like if you think of VR, AR type of use cases, they need not use the licensed spectrum. They must be given kind of wide channel, 160 megahertz wide channel, or 320 megahertz wide channel, which is not possible in the present band. So they must be given something. That is my personal view. Don't quote me that this came from the government. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much. That was amazing. So concluding remarks.
Just on a lighter note, now two lighter notes. One, there is, in this equation of they, there is actually one. There is no other party. There is only operator. because there is no Wi-Fi operator per se. It is Wi-Fi manufacturer and here the IMT manufacturer. So here the IMT operators are there, that is one part. So this equation of they only include one party. Second is this junk band actually, yes, I agree, Wi-Fi should only be used in junk band, not in IMT bands. Thank you.
Okay, so I think with the permission of Mr. Gupta and Mr. Abbas, I will just conclude the thing. I think it's been a very enjoyable, very insightful and a lot of learning for all of us. And what an amazing team we have at the helm of our journey to 6G. I think we are in the hands of some very, very amazing leaders here. Thank you very much. And what the message that we are taking away is that India's vision on embracing technology is technology for development. We are not necessarily driven by technology for profit. We are driven by technology for development, right? So that's what makes us special and unique, and we've seen that in all aspects of technology that we are embracing. And the path to the future is based on convergence and coexistence. So convergence and coexistence is where we need to focus now as we bring all these complexities. That's what's going to solve these problems. And the spirit with which we need to embrace it is through collaboration and cooperation and complementarity, right? We need to recognize that we are all complementary to each other, and with collaboration and cooperation is how we are going to achieve this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Pamela ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. This truly was an amazing and power-packed session that we all witnessed. I extend my deep appreciation to all the wonderful panelists out here. Thank you so much for joining us and sharing your valuable views and presentations with us. I request Bharat sir to please present the token of appreciation, a memento to all our distinguished delegates, starting with Mr. Rahul Vatsa. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today and sharing your views with us. Next to Shri S.T. Abbas ji. Thank you so much, sir. Shri Shivendu Gupta ji. Mr. Ravi Gandhi ji. Thank you so much, sir. And last but not the least, Mr. D.K. Agarwal ji. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us today. I request all our panelists to kindly pose for a photograph. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for all of us to rejuvenate, and let's join for lunch at Desire Hall, which is right outside on my left. Please join us back for some more amazing panel discussions later after lunch. Please join me back in half an hour time so that we can all, stick to the time guidelines. Thank you so much, and see you after the break. Shri MPS Alava, Senior Deputy Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. Welcome, sir. He has more than 25 years of experience in the field of telecommunications. He regularly coordinates with stakeholders on various radio frequency spectrum issues to frame our country views for the international bodies such as ITU-APT and APT, etc. Shri Alava holds Master of Engineering degree in Electronics and Communication from the IIT Roorkee. Chairing the session next is Mr. Jitendra Singh, Senior Director, Government Affairs, India and South Asia, Qualcomm India. We were very lucky to have to hear him for yesterday. Welcome back, sir. Please join your hands and welcome our distinguished speakers, one after the other on stage. Once again, please welcome Mr. Alexander Kuhn, Head of Section International Spectrum Affairs, BNetzA from Germany. Welcome back, sir. Joining him is Dr. Hakan Olsen, Director at Ericsson Group Function and Vice Chair WP5D from Sweden. Welcome back, sir. And last but not the least, Ms. Nada Abdul Hafiz, Head of Spectrum and Regulatory Affairs, MEA, Shure Incorporated. She educates and promotes the spectrum needs for the PMSE industry in the MEA region. She influences regulations, ensures access for spectrum, advocates spectrum policy, and promotes new technologies for audio PMSE. Ms. Nada works closely with administrations, regulatory authorities, and policy makers to enable PMSE in MEA. Ms. Nada holds a master's degree in electrical engineering and has several publications related to optimization and deep learning in audio and video streaming. Welcome, ma'am. I would like to hand over the stage to our session chairs, Shri MPS Alava ji and Mr. Jitendra Singh ji. Sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Welcome back after lunch. As I mentioned yesterday also, the session which is after lunch is the most important session. And actually, you will see the agenda items. You see all those agenda items. Those are the key agenda items which we have been working on for the last 4 years, and we are trying to come to a conclusion. And when we go to WRC, those are the agenda items where we probably, as industry, probably need most amount of focus. And these are one of the most complex agenda items. Not that other agenda items are not complex, but these are the most important ones. And as we proceed in this activity and in this panel, you will realize on these presentations that how complexities are involved and what are the kind of complexities which we'll face during WRC. I will start with our first speaker, Shri Alavaji, who is also chairperson of Working Group 1 in NPC in India. And he has been leading the discussions within India on these agenda items, except for agenda item 10. But other agenda items, he was the chair till now, and he is going to discuss his viewpoints on those agenda items. Alavaji, over to you.
Thank you, Jitendra ji, for introducing me. First, I would like to give my thanks to ITU-APT Foundation of India for organizing this event. And I also would like to thank for inviting me to chair this session with all the prominent speakers on dais. So in this session, I'll be discussing only agenda item 1.1 and 1.2 band 4. And these two agenda items are mostly discussed in various meetings in India. And still we continue to discuss this agenda item. but at some point it is required to take decision on these agenda items. So first agenda item. It is agenda item 1.1. So agenda item 1.1 is all about protection of AMS and MMS in frequency band 4800 to 4990 megahertz in international airspace and water. This word international airspace and water still majorly discuss how you define international airspace and water. This I will tell you whatever the CPM text has been mentioned. That part I will just go through that one. Before coming to that part, what aeronautical mobile station does in international airspace and water. As per ITUR recommendation M2116, the AMS uses this frequency band for broadband, for airborne data link, to support remote sensing applications. There are various applications are there in that band. For example, earth science is there, land management is there, energy distributions is there. These are some kind of applications are there. In order to carry out this kind of activity, it requires the protection in international airspace and water. So there has been a lot of discussion, and some of the text, it has been mentioned there in CPM report. According to the CPM report, something has been defined like UNCLOS, United Nations Convention Law of Sea. Some of the text, it has been mentioned. According to that text, this picture has been drawn. So according to this picture, if you see, this picture has been divided into three parts. First part is a territorial sea, which is 22 kilometers away from the coast toward the sea, and beyond 22 kilometers, you can say up to 370 kilometers, it is exclusive economic zone, and beyond this is international airspace and water. This was the argument put there in during the ITU WP5D meetings. So if any kind of protection is required to be given, it should be given beyond 370 kilometers, because that is the international airspace and water. Another point which has been put over there was that in international airspace and water, there is no registration of the assignment. You are not doing any kind of registration in there. So to whom we are talking about to give the protection, since as per practice in ITU, you can be, you get the protection only when it is registered in the MIFR. Since there is no assignment, it is not required to give the protection. This is another point. Third point was that the PFD limit, which is mentioned that minus 155 dBW per meter square per megahertz, it is too stringent, and it is restricting the rights of administrations. This was another argument. So it is required to be reviewed to get it implement IMT, those administration who wanted to go through that one. So there was some counter argument was also there, and all the argument looks to be convincing to me. So since you know that in international water and airspace, the aeronautical mobile station is not stationary. It is always moving. So it is not possible to coordinate each frequency assignment. That's why PFD is the right method to protect the aeronautical mobile stations. This was the argument. And it is not that this PFD limit is stringent and it is restricting the administration. It is the way of sharing among various applications. It is not restrictions. So this kind of debate, this kind of text has been mentioned in CPM. So let us not fall into that debate because it will keep continue in the WRC as well as here also. So let us focus on the solution. What can be the probable solution for that one? So as you know that in WRC 15, the PFD limit which was defined as the minus 155 dBW per meter square, and that was at 20 kilometers away from the coast at 19 kilometers above the mean sea level. And the discussion was that to review this PFD limit. In WRC 19 also, same thing continue to review the PFD limit only at same distance. So this time also let us talk to review the PFD limit at 20 kilometers and 19 kilometers above mean sea level. So in order to address these issues, 6 methods has been defined in ITU, and according to these methods, there are again various kind of arguments are there. If you look at the method A, which is NOC, it means whatever the PFD limit is continuing since WRC 15, it will continue today also. So there is no review of this PFD limit. So counter argument over this method was that the objective of this agenda item 1.1 is to review the PFD limit. So it doesn't address the issues. This was the argument over this method. Similarly, method B also, it is similar to A method, but whatever the existing PFD limit is there, it will get it applied to 11 countries, which is mentioned in Resolve 5 or of Resolution 223. So there are around 40 countries are listed according to the 5.441B, and out of those 40 countries, 11 countries are exempted from this PFD limit. So again, the same questions over the method B, that this topic talks about the review to study and review the PFD limit. So this is a counter argument for method B also. Method C is a review of the PFD limit. So there has been certain studies has been done. Based on the study done, 5 alternatives has been defined in the CPM, and as per these alternatives, the ranges of PFD limit is from minus 117 to minus 140 dBW per meter square. So there are 5 alternatives are there. Of course, it addresses according to the situation or as per the study has been done. Coming to method D is again similar to method C. Only difference is that whatever resultant PFD in the WRC comes, it will apply to all the 11 countries, which is listed in Resolve 5. Now method E, again I will recall this footnote 5.441B. As per that footnote, it's 40 countries are there, and out of 40 countries, 11 countries got exempted. So in this WRC also, there are many countries who wanted to join 11 countries. Some kind of method has been developed this time. It is method E. 2 options are there in this method, and there will be, I suppose there will be 2 footnotes. That country who wanted to implement IMT in that country, there will be one a footnote. They will probably will be going with only 9.21, and another option is available there. Those countries who wanted to protect AMS and MMS, they can go with another option, that is PFD with 9.21. So this is method E. Method E is just bilateral and multilateral agreement and 9.21. So now let us analyze these 6 methods. So first 2 methods, which is method A and B, IMT proponent feel that it is not as per the objective or as per the agenda item, what is it intended for. So they are not happy with the IMT. IMT is not happy with the method A and method B. And last 2 options, if you see method E and method F, MS and MMS feel that they are not protected with these kind of options. So now remain method C and method D. Of course, if you look at the method C, this method does not treat all the administrations equally. Some of the administrations are exempted from the PFD limit, and method D is still open for the discussion, where during the WRC it can be decided what kind of PFD limit will be suitable for both the proponent, AMS and MMS, and IMT. So if we talk about the IMT proponent, as per discussion held in India, I know that minus 117 dBW per meter square, that PFD limit, that too at 370 kilometer, they are comfortable with this one. If you see extreme end, that is minus 140, with minus 140, AMS and MMS feel that they are comfortable and it provides sufficient protections. So these are some kind of analysis. This is from my side, this is in my individual views. I think so there will be some more discussion during WRC. Now coming to international position, which happened recently during the 3rd workshop, WRC workshop. According to this, the views of different regions, which is on the screen, ASMG, they are going with method A, but I don't know, I think so during the discussion may change, or currently this is the slide, they are going for method A, no change. They are having some fixed service stations. In order to protect that, they are going for that one. And green color, that is African Telecom Union and RCC. They are going with method F, and SEFT, of course, they are going with method D. But with what kind of PFD limit, it appears that they still wanted to discuss beyond minus 140. And APT and CITL, there is no position for that one. So this is international scenario. Now coming to agenda item 1.1, band 4. This is also widely discussed, and India also, most of the discussion taken place on these 2 bands. Of course, band 5 was easy, no issue for that one. But in band 4, we are having the satellite usages. That's why discussion elongated long over this band 4. If you look at the studies in the CPM, 20 numbers of studies are there. And if you see the result, 14 studies shows the positive margin, means there is no interference. And 6 studies shows that there is an interference. It's a negative margin. So this is the result of studies, and it is very difficult to understand which studies is better. So in order to this one more contribution was there in CPM report, which is study U, which is about the summary of the key differences in the assumptions and result of the studies. So various kind of result they have depicted, and this part I have copied it from the study U. if you see, there are 3 columns are there, and the values of RA and RB has been considered differently. First, RA1 and RB is less stringent. If you keep going to second row, third row, fourth row, it keep on, it is more stringent, means more and more base stations will be coming through that one. So RA is just a coverage of IMT over the build-up area, and RB is a coverage of build-up area over the whole region. So this is the percentage, various percentage are given. So we are interested only in the first row in the global beam. If you look at the global beam, which is highlighted in highlighted, the value of interference margin, which is the last row, if you see, there is a positive margin, minus 1.5 to 5.2. So this is the positive margin. It means there is no interference. And we also have got the satellite usages, and we have got the global beam. But if you look at the right part, which is the satellite carriers, some technical parameter has been given. Here again, I have highlighted in the yellow color the carrier 12, that is the global beam. This global beam, the technical parameter, the beam width is 17.7 degree, and the gain it's the 20 dBi. So if you talk about the 20 dBi, there is a positive margin, but if you reduce this 20 dBi gain to 15 dBi gain, then of course there will be more margin, more positive margins, means there won't be any interference. But what will happen if you increase from 20 to 25? Then it is very much likely that it will go toward the negative margin, and it is more likely to approach. So there is a slider. If you increase more global beam, it is likely that you require further studies. This is a reference point to decide. This can be a reference point to decide on the stand. Third point is that band 4 is very much about region 1 agenda item. This is not region 3 agenda item. But still, there is a demand from the IMT proponent that band 4 is required to further fulfill the requirement. So this part is also a very difficult part. Now let us see the international position. If you see, there are 4 regional groups in the region 1. And except all are in the same page. Except propose some 5 conditions are there. One of the condition is to protect the services, existing services. And if all the 5 conditions are met, then of course they will be going for the IMT or with some certain kind of condition. If that conditions are not fulfilled, then it's NOC. CITAL is coming totally different, NOC for all the region, and APT has no common proposal. So this is the international situations. So this is again a part of discussion, but definitely we require to take some certain decision, but based on certain facts and figure. Without those facts and figure, the discussion is endless. So this is all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alawaji. It is always good to actually see your presentations. You go into details, and which helps getting clarity on the subject. And as I said in the beginning, that this is a very important session, because these are the sessions which are actually now dealing with WRC. This particular session and the sessions after this. So people who are actually interested in WRC are here, and they, I'm sure, are going to get benefit with your details which you shared. I have just one question which is not required to be answered, but a thought which I have on 1.1, that suppose a vessel which comes to international waters with that range which has been shown, 20 kilometers or 22 kilometers, or aircraft which flies in that at altitude of 19 kilometers in that area. Probably in entire year that whole activity will happen for 15 minutes for an aircraft, or maybe about a week for a vessel, but we are putting restrictions on IMT deployment because of that. We have incumbents, we need to protect them, but there can be different method to look at this. So maybe we need to review this internally also when we go to WRC, to ensure that while we protect the incumbents, we also have better understanding of utilization of this spectrum band going in future. So maybe method F is one of the options probably, but again, that is my personal view, which I am not supposed to have as coordinating this activity. Okay, so next on the list is Alex, was on my right hand side, and I'm happy to be sharing stage with you, and I hope because you will be there in CPM and in WRC and post WRC, we will be working with you, so I'm very happy that you are here, and I'm hoping that you will be sharing something about 1.5, the saga of 1.5. Yes. Yeah. Thank you. Alex, please.
Yes, thank you very much. I also prepared some slides for you for this session in order to provide an overview of our German and European perspective regarding the mobile agenda items and with regards to agenda item 10. So quickly through that. You have already heard what the difficulty is on agenda item 1.1. Europe has aircrafts and vessels which are using this particular technology, and we would like to have the protection of our systems in order not to create any interference scenario to other countries as well. So therefore it is an issue which needs to be clearly solved internationally. We are here clearly on a balance of interest. You have to take into account that there are existing services, and we have to take into account, and CPT does that already, that WSC 15 decided on an exceptional basis for 3 countries that this band may be identified for IMT. And then at WSC 19 we had an avalanche of countries wishing to join the footnote, and a discussion that we need to tear down the PFD limit in that and review it in a way that IMT really possible. From that perspective, we really worked further regarding the study activities, and you saw that they are really, to a certain degree, inconclusive. But nevertheless, we believe that the PFD values were a little bit too stringent, and therefore CPT is proposing new values for footnote 5441B. And then they will apply to all countries listed in this footnote. That includes already then the new ones there and the exceptionists too. However, we split the band regarding the values for the protection of the AMS and the MMS in order to make clear for which particular service we need which level of protection. So therefore it will get a little bit more complicated, but it may form the right balance for the really introduction in those countries wishing to use this particular frequency band. The application of those limits are then exactly in the area which have already been introduced here. So from that perspective it's clear. I will not dive into the details of the PFD values. You can read them up on our website in the ECP, and we can discuss them later on in the discussion if so wished, but just that we have a very specific proposal for the conference. Going to 1.2, from our understanding we have of course various bands for consideration, 3.3, 3.4 for region 1. We have a very clear understanding that this should be no change, because we believe that there should be no interference or no protection from any usage of the band. We have radio location in the band in region 1, very widely used, so therefore there is no possibility to extend the use of this particular footnote in region 1. For region 2, it is up to that region, but we believe that here also the radio location service needs to be protected, and therefore at least no protection, no interference should be taken here, which is then going towards the radio location. For region 2, in particular 3.6, 3.8, we do not have any position because it's up to the region, but we expect that the FSS will be protected like we've done that in Europe in the band below 3.6, and we believe that the CETA proposal is addressing that in a similar way in order to achieve here a harmonized solution. And finally, and that's then the last band, I already mentioned that one for 10 to 10.5 gigahertz in region 2. We believe that global protection of the Earth observation satellite service active is essential and passive as well in the adjacent band. So therefore also the protection of the radio location systems in the band needs to be ensured, and that requires essential parameters which needs to be put forward. So therefore we are providing those activities forward. From our understanding, the ESS is a global service, so therefore region 1 has the ability to protect this also in region 2, and we are in constant dialogue with our partners in region 2. Now to this particular band on the 6 gigahertz, and you have already read that our position is a little bit tricky to read. So we are neither proposing nor supporting an IMT identification of the band. This is the question at stake. And Europe is completely splitted if the band should be used further by IMT or not. Primary mobile allocation allows this already, so we have just taken the baseline, okay, for Europe and for CPT, for us it is important that we protect the relevant primary services which are already in the band. And this needs to be ensured. That's clear part, and we are bringing that forward also in the European Common Proposal. So therefore we don't say it a little bit frankly or bluntly, we don't care about the IMT identification at this particular point. If there is a harmonized decision of the conference, fine. If not, fine as well. But we are clear that we may use the band for mobile purposes in any case, but we need then a harmonized set of requirements and conditions which needs to be applied. We see that we have a continued operation of other services in the band, and in particular we need here also the ESS passive, that's the sea surface temperature measurements over the seas, and for that reason we haven't found any other possibility according to the studies than relocating that particular service. And we believe that this agenda item allows then also the repurposement in order to allow then the better usage of the mobile allocation. For us, the alternative bands are 4.2 to 4.4 or 8.4 to 8.5 gigahertz, and this may be then in line also with, and we made some studies in that direction, this may then also be in line with the agenda item. I know that there are diverging views, maybe this is something to be further discussed on our panel today. We would like to see then that there will be no further limitations on the existing services or their future development. I think that's clear. If there is a newcomer coming in, he should not require that the other services step back in their own development. And in particular here we mentioned the FSS service and the satellite services in the band. Then something which is maybe a little bit unusual, but it provides then our way of thinking in that direction. We believe that IMT is one part of technology family, which has been outlined. We have on the other side other mobile technologies which should be used there as well, and we would like to clearly outline in a resolution of the AWRC that there are opportunities for all of these broadband applications in the band. So they should be really applied on a technology neutral basis as we have done it before, and therefore it could be then outlining here clearly that there is no preference solution. And then finally, the fifth part is something maybe unusual, but however, we took into account here a linkage between the discussions we had on possible future spectrum for IMT 2030. And we have analyzed very carefully the situation, and some of our CPT members and European colleagues were of the view that the 6 gigahertz range is the most prominent one for IMT 2030, but it is less likely that we can support any other band in order to fulfill the demand. So therefore, we linked here with our fifth condition the discussion on this particular band with a possible study item for IMT identifications in the band between 7 and 30 gigahertz later on for WC27, which may have the potential to jeopardize European space or governmental spectrum. So we really would like not to take out everything, but we must be sure that our investments and development in these bands between 7 and 30, which are linked to the FSS, which are linked to maybe eSIM, which are linked to other governmental services, in particular with national security purposes, will be there even after 2030. And that was then the point why Europe decided, okay, we put this particular point here as well, in order to say, okay, from foreign exchange perspective, we must ensure that there is a give and take situation, and therefore this one needs to be taken into account. If we open up these 700 megahertz for IMT under 1.2, then there will be no further request for additional demand at WC27, and that's the background why this particular condition was put forward as well. You see, here we try to balance as well also the different country perspective regarding the usage of the band, but we took into account also the balance between the different technology developments over the time, and that needs to be taken on board. If those conditions are not met, we will strike for a no change underlined on 1.2, which is then in line with the CETA proposal. So therefore we can definitely discuss if this is the right way forward or not, but I think we are right in the middle here as well, as Europe is quite often moving forward too. For 1.3 and 1.4, very shortly, we would like to align here the harmonized solution. 3.6, 3.8 is already in use in Germany and in Europe, and we would like to upgrade here the mobile service to primary. We would like to see here as well harmonized conditions regarding the protection of satellite services as in 3.4, 3.6. And we don't see the necessity of an IBNT identification. We believe that this is not within the scope of this agenda item. But we haven't put forward here any particular proposal in that regard. For the high altitude stations providing IMT base station requirements, we are supportive of regulatory changes in the sub 1 gigahertz band starting at 694, at 1800 and at 2.6 gigahertz. Here we provide definitely proposals for different measures regarding the protection of the different services and systems in the bands and in adjacent bands. And mainly there is also that we would like to see that the HIPS is only between 18 and 20 kilometers. It must be below 20 kilometers. We would like to see here also that we have a harmonized set of conditions then already for existing hubs with regards to IMT applications. So therefore we would like to see some consequential changes as well. And we are suggesting here clearly that hubs should be on a non-protection basis. That should be clear that you cannot require then for that base station protection from your neighboring country at some point in time. And there was also then a requirement in particular in the countries where we see broadcasting, and that's in region 1 usually the case between 694 and 790 to a certain degree, that we have then in the adjacent case below 694 maybe also a PFD limit, which is ensuring then the protection of broadcasting. So that's on 1.4, and coming now to 1.5 on your special request on that one. Europe has went through a very intensive process regarding 1.5. We have here splitted views between the different countries as well, and I told you already that Germany has maybe some declining usage of the UHF band from the perspective of the consumers. And therefore we would like to open up new opportunities here and new options on a long-term perspective. And that would mean that here we are supporting an addition of the mobile service allocation in the band 470 to 694 on a secondary basis. And this may require then a modification of the footnote, which is the global harmonization for PMSE, that's 5296. And we would like to maintain this global harmonization for PMSE. We believe that this is important for the protection of any media content and also for all the event managements. If you think about concerts or something like that, you need to have an access to this particular band because of the physics of these frequencies. And then the final point on that one, and that is something from, in particular from those countries who have declining or no usage of the band by terrestrial television so far. We would like to see a modification of the resolution 235. It could also be a new resolution, but we would like to establish a process which moves into an upgrade to primary status at WRC 31. If this is earlier, no matter what personally I would say that this is the right way forward, but everybody was clear in Europe that at the latest at WRC 31 we should really bring up this to a co-primary situation in this band. But this doesn't mean that we really change then immediately the usage of this band. This should be a clear process of addressing all the aspects necessary in order to see if you use DTT in one country and the mobile service in the other country, and find the right way forward. Inside also Geneva 06. All aspects have been taken into account, and this is the balanced solution and proposal for Europe. And I'm happy to answer any question in that regard. So, agenda item 10. We've got maybe fortunate, unfortunate, that's really, and the different viewpoints we have, no support for a new agenda item on IMT identifications in 7 to 24, consequently to the discussions we had on 1.2. There's one element more. We haven't got any information regarding the possible sharing environment on some of the bands in there, and therefore we couldn't agree, okay, which band is then the preferable one for us. We heard the demand you heard today as well, and therefore we would like to see then really maybe some sharing environment too. The other point which was clear is that the IMT 2030 could use all already identified bands, and that includes the millimetric wave bands. And therefore they are completely empty as well in Europe and as well in Germany on that one. And we made them available from the BNetzA perspective. So therefore we believe that there is enough spectrum available. However, there are always arguments for other bands as well, but we need to take into account what kind of options we can offer. We have no further proposals on other bands, for example 4 GHz or 3.8 to 4.2. We note that there are some proposals regarding direct-to-device, which are in direct connection to mobile broadband connectivity, and we see there that there should be complementary MSS allocations in IMT bands, and we are definitely analyzing them carefully and discuss them further at the conference as well in the European conjunction in order to find a way forward. So if there is some ways forward on that one, this should not block the development, but this should open up new opportunities, as I said it before as well. We have 4 other proposals for WRC 27, which I just outlined here, but they are directly related to radio astronomy or the FSS, so maybe they are for a later session as well. But just for your information, these are the 4 new proposals coming up from Europe. And with this, thank you very much.
Thanks, Alex. Excellent presentation with respect to CPT and then giving the complex situation in Europe about these agenda items. So this also actually gives us an insight of that though there are methods available in CPM text, we still can go out of that box, try to find out some other methods or some other, use some other ideas to resolve the issues. For example, the 5 different conditions which you have put in 1.2 for band 4, maybe that is one way which is a complex issue within Europe, so probably you felt that is the option. So this actually applies to all agenda items for any administration to see which thing suits best for that particular administration and what is best for that administration with respect to that particular agenda item. So need not to stick to exactly what is given in the methods. Maybe you need to modify when you go to WRC, especially when you may need to modify it which suits the requirement of your administration. So this is a good learning, actually, I would say, put it that way. And thanks for showing that complexity of 1.5. Unfortunately, we do not have Doordarshan folks here right now. They would have felt very happy about this complexity. Oh, Rajiv ji is here, so thank you, Rajiv, to be present here. Thank you, and also, of course, they will also be happy with this complex situation. So once someone is losing, someone is gaining. That is the way it happens. So end of the day, everyone should be equally unhappy. That is the motto, which I believe which ensures that we keep moving on. Okay, and as we are moving on, next speaker on the list is Dr. Hakan, good old friend from India. So welcome, Hakan, and please share your views on APT, especially APT point of view. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will actually share the view from Ericsson. This is what we have tried to do here is to summarize the situation, give some expected outcomes, and also look on a global scale what the situation is like. So here I am representing Ericsson, and Ericsson paid for my trip, and next year I have to pay myself when I'm coming here. What I will do here is a very short background, but I think Alexander managed to cover almost all my points here. So I will go very quickly there. Then I will go to the agenda item 10 on future spectrum. And then the 6 gigahertz, it's a favorite topic in this conference, I think. And then I will go to the rest of the stuff. Yes, if those that were in Sharm el-Sheikh, I think you remember this room. It was a giant hall with around 3,500 people. I expect something similar this year as well. It was around 150 countries present at the conference, and we counted, Ericsson, how many meetings there was per day. It was around 100 meetings per day at the peak period. So that was not in the beginning and maybe not in the end, but between the second and third week. And we had difficulties to catch up, I can tell you. So this is all the agenda items. Then just to show that not everything is about IMT, as Alexander also said. But some agenda items are actually influencing us, and we need to keep an eye and try to understand what happens with them. They are in red, and then the others are in gray here. So I will focus this today on 1.1, 1.2, 1.5, the 10, and this shows that the focus is on mid-band, and perhaps also when it comes to 10, the centimetric ranges. So starting with 7 to 15. This is a decision then to be taken at WRC 23 for an agenda item for studies towards WRC 27. And we think, as I showed in the presentation in the morning regarding the time schedule for IMT 2030, that anything that comes out of WRC 27 on IMT 2030 spectrum will fit very nicely into that schedule in order to make the specifications prepared for such implementations. If you look on the map, we have some positive signs now from RCC. I think actually this is the first time, as long as I have been in this work, that RCC has come out with any ideas around a potential agenda item for IMT. We have support from CITEL and also from ASMG, but the bands are to be decided from them. ATU has not yet decided. And then we have some country support from APT. We had a quite intense discussion, and there are a lot of different proposals. We have, and then I've tried to color here also, I need to mention that the green is for support, and the red is objection, and yellow is potential support. And this is our assessment, this is the Ericsson assessment, and our view on what we, after discussions, bilateral discussions, what we think are going to happen. We have strong objection from CPT, as Alexander just mentioned, but there, as you can see in CPT, there are some countries that are positive for agenda item. Also in APT, we have some objections, and you see one stripe there is China. A little bit difficult to understand their position, but in the input contribution, it was an objection. So if I try to summarize the different frequency bands here from the different regional organizations, and also including GSA, the Global Suppliers Association, and the GSMA, we have this picture. And you can see here that there's suggestions on bands below 7 gigahertz, and there are suggestions for between 7 to 15. The bands below 7, those are already specified by 3GPP. We have specifications done on those ranges, except the band from CITEL, 3.1 to 3.3 gigahertz. That has not yet been specified. And if you see on the 7 to 15, it's quite unclear, but there is support. What it shows is that there is a support for discussing IMT going into the WRC 23, 427. If I missed something. Yes, ASMG is dashed here, as you can see. Is for further discussion or decision, and they are not proposing the entire 7 to 15 gigahertz. I think they might be having meeting at the moment where this is up for discussion. And this is what we have summarized. On top you have the same picture, but below these are official input contributions to the different regional organizations on suggestions, either opposing, maybe support, or a support for IMT studies towards the WRC 27. And the 3.1 here, 3.2 is one candidate that has not been thought of so much, I must say. A little bit of a surprise. We have both go and no-go for the 6 gigahertz. We see 7 to 8.5 is quite several countries that are proposing, but also countries opposing. And the same goes then for continued on 10 gigahertz, which is a little bit of a surprise maybe. And then we have some for then the, it is around 15 gigahertz, right? No, it's 12.75 to 13.25, both pros and cons, and then the 15 gigahertz. So it's regional support and multi-country contributions we expect to see directly to the WRC, and that this deadline is October, end October, 30th October, I think, to get the translation to all the languages. And one other notice we had was that there was no sub-terahertz proposal to be discussed by WRC 27, which is also a bit interesting, perhaps. Yes, Europe is a little bit difficult. Then we have, as I mentioned, there seems to be interest to drive discussions, but it's very difficult to predict any outcome based on these inputs. Then if we look on agenda item 1 or 2, and I will take here the 6 gigahertz band, which is then region 1 for 6425 and 7025, and global on the 100 megahertz above. Here we see CPT, conditional support, as Alexander explained, now only taking into account region 1 here. And the RCC, we see support, and ASMG, but some are opposing in the region. ATU support, but some are opposing here as well. If we look more on the global scale for the 6 gigahertz band, opposing globally, CITEL, but there are 2 countries in region 2 that are supportive, and that's Mexico and Chile. We have support from ATU. There is, as I mentioned, it's the ATU, SMG, RCC, and APT. There was no common position, but there are country support, and we have the upper 100 megahertz as an ACP from almost all regional organizations, except CITEL then. And here we see in the APT region, there are some countries that are and have committed with suggestions to actually input directly to WRC 23, suggestion for country footnotes being outside of region 1. And also some other countries that have showed an interest to do the same. At the moment, I think there are around 8 countries that have submitted officially to APT, at least this wish. So, summarize on the 6 gigahertz band, we have 3 out of 4 sub-regions, but sounds like Europe is also interested. We have momentum. I think there is a momentum towards identification. And there will hopefully be some region 3 countries as well, either at this conference or proposal to continue to study to the next conference on the 6 gigahertz, as we could see on the agenda item 10 picture. We have the ACP, and the methods that decided here was 5C, and for those countries that wish to have a country footnote, it makes sense to use 4C in that case. And we hope we will get technical conditions so that it enables us to make and deploy macro base stations. Then going to the rest, I think Alexander very nicely explained the situation when it comes to the UHF band and potential for additional mobile. Secondary But we also know that there are some countries in Region 1 with a focus on actually identifying the range 614 or lower to 694 for IMT. Also, we know that there are some countries outside of Region 1 that have an interest, perhaps to try to do something, but it depends, of course, of neighboring countries, and it might be difficult. And as Alexander mentioned already, maybe coming back before or during WRC 31. When it comes to the 3.3 to 3.8, we have in Region 2 inter-American proposals supporting IMT. And in Region 1, a little bit complicated with the separation here at the 30th parallel. And there are also African and Arab countries supporting IMT. Probably we will end up with additional country footnotes here. Then the 1.1, this describes those that have identified in green to IMT and are in the exclusion list, 11 countries, and the yellow are identified where PFT limit applies. In total, it's 42 countries, and this is really a discussion between NATO countries. Europe is feeling in the lead here on that versus the other countries that have an identification in this range now. Yeah, it's difficult to predict an outcome here. It's very much on a balance, but the PFD limit do not work for countries with coastal cities. That's very clear. And it needs to be modified quite radically in order to allow for implementation in coastal cities. And maybe we will end up with a principal regulatory discussion about protection of operations in international waters and airspace. It will be a difficult discussion, and it might also lead to, according to the BR Director report, to go also into other frequency bands, not only this one, with the similar implementations of AMS and MMS. Then quickly about 10 gigahertz. There is quite number of countries that support IMT here, but there are also opposition from a number of countries. It is difficulties with the EESS that is global, and if it implies to low base station power that are getting more close to actually very low, then perhaps it's not much of a use for IMT systems. And we want to point out here that this cannot be a substitution for the 6 gigahertz band from our perspective. So it will be difficult for identification and in the entire region too. That will not happen. And the EESS that needs to be protected. Maybe country footnotes. Thank you very much for listening.
Thanks, Hakan. Thanks for sharing the understanding of Ericsson and the views of Ericsson on agenda item, which we discussed on the chapter 1, and also on agenda item 10, sorry, on IMT. The kind of details which you shared is something which is going to help if we keep those details in our hand. I think this is something which is going to help us when we are in WRC, to coordinate with different countries' administrations to understand their view and getting them on in an alignment with this particular view which we probably would want. So thanks for giving that kind of detailed analysis of views and alignment of various countries. So now I'll invite Ms. Nada, Head of Spectrum and Regulatory, Shure Incorporated. You have around 15 to 20 minutes to share your views. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to thank the ITU-APT Foundation of India for organizing this very fruitful event and giving us the platform to share our thoughts and discuss important topics. I'm also very delighted to be back in India and to be part of this distinguished panel. I'm Nada Abdel Hafiz, and currently I am the Head of Spectrum and Regulatory Affairs at Shure for the Middle East and Africa region. So I'll be sharing the updates on WRC 23 Agenda Item 1.5, which is a Region 1 agenda item that was very thoroughly covered by the previous speakers, Dr. Hakan and Mr. Alexander. And also hearing the discussions that we had in the past few days on India's plan to auction the 600 megahertz band, it's quite important to shed some light on the existing users of this band in India, which is the PMSE industry, and highlight the impact of the loss of the band in the upcoming years, and also find a way to be able to work together and support the creative industry. So to give a quick overview, PMSE stands for Program Making and Special Events, in which you can see here it includes several devices. It's an ITU term. And I also want to highlight that we were able to get the term PMSE to be included in the ITU Terms and Definitions database. And that's also want to extend my thanks to Mr. Bhatia and Mr. Jitendra for their support in ITU Working Party 5T to get this item approved. So PMSE includes devices that are wireless microphones, in-ear monitoring systems, talkback systems, and wireless video cameras. So PMSE is quite versatile. It is integrated into different verticals, such as the education, film and industry broadcast, live events, which is the biggest, I think, the heart of the PMSE industry. So all of the content that's being created across different verticals, it's being consumed onto various different platforms, whether it's streaming, online, live, broadcasting. So it's critical to be able to produce content to be later consumed as required by the users. So many of you are definitely aware of the wireless microphone. We have used it throughout our meeting here today and the past few days. And probably we have participants who have been into the University of Chicago. They have probably experienced the mic dropouts that happened during some of the discussions. And that wasn't, again, it's not tolerated usually in big events. So you can imagine when artists are performing in big events or live events, they would use the wireless microphone and the in-ear monitoring devices that would allow them to be able to complete their performance. They will be required to hear back the voice and to get some instructions from the sound engineers or the organizers. So you can see how closely attached the devices are to the human body, and any malfunction in these devices would not be easily tolerated, as the performance would not be able to continue the performance. So saying that and highlighting that challenge that our audio engineers face, the PMSE relies and utilizes for so long the TV UHF band due to its favorable characteristics, and that includes the low body absorption and the favorable propagation. So I was talking to our partner, the audio engineers, and they were explaining how difficult it has become for them to be able to deploy the systems in the recent venues in such that they have large LED screens. And these LED screens create difficulty for the signals to be able to effectively propagate. And not only that, another challenge that they are yet to face is the lack of spectrum. So over the past few decades, the spectrum have been decreasing. The accessible spectrum for PMSE has been decreasing, and we have reached, I believe, is a critical level in the US, where the 600 megahertz band is no longer available. So it has become a difficulty for PMSE industry and users to be able to support large events. So I've also attached a link to an article that explains the situation in the US in large events such as the Super Bowl. So the Super Bowl is considered one of the biggest sports events in the US. And at the moment, PMSE industry still requires to use the 600 megahertz band. And there has been some special coordination with the regulator, with the FCC, and other stakeholders to be able to access the band and support the big sports events. So, saying that, just want to share these two case studies that we have received over the past few days. So the first snapshot here has been taken from the Navaratri celebration in Bhuj in India. So when I saw this scan, just quickly to explain, the thin blue lines here, they represent wireless audio PMSE devices, and they are almost around 200 kilohertz bandwidth per line. So the first question I asked our audio expert who was there during the event, and knowing, of course, the discussion around the 600 megahertz band in India, I asked him, why aren't you using the lower band? So why are you using the 600 megahertz band? I mean, we are at risk of losing this spectrum in the future years. And his response was, and he kindly explained to me, that Bhuj is located near the Pakistani border and that there was an airport nearby. And due to its unique characteristics, the lower band spectrum was occupied by another service. And the whole lower band was blocked. There were jammers in the area, so he couldn't use that spectrum. Similarly, in Toronto, Canada, we were notified very recently that the bands below 540, they are no longer usable for some of our products, although we have all the proper certification approvals, and due to some reallocation of TV stations to the lower band, it is now no longer available for us to use. So you can imagine sometimes the frustration of our consumers. It's like buying a mobile, then the next day it's not working. So I don't think anyone's going to be happy with that. Again, sharing some experiences from other global events, such as the UAE Expo that took place in Dubai, where I am from. So in the UAE, we have one, maybe, or two TV channels, and the entire spectrum is available. It was fully utilized for PMSE applications, as you can see in the scan here. And then also during the Indian Premier League, the full 470 to 694 range was also fully utilized during the opening ceremony. And coming finally to the Paris Olympics, that's expected to be taking place in 2024. The ANFR, along with the Paris Spectrum Olympics Committee, they have released the Spectrum Management Plan document that you can also access with the blue link. So the situation in France is that there is heavy usage of TV in France in general. So the existing spectrum from 470 to 694 would not be sufficient to PMSE users to cover the Paris Olympics. And the committee basically, along with the ANFR, agreed to open 3 more bands in the 1.x gigahertz range to be able to accommodate the expected users. Moreover, they have released the statement that encourages the users to use wired devices. And I'm not really sure that will be very much accepted by the users to cover the sports events there. So we're seeing, or we'll be trying to see how the 1.x gigahertz band will be experienced in the Olympics, the coming Olympics. So I don't want to go too much into this. It was very well covered by the previous speakers. But I would probably want to highlight a couple of points on some of the regions that I was heavily interactive with. So, of course, quickly I'll go over CAPT as covered by the previous speakers. CAPT on agenda item 1.5, which is again a region 1 agenda item. So CAPT is part of region 1, and CAPT supports secondary mobile allocation and with potential upgrade to primary in 2031. On the other hand, ASMG, with a slightly complex situation in where some countries have heavy TV deployments while other countries have 0 TV deployments. So there has been an agreement to have a no change in the lower band while an IMT identification, mobile allocation IMT identification in the 600 megahertz band. Then coming to A2, their position was no change. Similarly, the RCC position is no change. Then going into region 2, CTEL. CTEL's decision was that it's neutral. However, they voted for no change for region 2. And finally, APT in region 3, their position was more or less neutral. So saying all of that and highlighting again the situation in India and their plan to go ahead with the 600 megahertz auction for mobile, I'd like to share some our experience and shed some light on the US PMSE regulations, especially after the 600 megahertz band auction. And as I have previously mentioned, that the PMSE industry still has access to the 600 megahertz band to be able to support large events, and that was done through special coordination with the regulator and the stakeholders through special temporary approvals. So if we have a look at the 2 black boxes, these are the mobile bands, the download, the downlink and the uplink, and then in between this, the squeezed gaps here, there are the 2 duplex gaps. One that's for exclusively for licensed operation, and the other is for unlicensed, but with a lower power limit of only 20 milliwatts. So typically for big events, or let's say VIP events, these bands are not favorable. So no one would risk to utilize these duplex gaps during the big events, due to the worry of having interference or the need of higher power. And then moving on to the brighter side, we have the green bands, the green blocks there. Now, these are typically allowed for wireless mics operation, but with certain conditions, because they might be also given for their TV channels. So the level of TV signal should be lower than minus 84 dBm for wireless mics to be allowed to use it for licensed professionals, basically indoor. And then overall, the licensing in the US, it's license-free. However, the power is 50 milliwatts maximum, especially in the white space channels. And then for the licensed mics, they have a more relaxed power limits of 250 milliwatts. And then finally, you can see the full power TV with the gray blocks, and these are not allowed to be used by the PMSE devices. Oh, sorry. I forgot to mention one very important point on the transition plan that was announced by the FCC for the audio PMSE devices. So the auction first started in 2017. However, the FCC have given a transition period of 39 months to be able to completely cease the wireless operations of wireless microphones in the 600 megahertz band. However, there have been some relaxed regulations around being able to use these devices in areas where there is no INT deployment and that it may not cause interference. And finally, the last point, just to recap what I said previously, the FCC also still allows utilizing the band for PMSC, but under very special authorizations. So to also shed the light on the licensed use in the US. So for typically or in general, the wireless mics are operate on unlicensed basis in the UHF band. However, there's an option that's for licensed use, in which larger corporates or entities with larger number of users, they can have a licensed use if they're operating more than 50 mics, wireless mics, and that is for bigger events like film, broadcast studios, motion pictures, live productions in which more than 50 wireless devices will be used in one event. And then also some additional spectrum that's given to the audio PMSC. In fact, when the when the 600 megahertz band auction took place, 90 megahertz of spectrum was given in the 1.x range band for audio PMSC users to utilize. Finally, to quickly summarize the key points, we want to highlight that PMSE needs continued access to the UHF spectrum, and then also to have special arrangements with the regulator whenever necessary to be able to support big events, and that administrations will need to cooperate to be able to support the production of or the content creation of larger events. And also, we also urge the regulators to consider giving additional spectrum in the 1 to 2 gigahertz range. As I mentioned, we are studying the 1.x range, the 1240 to 1260 megahertz range in the Paris Olympics. And then that would probably help us to compensate for the loss of spectrum in the future. And finally, we urge that the Indian spectrum policy should address the spectrum needs for the audio production industry. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Nada, for sharing complexities and importance of PMSC, which we at times take for granted. And now we understand why agenda item 1.5 is so important for you. So thanks for that. So as we come close to the upper time bound of this session, I want to share with you that for last 4 years, these agenda items were discussed in great details. In India, these will be again discussed in NPC tomorrow, and then we go to WRC over 4 weeks. We will again discuss and try to resolve this. So in remaining time, which is 5 minutes, where I will open the floor for questions, please don't expect any resolution here. So have only 3 questions, and so floor is open for 3 questions. Don't expect any outcome in this session of any of these items. Anyone, please share your affiliation, name and affiliation, and please shoot your questions. 3 questions only. Anyone? Gulabji, please.
No question, then I ask.
Please.
Thanks. It was really insightful, actually. We came to know, we had a broad overview of the important agenda items as to what different regions or countries are thinking about important agenda items. So my question is directed to Alex, like agenda item 1.2, band 4, I think. So band 4, while we don't basically, just I fail to understand like this being a reason 1 agenda item. And when the agenda item was created, SEPT, I don't know what was the SEPT view. Without your agreement, this could not have been done as an agenda item, I think. So normally the man proposes, God disposes. Here you are the proposer and disposer. That seems to be the case here because you are putting 5 number of conditions. And condition number, if I remember correctly, 5 and 3 seem to be like, to me seems to be far-fetched. Like you say in the condition number 5 that you promise to me that you won't propose anything, any new band in the future WRCs. Number 3 says that you must agree to study the coexistence of RLAN, wireless LAN and IMT. So my question is with regard to what is the thinking behind the proposal to study the coexistence of RLAN and IMT. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. One point from the beginning, we believe in global harmonization, and you heard it from Hakan very clearly that we have at risk a further fragmentation in the use of the mobile spectrum. And is this really then the way the global community at ITU would like to go? I think that's the main question you have to ask for yourself. And Europe has the possibility to study elements and technical requirements on a clear basis. So we are doing this sharing environment between Wi-Fi equipment and IMT equipment already in order to define for ourselves the technical conditions under which we may open up the band for both sides. That may require further elements. And that is something which was coming up after the discussions and the situation we had back in 2015 when we were discussing C-band solutions, where Europe was in favor of 3.4 to 3.8, and we have then been backed up for the third time that we can't use the band for mobile. Region 3 was always in a good habit in that way because you have already the primary mobile allocation in the band, so you can implement it very easily. But nevertheless, WRC 15 decided as well, if you have a primary mobile allocation, you can implement everything you want in that band, and you can notify that to the community and to the ITU. Saying that, we do not request that we are doing studies there, but we do request that we take into account and that all the membership be aware that they are using there the primary mobile allocation as it is already stated in the treaty, and therefore if you nationally decide you go only for IMT, it's your national decision. But if you do not necessarily decide on that one, that's also your national decision. It's a question of implementation. It is not that the WRC should take you away this discretion. That's something important. And for the technical conditions for that use, we believe in the work of 5D and 3GPP. And those indications then regarding the harmonization can come from an IMT identification. That's the point. Regarding agenda item 10, and what Hakan pointed out, therefore, we were quite clear on that one. We believe that we should not look for a huge range of studies which are very, very complex. If we start with 7 to 15 or even at the beginning 7 to 24, I guess no one will be able to handle that workload within a 4-year study cycle, in particular not after the experience we just had. So we would like to see clear bands. We see now that there is obviously some kind of majority moving forward to the 15 gigahertz range, at least for studies. Europe has some question marks behind that because of its usage, but we will definitely analyze the situation as Hakan pointed it out, and will then react at the conference during the negotiations.
Thank you. I mean, Region 3 was, if you recall the discussion in WRC 19, it was originally Region 1, Region 3 agenda at the initial discussions in the WRC. But at the later stage, Region 3 dropped out and it remained only a Region 1 agenda. And now that there are some countries in Region 3 still wanting to have mobile allocation in this band, upper band I'm talking about. I mean, IMT identification. What if there were an agenda for the next conference and say Europe doesn't decide or Region 1 decides not to make a decision at this conference? Would it be possible to have a joint agenda for maybe WRC 27 as a possible way forward on this?
As a possible common way forward, yes. That's still a possibility. So we will analyze every single option on that one. And maybe coming back to on the question before, where was the CEPT on that particular position? We were not in favor of studying anything in the 6 gigahertz range. We were then encountered in Region 1 by ATU, which were in favor of addressing the whole 6 gigahertz range from 5925 to 7125. And in the end, we decided that, okay, this could be a possible compromise for further discussion, as some others in Region 1 were asking for 6425 up to 7125. Because we were already aware of the complexity of the possible sharing situations between mobile and fixed in that band, and that we have the primary mobile allocation anyway in the band. And this is now something we should really bear up in mind as well. Discussing then IMT identifications will always go together with conditions. So we are defining more or less our national situation with that one. And we really have to think about what could be a better way of harmonizing the spectrum and use it more properly, and then let people decide which band is then suitable in your country and really satisfy the demand of your people.
Okay. Any last question?
I have a short question for Ms. Nada. With your power, what you were saying, 50 milliwatt, what will be the area of coverage that you are expecting? And another quick question for Jitendra ji, that do you really think that Agenda Item 1.1 impacts India as a country?
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik. So to clarify, our microphones will typically work on 10 milliwatts, but the 50 milliwatts or sometimes 100 milliwatts are usually for in-ear monitors, since in-ear they typically would suffer from maybe more propagation loss, or with the person in general who's moving all the time, so it would need definitely higher power. And you're when you're having in-ear, you are transmitting one signal to almost all of the performance in one time. So this is why you would need higher powers compared to maybe one single stream for the microphone. This is something that, again, it's a little bit regulated differently. As for the coverage, again, it's, if we can imagine like a small theater, let's say, or stadium, it would typically be around, I would say, 70 meters. As we had this discussion with our partners who were there in the Bhuj festival, in the Bhuj area for the Nevararti celebration. And I would want to welcome you, Mr. Patnaik, to our booth. Perhaps we can have detailed discussions on some of the technical questions that you have. Thank you.
Thanks, Nada. And on coming on 1.1, we can discuss offline because of time constraint, but just to respond to that part, initial comment is that we don't have AMS or MS in my view in India, and even if we have, all those services will be protected because they are within the country, within the administration's responsibility. And even coming out in the international water is someone else who is coming in our international waters and is trying to put restrictions on us. And a restriction of -155 is, I think, is huge. So it does not motivate IMT industry enough to go for IMT in that band because of that kind of restrictions. If you see our coastline, we have some major cities Mumbai, Chennai and all those cities, which will get impacted because of this. So maybe it actually impacts us if we have that kind of limit. Thanks for that question, sir. So with this, I would conclude this session, but before that, I would like to thank the panelists, experienced panelists here, who have so much of knowledge to share with us, and the kind of experience which they shared is, I hope that audience made best of it. And in case you have any other questions on of these issues or other issues, we have such a excellent set of guests with us. Please feel free during the break to ask more questions and get more clarity on these complex issues. Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank our distinguished panelists for the session full of enthusiasm and the valuable knowledge. And thank you so much for your precious time, ladies and gentlemen. And I would like to now request Bharat sir to please present a memento of appreciation to Shri MPS Alawa ji. Thank you very much, sir, for joining us today and sharing your insights with us. I'd like to request sir to please present a memento to Ms. Nada Abdul Hafiz. Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation and your viewpoints. I'd like to request our distinguished panelists to kindly pose for a group photograph. Thank you so much. Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have a set of powerful lineup of speakers for our next session on WRC 23 and WRC 27 satellite agendas items. WRC 23 agenda items 1.15 to 1.18, 7 and 10. I request the session chair to kindly join us on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands and welcome Shri M.K. Patnaik, sir, Senior Deputy Wireless Advisor, Department of Telecommunications, Government of India. He has 25 years of experience in spectrum management. Currently, he is co-chair of APG 23 Study Group 4 regarding satellite-related matters and vice-chair of ITU-APT Study Group 3. Shri Patnaik ji is a graduate engineer in electronics and telecommunications engineering and also holds a postgraduate diploma in public policy management. Welcome, sir. Please welcome our esteemed speakers, one after the other, who were there with us fortunately yesterday, and we are very happy to hear from them once again. Please welcome Shri H. Rayappa, sir, Director SATCOM PO, ISRO Headquarter, Government of India. Joining him on stage, Dr. Laura Roberti, Director for Spectrum and Market Access, Telesat from Canada. Welcome, ma'am. We'll be joined virtually by two esteemed speakers. I thank them for connecting with us virtually. Please put your hands together for Mr. Peng Zhao, Vice President, Government Affairs and Policy, OneWeb from UK. Mr. Peng Zhao is an experienced telecom public policy executive, advising governments and the telecom industry on licensing and spectrum policy for both mobile and satellite networks worldwide. With an engineering background and an MS in telecommunication systems from Switzerland, Mr. Zhao also holds an executive MBA from London Business School. Joining us virtually, Mr. Bashir Patel, Senior Regional Advisor, Policy and Regulatory South Asia, Middle East and Africa at Inmarsat UK. He widely recognized as a highly experienced executive in ICT, satellite systems and defense aerospace. He has over 35 years of experience in the high-tech industry, working mainly in the telecom sector, including satellites and defense industries. He's a highly respected figure in the satellite communications industry and is known for his expertise and his commitment to innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome all our speakers, and I hand over the stage to the chair, Shri M.K. Patnaik, sir.
Thank you for the introduction. Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a beautiful afternoon, and the topic on hand is also very timely, very topical. And I would start this discussion with a few questions. The first question is that in India we had these IFMC rules and the IFMC permission that were given around 5 years ago. But still, in most of the domestic routes, we do not have. Our national consumers, our national flyers do not enjoy the benefit of having internet. And so I miss it sometimes when I fly on the domestic routes. I sometimes feel that I should have the same kind of internet experience while flying on the domestic routes as I get when flying on international routes. First thing. Second thing what I want to say is that many people do not know something about ISRO is that apart from the communication thing, they also have a lot of expertise into science subjects, into the subject science disciplines. Many of the issues related to the Space Research Service, Space Operations Service, and then Earth Exploration Satellite Service, they depend on something that the new thing what is coming up is satellite to satellite transmission. And who does and as a country who is facing climatic crisis, we of course need satellite to satellite transmission as a relay to get the data from our NGSO satellites. So these issues are very, very pertinent to the agenda items that are under discussion. And so I am pretty sure that we will be discussing these things and we'll be engaging ourselves into a very fruitful discussion. We have got an eminent panel of speakers. If time permits, we also want to go to some of the agenda items of some of the issues or topics under the agenda item 7, which deals with the satellite filing and notification regulatory issues and the procedural issues. And but then all depends on how our session progresses. So with that, I would first of all request our first speaker of the day, Dr. Laura Robetti, to to take the floor.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much, Mr. Patenek. And thank you to the Foundation for inviting me here, to Bharat, to Arush for the excellent organization. And good afternoon to you all and all the distinguished panelists. I have a few slides today that focus mainly on agenda item 116 and 117. I would, however, start with something that I've already mentioned yesterday, but maybe today there is no, people are slightly, the attendance is slightly different. I don't know if the slides can be shown. But in any case, I can continue talking while they're looking for the presentation. As I mentioned yesterday, after some time, finally Telesat has confirmed this August the go-ahead, the full go-ahead for a new constellation of low Earth orbit satellite. It's not a mega constellation, it's a constellation of around 160 satellites that will come into fruition with the full deployment by 2027. What differentiates, thank you, if we can move, I'll go very quickly, because I think by now we are all a bit tired. So if we can move next slide, please. So what differentiates, I can do it myself, fantastic, this one. Thank you very much. So what we believe differentiates this constellation from other that are already operational or being deployed is that the Telesat Lightspeed is focused rather than on residential consumers, is focused in order to provide services to enterprise. And by enterprise, as I've already mentioned yesterday, I mean, for instance, backhauling for terrestrial mobile operators, or connectivity to provide Wi-Fi in remote, inaccessible locations. But this is, again, this is a conference on spectrum, and this is the spectrum that Telesat Lightspeed is planning to use for the user terminals, the gateways, and the TT&C. So 17.8 to 18.6, 18.8 to 20.2 for the downlink from the satellite to the user terminals, and 27.5 to 29.1 and 29.5 to 30 for the uplink from the user terminals, from the Earth stations to the satellites. And this also justifies Telesat interests in both agenda item 116 and 117. Again, I will not, these I've already mentioned, of course available if anybody is interested for more information. Again, one agenda item 116. So now we are at the end of the study period. So these are now, how can I say, after 4 years of study, of debate, have become very specialized topics. Also in order for this presentation that I think is already boring because very detailed, not to be excessively boring, I will give it for granted that those of you that are interested already know some of the background to these agenda items. So agenda item 116 is about the possible operation of non-geostationary Earth station in motion in portions of the Ka band. So there is nothing new in general about Earth station in motions in Ka band. In Europe, they've been operational since 2013. There have been already 2 conferences, 2015 and 2019, for GSO-ISIM. Non-GSO-ISIM have already been operational in Europe since 2015. And now finally we are coming to the ITU for hopefully developing an harmonized international regulatory framework for this type of user terminals. And why we believe this is important? One, because it really will help to satisfy the demand that already been mentioned before by Mr. Patanaik of ubiquitous connectivity also on the move, and in particular with non-GSO, also with low latency. But also from the point of view of regulator, and possibly more importantly, is to provide an harmonized sharing conditions also with other systems, either satellites or terrestrial, in order to protect them. And it's very important for regulators to have an international framework as a reference in order for them to adopt and implement at national level. So there are 2 methods. Method A is no change. Method B is a footnote that refers to a new resolution. The aspect of sharing with other satellite systems is they are resolved, I believe. So in this presentation, I'll focus only on the outstanding issues. All regions support method B. Method B is also supported by all countries in APT. Iran is a bit of the exception in the sense that they support, they are prepared to support if certain conditions are satisfied. So what are the outstanding issues? One is sharing with terrestrial systems. In the uplink band is not the issue because the ISIM are receiving, non-transmitting, so there is no interference. So that's not an issue at all. The issue is in the transmit band from 27.5 up to 30 gigahertz. Sharing condition had already been developed in 2019 for GSO-ISIM, and we believe that exactly the same sharing conditions and not more restrictive ones should apply also for non-GSO-ISIM. And why? Because the technical and operational characteristics of GSO and non-GSO-ISIM are the same, to the point that manufacturers now are developing terminals that can operate and switch with other GSO or non-GSO. It's exactly the same terminal. So what are the other outstanding issues? There have been long discussions about who should be responsible for interference. There is a general agreement that it should be the notifying administration, but again, endless discussion if it should be only the notifying administration that should not ask help from anybody else, or if other administrations, such as, for instance, the interfered administration, could also help if they so wish. Another issue is a provision that has been included in one of the options in the CPM text that says that implementation of the resolution is conditioned to the provision of a description of the so-called network control and monitoring center, that is basically the intelligence behind the system that manages the entire system, the entire constellation, and the interference management system. This provision, at least to me, is a bit obscure. I don't understand exactly what it means. In general, administrations are of the idea that is not necessary because once agreement will be found at the conference, this should disappear. But this is still one of the outstanding issues. There is an Annex 3 that contains a series of technical capabilities that we are of the view that are not appropriate for a resolution. There is really no precedent of this list of technical capabilities that are typically included in a technical standard. In fact, many are a repetition of the same capability in the ETSI standard. But again, administrations have a different view. What we believe is the most important outstanding point is a proposal that was originally made by Egypt, but then it's been adopted by ATU and the Arab group, the ASMG. And the proposal is for the ITU to publish a list of the countries that authorize a specific system. And the idea behind the proposal from Egypt was that this should help in the case of interference. We are of a different opinion. First of all, because again, there is all these concerns about interference to terrestrial systems from non-GSOism, and we don't understand exactly why, because as I mentioned, GSOism have been around for a long time without causing apparently any particular problem to terrestrial systems. But even in the case that interference would occur, we believe that this list would not help, because if a country receives an interference from a terminal in a neighboring country, how can you be sure that is a non-GSO ISIM? It could be a GSO ISIM for which there would be no list. And if you know already that is a non-GSO ISIM, it's because you've already identified it, and so you already know where the source of interference is coming from, and you do not need the list to identify it. And again, there are other reasons, but overall, in addition to this provision not being useful, we also believe that it's counterproductive. One, because it also creates a discrimination, because non-GSOism would be discriminated with respect to GSOism, because clearly such a list would have also commercial implications. And then it would create also a burden to whoever will provide the information, because as you know very well, and India I think is an excellent example, and also a typical example, it's not so easy to say it's authorized. What does authorized mean? There are so many levels of authorization. There is the spectrum license, there is a service provision license, there is the authorization for the space segment in some countries, the so-called landing rights, there is the type approval. Service provision license can be assigned to different providers. So who is to say this is authorized? It's only the authorizing administration that can do that. But in the discussion, they do not want to assign any duty to the authorizing administration. So all of this is creating, in our view, additional and unnecessary complications and confusions. Anyway, having said this is again a summary. All regions support method B. But I don't think it's needed for me to go through this table. It's available. I'm sure the presentations will be available for who is interested. In terms of publication of the list of countries, as I mentioned, is supported by ASMG, ATU. APG has taken no position for the time being at the last APG meeting. CEPT and CETL oppose it. RCC, I haven't found the information, so I cannot say for sure. I will not repeat the same things. I move on to shorten the presentation. So moving on to agenda item 117. This has also been mentioned by Mr. Patnaik before. This is about inter-satellite links, but non-optical ones. These would be also in microwave frequencies. Originally, there was both KU and KA, but then KU has been eliminated. All regions agreed to eliminate 11.7 to 12.7 gigahertz. So why was this agenda item being proposed? It was mostly in relation to scientific satellites, also meteorological satellites that have been mentioned before, that circle the Earth at a low elevation, typically below 900 kilometers, and they are in view of their gateway station only for I don't know the exact numbers, but only for a few minutes of their orbit. And now that with sensors that are more and more powerful, these sensors accumulate lots of data that they're not capable to transmit to the gateway station because they see it only for a period of time that is too short. So the idea of introducing these inter-satellite links was to allow the possibility to these scientific satellites to download the data by linking with the satellite at higher altitude that then in turn can transmit down to Earth. And so there will be a user space station at low altitude and a service provider space station at higher altitude. And the service provider can be potentially GSO or non-GSO. So this is the framework of the agenda item. Two methods also on this agenda item. Method A, no change. Method B, a number of regulatory solutions, conditions that address a variety of issues. This was, in principle, a very complex agenda item, but work progressed very well and is now, there are still options, but the framework is very clear. So first of all, they needed to decide the service type of allocation, ISS or FSS, the concept of operation, and I'll explain after what it means, and then typically sharing conditions with other systems. That can be terrestrial systems, Earth exploration satellite systems, non-GSO systems, and other GSO systems operating in the same frequency bands. So type of allocation, FSS versus ISS. Basically, everybody now agrees on ISS. What is not agreed upon is if the applications, if these inter-satellite links should be limited to certain applications. And there is now a note in the CPM text that refers only to scientific, medical, anyway, it's in the slide. As a Telesat, we support these limitations because we believe it reflects the original spirit of this agenda item, that again was to provide this option for scientific satellite, not so much for commercial applications. Then there is the concept of operation that is where, again, I will not go into all the details, but most administrations support the within the cone concept, which basically means that the user space station should be in the cone of visibility of the Earth as seen from the service provider space station. And also this is also what Telesat supports. In terms of protection of terrestrial services, there are 4 options in the CPM text. As a Telesat, we support option 1, which is basically a PFT mask to be added to Article 21 of the radio regulation, basically with the same value that are in the nearby frequency bands. There are other options. An alternative option could be option 3, which is basically the same limits that are applicable to GSOism in resolution 169, but for altitudes above 3 kilometers. Anyway, these are lots of details, but for who is interested, they are all in the slides. In terms of protection of non-GSO space stations, again, there are still options open. It is necessary we believe it is necessary to impose limits to the transmission of the user space station in order to protect other non-GSO. And this is also in order to avoid the possible permanent damage to the hardware of the non-GSO. So that there are two types of limits that are being proposed. One is in the form of EIRP spectral density, and I've put in bold font the values that Telesat believes are more appropriate, and one is also already been agreed in the ACP, in the Asia Pacific Common Proposal. The other -28 in the ACP, there is still -28 or -30. As Telesat, we believe that -28 is a reasonable compromise. The final, there are also possible additional limits in terms also of a non-transmission zone for the users, when the user space station is between 900 and either 1290 or 1350 kilometers. As a Telesat, we support 1350. So in other words, we support a range of altitudes where there should not be the possibility for a user space station to use these intersatellite links. And this is again in order to protect other non-GSO, and in any case, most of the envisioned users, the scientific satellites, should use altitudes below 900 kilometers. So this is the rationale behind this. Finally, last slide, thank you for bearing with me. Protection of other non-GSO GSO systems operating in the same band. There are still also two options available also for this. One is that the user space station should basically behave like an eSIM. In other words, it should operate within the envelope of the typical Earth station of the service provider system. So it would be like an eSIM of the satellite system with a higher altitude. Option 2 introduces additional limits. So in the case of transmission to non-GSO, in addition to compliance with the EPFT limits in Article 22, they are also proposing an additional single-entry PFD limit at the GSO arc, and two values have been put on the table. One of -163 and the other one is -165 dBW per square meter in 40 kilohertz of bandwidth. As Telesat, we believe that the less stringent limit, -163, is sufficient because, again, this is an additional limit in addition to the already existing EPFD limits. And with this, okay, this is again the summary across regions that I leave for the interest or whoever wishes to have more details. And again, I'm sure the presentation will be available, followed by the conclusion, but bearing in mind that it's the last session and I think we're all a bit tired, I would stop here, and I wish to thank you very much for the attention. Thank you.
Merci, Dr. Lera. So, can I ask the audience to pose two quite quick questions if they have? Okay, please.
Thank you, Dr. Dora, for an excellent presentation. I have two very short questions for you. One is on agenda item 1.16 and 1.17. Now, one of the ways of satisfying this agenda item is like you have some added requirements for the NCMC. Now, since you being an operator, and you'll also be required to comply if the resolution comes through, what changes would be required in the NCMC to satisfy this item?
Thank you for a very good question. The answer is very simple, none, in the sense that not only our system, but in general, this non-geostationary system already come with an NCMC. And the satellites, first of all, have onboard processing that makes, I'm now talking about the Telesat Lightspeed system, and this onboard processing allows, for instance, beam reshaping, beam repointing in an entirely flexible manner. It allows a flexible assignment of any portion of spectrum to any beams, and it also allows for power control in the case of power limit applicable to a certain country, and also adaptation of the link to the meteorological conditions. So these systems, because of the complexity, are very intelligent systems that are also, and this intelligent design allows to comply with any applicable regulatory condition. However, so the issue is not if we can comply or not, if we need to modify the NCMC. The issue is that the regulatory conditions to be complied with should be reasonable ones in order for the system to perform to a decent level for the benefit of the customer at the end of the day. I hope I replied to your question.
Yeah, thank you. I have another one. It's on agenda item 1.17. As I see, the light speed uses the Earth to space frequency of 27.5 to 29.1 and 29.5 to 30 gigahertz. Now, there are two contradicting views on the exclusion zone. Some say it's like it should be 900, between 900 and 1350 as per ACP. And the opposing way say that there is no need to change. So, being, representing Telesat, what's your opinion on that?
Thank you. No, as I try to explain, as Telesat, we support the non-transmission zone, but in general to reflect also other views. For the time being, the only region that also supports it is CETEL. Europe does not support it. Rather than a non-transmission zone, there are tighter limits to be complied with for the first 10 years. And I think there is also a conceptual idea behind this in Europe, that in general the radio regulation should not forbid the transmission entirely, but impose limits for sharing. Also, if I remember correctly, also ITU and ASMG also do not actually support this non-transmission zone, and we interpret this as wishing to keep options open also for different types of services, maybe different from the purely scientific one for which originally this agenda item was intended to. So I hope with this that I've given you a general overview of the different views on this aspect, on this option for this agenda item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gulati. Thank you for the question. So our next speaker would be Mr. Ping Zhao, who is the Vice President of Government Affairs and Policy of OneWeb in UK, and he is joining us virtually. So before inviting him, let me check whether he is connected. Mr. Zhao, are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Okay. Ni hao.
Ni hao.
Okay. So you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patnaik, and thanks again for the AFI to provide this opportunity. I really wished I was in Delhi with all of you. I enjoyed all my trip to Delhi in the past occasion, but this time was not possible for me to join. So really appreciate the opportunity to still speak with you virtually. I have a few presentations, so I'm not sure whether the organizer will share my screen or should I share myself? Okay, let me try to share myself.
Ms. Arusi, are you going to share the screen? Yes. Your presentation is on the screen, please.
Okay, good. All right, so as an introducer, I'm representing OneWeb. I think most of the people in the room already know really well OneWeb. I just want to give you a few short updates on where we are today. So as you know, we are a low Earth orbit constellation providing broadband style data speeds everywhere. We are very proud to be the very first LEO constellation to complete our space segment deployments. As of today, we have 634 satellites deployed. That's all that the satellite we need for to provide 24/7 coverage across the globe. Right now, we're working on the ground segment deployments. So we already have 23 operational gateways worldwide, and we're working on 20 more to bring them operational, to bring the coverage. So including 2 of them are located in India. Our commercial service already started in northern part of the globe. Recently, we also introduced the southern part of the globe, so Australia and New Zealand has been ignited, and we expect a full coverage by end of 2023. So as I said, once we have the ground segment working, then everything should be up and running. Recent updates, end of last month, we merged with a Eutelsat to become the Eutelsat group, and that allows us to to combine, and we are the first combined LEO and GEO operators that can bring a combined multi-orbit connectivity, satellite connectivity to our customers. Our shareholders are still the same. They are just owning kind of a part of a bigger pie, basically. So that includes, of course, Bharti Enterprise. So the topics I want to touch briefly upon today is mainly agenda item 7 and agenda item 10 satellite topics. So agenda item 7, topic A, about orbital tolerances. I think I already presented in the previous edition about our position, but just a quick summary of where we are. It's like the scope of this is really to develop the kind of orbital tolerances and to see what should be the kind of differences between what is notified and what is deployed orbital characteristics. That allows us to say, okay, in some case, when you try to bring into use LEO satellites using MEO satellite firing using a LEO satellite, that's probably not possible. But what will be the kind of the difference that could be allowed? From our perspective, as a kind of LEO system, we have to take into account the kind of safety operation of our fleet. As I explained previously, if you remember, we operate in a kind of 12 planes of satellites. So all those 12 planes have to cross each other at North Pole. And that is quite important that we put some kind of safety distances between each of the planes. So if you imagine 12 planes times 4 or 5 kilometers of difference between each plane, then that gives us at least like 70 kilometers of tolerance that we need as of today. And in the future, as we're bringing in our generation 2, we will need a bit more safety distance as well and more planes. So that's why we are advocating for a larger kind of tolerances, and especially taking into account that when we were fighting for that 7 or 8 years ago at ITU, there were no really limitation at all on this. So all we try to do is to protect our existing system and allow enough flexibility for future developments. So from that perspective, a quite restrictive attitude deviation, that can prevent, our operation and will introduce a lot of penalty for OneWeb. So that's why, we support these kind of tolerances. We have been following the India position developments, and we agree with the kind of the formula-based approach for the tolerance. I think the 6% is good. However, that's really the strict minimum that we can really go under, because if you do the 5%, for example, or lower, that's something that we just really cannot operate anymore as a constellation. So I really hope that India position remain unchanged, and even with some added flexibility if possible. Let me move to the topic B. Topic B is about the post-milestone procedure. So as some of you know, the resolution 35 started in place, was implemented during the WRC 19, and all the systems have to abide by that. But in fact, the first milestone, the first operator to reach the last milestone will not be before February 2028. And this topic is really about defining what will happen after that, right? So from our perspective, it's like, as I mentioned, we are one of the first, we are the first large LEO constellation to finalize our space segment, and we are planning for the generation 2 deployment. However, right now we don't have a clear idea or clear plan of how many of our generation 1 and will need to be replenished, need to be replaced, how many of generation 2 satellites will be there, and especially how many Gen 1 and Gen 2 will have to coexist, and for how long, And if we, as the first operator to finalize our space segment, does not have a clear idea at this point of time, I doubt any other constellation, especially the proponent of a quick decision at the WRC 23. No one really can really know much about this decision. So, from our perspective, we believe that the decision to defer that particular decision to WRC 27 is a correct one, and we fully align with the India position on this. There's lot of time, so between WRC 23 and WRC 27, we will have much more experience and much more kind of planning, not only by OneWeb, by ourselves, but also, you have other satellite operators, typically as Laura mentioned, Telesat is coming up, other constellations are coming up as well. And all of us will have a combined more kind of experience and more planning on what to do exactly after this 100% milestone. So I think WRC 27 is the right timing to make such kind of a decision, not WRC 23. So the current PACP has a rush to make that decision at WRC 23, but as you can see, there's 5 options still on the table. There's no real kind of decision on the threshold and option, just because I don't think anyone has a clear idea. So we definitely support India, and in fact, CTEL has also this kind of common proposal for no change. If I move to topic J now, so topic J is about aggregate interference between the different constellations and how their effect will affect the aggregate ITU-APT, how the effect will affect the GSO. As a NGSO operator, we certainly recognize that's something that needs to be studied. It is something that is important for us to protect our GSO friend, especially as I mentioned, since our combination with the Eutelsat, we have, as a Eutelsat group, we have strong interest from the GSO side as well. So, however, the difficulty on that remains that there's no real definition of the methodology, right? The methodology of how to calculate the aggregate interference between the various NGSO customer, NGSO operators, and also there's no methodology to say, if that aggregate level is exceeded to the level of GSO protection, what should happen? Who should back off how much amount of their interference? And so those methodology is really important for the definition and to set up the goal and objective of this kind of aggregate interference. And it's really important for the operation as well, of course, of how those things will work. So from that perspective, I think we have some of the general principle is that interference, we need a minimum number of the kind of operational satellites to be considered operational. There's no real reason to include non-operational one, because we are looking at what is the real aggregate interference into the GSOs. So there's no reason to include all the kind of filings that has not been operational yet. We can include them in the the next iteration of each of the calculation, right? And this kind of methodology should be defined prealably so that we know exactly what are the what are the kind of the goal of each of the consultation meeting, because it's a waste of time and resource for everybody if you go into those consultation meetings without a properly defined goal and methodology, right? So in general, I mean, OneWeb, we still support method J5, which is called for additional kind of studies on how exactly to address those issues. And I believe there's many other countries that are going for J5 as well. On APT level, there's no PACP on this topic. So I think India could definitely lead a multi-country proposal into the WRC 23 for that purpose. So let me move to the agenda item 10. I have two topics I want to cover very quickly. The first one is the band 51.4 to 52.4 for NGSO FSS Earth stations. This particular band, in fact, is already allocated to FSS, and at the last WRC 19, it was defined for the GSO gateway usage. But at the same time, the ITUR had a report on S2461 that defined the kind of both GSO and NGSO's requirement for the gateway, and in fact, that at WRC 19, since that is only being allowed for GSO, we want to address that issue for NGSO as well, right? So it's a fairly straightforward agenda item. However, there's no PACP on that particular agenda item 10 topic. However, all the other regions have a common proposal for this. So I think it's quite important that countries from this region manifest their interest in that, because otherwise what will happen is that this agenda item will be definitely be defined for the other region, but region 3 will be put aside, and therefore there's lack of kind of uplink capacity in NGSO gateway in this region. So I think it's very important for countries in APT to address this. So multi-country proposal again will be important from administration from region 3 to submit to the conference directly. And the final one is about the 1375 to 14 gigahertz. This is again, it should not be that controversial because it's already allocated for FSS for both GSO and NGSO usage. The issue with that from operation perspective is that WRC 92, WAP 92 has defined a very stringent operation limit, including the kind of the antenna size, antenna diameters of minimum of 4.5 meters for NGSO. As you can imagine, 4.5 meters is not something that we can implement in our user terminals. However, we believe that this kind of that footnote was defined over 20 years ago, and a lot of things has evolved, especially, for example, our NGSO constellation as we understand today didn't even exist back then. And the incumbent service probably evolved as well. So what we want to do is to look at these footnotes and study again the kind of the different condition and refresh the kind of a technical limitation, and with a view to be able to implement that in our kind of user terminal in the future. This band, as some of you know, is adjacent to what we are operating today on the 14 to 14.5 on the uplink. But 14 to 14.5 is only 500 megahertz of uplink. Adding this 250 megahertz will straight away increase by our uplink capacity for our user terminal by 50%. So it's really important for us to be able to use that. So therefore, again, we encourage countries to look at it. Right now, there's two common proposals from the two regions on the tables, both from CTEL and R2. At the last APG, there were kind of there were PACP that was developed, but however, PACP was only for WRC 2031, so in 8 years' time. Our view again is that if we don't do that in WRC 27, and that it will be established only for Vision 1 and Vision 2, then again Vision 3 will lose out, and consumer and kind of in India and the rest of APAC will be limited by by our kind of uplink capacity. So I think again since there are two original proposals, we believe that multi-country proposal to push it from Vision 3 for the WRC 27 as well will be really important. So that summarizes a bit our position on those two agenda items, 7 and 10, and happy to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
So if there are a few questions, we can take them right away. Any question? Okay, I think I will be asking you a question, very simple one, that too.
Yeah.
The question is that you mentioned about the importance of having 51.4 to 52.4. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, that this frequency is necessary for the feeder link for a MSS, if that's right. Otherwise also, please clarify or please enlighten us that how this frequency band for NGSO operation will be beneficial for the NGSO operators.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, we have two gateways in India, and those gateways is sufficient for generation 1 kind of capacity that can address all of the capacity. However, we are planning for the generation 2, which we want to bring much more capacity to the continent, to the Indian subcontinent, because those gateways doesn't only serve Indian market, but also the neighboring country as well. So we believe that over the next 5 to 7 years, we will require much more capacity for user terminal side, but also much more capacity on the gateway side. So the best way to add that is add that capacity to add spectrum frequencies that we can use for NGSO gateways. And again, as you mentioned, these frequencies already allowed for GSOs for both MSS and FSS. However, it's not right now in the radio regulation not allowed for NGSO, and we don't really see the reason why not. We can safely coexist with all the kind of GSO gateways, or given some kind of distance separation. However, this spectrum will bring much more kind of a capacity that we can use for the consumers.
Thank you, Mr. Zhao. It's always such a delight to always hear you speak clearly and with such clarity on several complex things. And on Resolution 35, which was adopted in WRC 35, in fact created two issues, and you spoke nicely how these two issues have been addressed under the new agenda, under the agenda item 7. We thank you for your opinion, and we kind of also happy to know that your views are delighted with some of our India's position, and we are looking forward to working forward with you during WRC 23. So with that, can I... Okay, I'm sorry, I have a question for you, Peng, please hang on. And then Mr. Garg will be asking a question. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Zhao, for the nice presentation. I heard, hope I'm correct, I heard it correctly, you saying that the large orbital tolerance will help the flexibility for operator, as well as it will allow sharing with the other satellite operators, the same orbit. I hope I heard it correctly, please confirm. And
yes.
If yes, can you kindly elaborate how the sharing of the same orbit amongst different operators will be possible or will be better with a larger flexibility, of course, because it is going to create another sort of a challenge or scarcity for the orbits if we allow larger tolerances as such. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for that question, and it's excellent question, and that's something that we have debated a lot, and sometimes it can seem counterintuitive. What I'm saying is that larger tolerances will allow more flexibility and more kind of operator to coexist. I'll give you an example, to illustrate that. So let's say take into consideration a road. If you have a very narrow road and you have a fleet of 1,000 cars, right, and you run this road, then it's quite difficult for other cars to join in that particular road. If you have a much larger road and you have like, I don't know, you have the same size of the fleet, then it's quite easy for the cars to avoid each other. And just like, for example, in the highway, for example, even if you have just three or four lanes, that's much more than one lane. Right, so it's very easy for for different speeds, different kind of cars to coexist in the same place. So that's what we're thinking. If we have large enough tolerances, then it's quite easy to avoid other kind of satellite operators, other constellation, and of course there will be coordination required, right? So, but right now at the ITU, there's nothing preventing another operator or another country to fly at exactly the same altitude as we do, right? So as I understand, right now there's 3 or 4 satellite operators that has exactly the same kind of altitude as us. The way we can coexist with them once they come into operation is to coordinate, with them, and ask them to go a bit lower, we go a bit higher, or vice versa, depending which satellite, depending which plane, depending which thing. If all of us, we're using only a very narrow, 10, 20 kilometers of tolerances, there's no room for us to avoid other operators. So it's very difficult to coexist, even if we coordinate to say, okay, if we have like 3 different operator fly at the same altitude, they will say, okay, you go higher, we go lower, but by how much? And no one really want to do that, because they know that if we go much higher, then we'll be outside of our tolerances, and then we have to deal with ITU filings and modification, etc. So it's much more difficult to coexist in a scenario where the tolerance is very narrow. So that's my answer. Hopefully that answers your question. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. And as you yourself mentioned, it will pose different coordination issues as such. I think this requires a larger discussion offline as such. Thank you.
Thank you once again, Mr. Zhao, for bringing clarity on a question, and thank you, sir, for asking a question. Your questions cannot be easy. But if I remember the text under agenda, under the topic J also, this point has been briefly touched, where I think different, one big constellation can be broken into a number of segments and then can be filed through different administration. And in that case, this operator will be able to perhaps use different filings for the same orbital parameters to have different satellites. But then having, because this is a question of trigonometry, I try to read something and understand something. But having scored a average mark of 40 in trigonometry during school days, I didn't venture much into that. So I think my next speaker would be Mr. Vashir Patel, and who is joining us from UK in the virtual mode, and he is the Senior Regional Advisor, Policy and Regulatory, South Asia, Middle East and Africa. So, Mr. Patel, are you connected?
I am. Thank you very much, Mr. Patanaika.
Good afternoon.
And
are you ready?
Yeah, I will share my slides and go through them fairly quickly.
Please go. Please go ahead, Mr.
Yeah.
Patel. Yes, please.
Can you see my slides okay?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you very much. First and foremost, let me thank the ITU-APT Foundation of India for their kind invitation and for timely hosting this event. I think very important to get a global perspective of where things are on the various agenda items that we're about to address in another 3 or 4 weeks' time at the World Radio Conference. I know we have quite a few agenda items, and of course, agenda item 7 had a number of topics. So I have no intention of going through all of this, but very briefly, before I begin, let me just give you, there are some slides which are common to the Global Satellite Operators Association in terms of their position and views collectively as a satellite industry. And then there are a few slides which are very specific to satellites globally, providing mobility and fixed services to both land, sea, and air operations globally, and so on. We have 14 plus satellites. So with that introduction, just a little bit about EUMETSAT and satellite. What I wanted to show you, really share with you a couple of slides, which is really about the satellite industry, the pros of satellite communication. I think many of the people there will see in terms of the kind of the growth that is taking place with the use of satellite technology around the world, and particularly also wherever they happen to be in every corner of the country and so on. So we do see tremendous growth potential in the Indian subcontinent with the use of satellite, various satellite systems and services that are going to be available. And of course, there is a socio-economic impact of satellites, particularly in economies such as India, with 1.3 billion people, where broadband can literally should be able to be delivered to various households for various applications like education, healthcare, emergency, and so on. Media broadcasting is becoming very important, and of course, broadband on the move, such as what both Viasat and EUMETSAT provides today in terms of mobility for airlines, ships and vessels, and also on land for trains and so on. So this is quite important, and it's a growing industry, and we certainly see a tremendous opportunity and prospects in India and the Indian subcontinent. Moving on to the agenda item, and 1.17, very briefly touching on that, because I think my colleagues, both Laura and Peng, has covered quite a bit. And Laura's really gone through 1.17 in much more detail. I just wanted to give you a very quick overview of where we see things, particularly in terms of the various issues. There are two methods, as Laura pointed out, method A and method B, conditions for the intersatellite link. And method B has various alternatives, which you can see below on the slide there, where the key issues are highlighted in terms of type of allocation, concept of operation for NGSO to GSO links within the cone or extended cone. We personally, we feel fixed satellite services, satellite to satellite is the way forward there. We don't have any particular preference within the cone. We support that, whichever way. Types of services, again, any types of service should be allowed. We're not really strong on whether it's coordination and hard limits. That is fine as far as the way we want to go forward. Protection of NGSO from NGSO and GSO links, again, there are some values which I think hard limits in the range of minus 17.5 to minus 15. We certainly support looking at minus 15 dB watt hertz and or larger. for example, 14 megahertz reference bandwidth and so on. There is protection for iridium, which wasn't mentioned. Again, they have very stringent hard limits, PFD limits in the uplink and in the downlink, and coordination in the downlink. Again, we see these limits being unnecessarily stringent, and I think we should be trying to make them much more reasonable on that one. Protection of GSO operations within the envelope of SS network, again, no hard limit. I think we're in a line with that, with our other colleagues, other operators on that one, and clearly also on the protection of terrestrial service. So these are various sort of key issues that have to be addressed under this particular agenda item, and there are various alternatives and options. And I think going towards the radio conference, I'm pretty confident that we'll converge to some sensible kind of assumptions which satisfies all the various parties involved and so on. Moving on to the next one, agenda item 7, topic A. Again, Peng has covered that reasonably well. We certainly like to see the size of tolerances, bearing in mind that the key issues are really here is what should be the tolerances, what services are banned should the tolerance apply to, what orbits the tolerance should apply to. What about highly elliptical orbits or high orbits? Should they be excluded, included, and so on? So there are some issue questions that we have to address. But clearly, I think tolerance is specified in resolution, allowing some temporary variation, non-compliant space station discounted, and so on. We certainly look at option A2, method A2 rather, option A1 and 2 as a possibility of way forward, and so on. But I'm sure, again, regional positions are very much varies. But I think we can converge towards, at the conference, agreeing on the size of tolerances, and of course addressing some of the issues that I've just listed here, and so on. Agenda item topic J again. Topic J again has various methods, J1 all the way to J5. J2, option 1, which is supported by Canada there, which is to hold regular consultation meeting once a methodology for calculating the aggregate EPFD limit is available. We're more or less aligned with that, but I think what is also important is to include the terms of reference of the consultation meeting. So that is where J3 comes in, option 2, where it's similar to J2, option 1, but we need to include, to make sure that there is terms of reference for consultation and so on. There are various other options there, J2 supported by China, J3 by France, and so on. Very much some variations between them, and again, I see the importance and the need for converging on this in terms of satisfying concerns of everybody here on that one. So that's agenda item 7, topic J. Very quickly on agenda item 10, there are a number of agendas, key agenda items which for consideration. What I just wanted to flag on, and I think we've already addressed it to a large extent, is the consideration of IMT in 7 to 15. Here, where I feel basically that the 7 to 15 gigahertz band is under consideration. There are, as you can see, from 8.5 to probably 10.5, and from 14.5 to about 15, 16. A possibility of usage there. There are some gaps. But I think what is important here is the 7 to 15 is still shared among various services, very congested. And again, there isn't any large continuous bands that are available. Bear in mind, over the last several conferences, quite a large amount of spectrum is being assigned to IMT. And there's also refarming of the lower bands of 800, 900, 1200, so on, which are being used for second generation, third generation services and so on, 2G and 3G. Their refarming is another possibility to use, and we need to bear that in mind. So again, when we're looking at band for future requirement for 6G and beyond, 2030 and beyond, then really we need to take into consideration what is already available in terms of spectrum and what is being refarmed, and also where there are gaps and things. So again, you know, 5 was allocated at the WRC 19, and again, that is mostly unused today. So there is a fair bit of spectrum already there, and that could be utilized and properly managed without having to go for new. So this is something that is under, and no doubt there will be quite a bit of debate on which specific bands and why and so on during the next conference in 4 weeks' time. Moving very quickly on to 2 particular agenda items which are not addressed or discussed in the CPM. One is that of the Article Radio Regulation, Article 21.5, which is the implementation of limits for the active antenna systems. To us, that is quite important. Clearly, the likelihood of the interference to the space satellite receivers by IMT active antenna systems that would be deployed by the various mobile operators as part of the base stations and so on. So again here, the bands to be addressed, 26, 28 gigahertz. CPT is suggesting that all FS and MS bands. This is our position from a GSO perspective. Methods should be total radiated power. Again, that is supported by CPT and a lot of countries in APT, by the way, other than, I think there was only one country that didn't had the problem with that, was Korea. But I think, again, China and a lot of other countries support using the method of total radiated power here and so on. Bandwidth adjustment factor, again, we looked at that and what level of bandwidth should be considered 200 megahertz and so on. So there are fundamental questions that has to be addressed, and there are inputs in there on this particular aspect. There will be a multi-country proposal going in to the conference on this particular aspect, certainly along the lines of the majority of the countries that are supporting it in terms of use of total radiated power with a reference bandwidth and so on. The last point here, just very quickly, again, is there are some, this was something that was discussed at the APG 6 meeting in Brisbane in terms of the relaxation of NGSO EPFD limits, Article 22. Again, we have some concerns on that because clearly we have today over 600 odd satellites that are deployed under the auspices of Article 22 in terms of protection with the limits that are already given in the Article 22. These limits, were established, ensure the coexistence between GSO, geostationary satellites and non-geostationary satellites, particularly in KU and KA bands, and so on. Although they were, established and adopted there was a lot of work behind it in the year 2000, since 2000, and there are, as I say, there are some proposal emerging that might seek to have a new agenda item to review these limits and to potentially replace them and so on with relaxed protection measures. Now, this is where we do have some concern because to us, the article provides very adequate protection for KU and KA today. Exceeding permitted levels of short-term NGSO interference are a particular concern because of the disruptive impact of this interference on the GSO services and so on. It's a proven framework, as I mentioned already. Current regulations have enabled this effective sharing already that's happening today with both NGSO and GSO satellites. So these mega constellation is the one that obviously has a concern on this. But all the other satellite operators, NGSO operators, so far who are boldly implemented and launched satellites are fine with the kind of conditions that we have today within the remit of Article 22. Work is already happening within the Working Party 4A, as many of you know. A lot of studies are being done, work's being done to improve the modeling. I've been involved in that quite a bit. So really, the work is there already, and I don't see the need for any new agenda item here. So relaxation is unwarranted as far as our position is concerned and should not be tabled as a new agenda item. And therefore, we certainly welcome the support of Indian administration here on this particular matter, which would also impact clearly ISRO satellites and constellations and so on. I think with that, I think we have a number of position papers, position input documents. This is the code we have. You can go to the Global Satellite Operators Association website to download the position of the satellite industry on all the different agenda items, which is there in detail as a one-page, double-sided one-page kind of information pack that you can access and so on. With that, I conclude, Mr. Patanaika. Thank you all very much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. And that were a lot of topics, in fact, I must say. And thank you for bringing an overview of so many topics in about 15 to 20 minutes. Incredible. So I would open the floor if there is any question. And I would again say that let us ask question only limited to the satellite related agenda items, and let us not ask question on 21.5 because you can take it up one-on-one. That is my request, but then it's a mutual agreement. I'm not looking at a general kind of an agreement. So that's my view that although Mr. Patel has tossed upon that 21.5, Mr. Alava wanted to ask a question, but please ask him directly. Ask him directly. Okay, I'll give you 1 minute to frame the question and 1 minute for the answer, not more than that.
Hello. Thank you very much for giving the floor for asking the question on 21.5. It is just a clarification, not a question. He has mentioned that 10 dBW and the reference bandwidth they have taken as a 200 megahertz. My question is whether it applied to single transmitter of active antenna system or all the transmitter of active antenna system. Thank you.
I think it's very clear that we're talking of the reference bandwidth is in reference to total radiated power. And summation, the total radiated power is the summation of all the antenna. So each element, if you take each element of the antenna and you aggregate that, that would be the total radiated power coming out from the antenna as a whole.
Thank you for answering the question. And further question you can also ask him on this thing. If you have further doubts, I hope you have. And so our next speaker of the session is Mr. H. Rayappa, and he is Director of SATCOM PO and ISRO of Government of India. Mr. Rayappa, this floor is yours.
Thank you, Shri Patnaik, Dr. Laura, Mr. Peng Zhao, and Mr. Bashir Patel. It's a privilege to be the last speaker of the session and last speaker of the season as well. So all my fellow panelists have elaborated on all the agenda items and brought out the concerns and the views and all those things. I have a very little to say in these things. I'll not repeat what has been already told. So with respect to agenda 1.15, that is permitting eSIMs in the frequency band 12.75 to 13.25 gigahertz. It is the band which is as per the Appendix 30B, and in India we are using multiple satellites, particularly for the high throughput satellite capacities, namely GSAT 19, GSAT 11, and also some more satellites are also planned in this band. We also have GSAT 7A, GSAT 9, we prominently use this band for the communication over India. Permitting eSIMs in this band, initially we had inhibitions saying that it might pose some challenges in a smooth operations of the existing services. But with a lot of deliberations at the APG level, I think we are now considering to support the method B, wherein ensuring the regulatory provisions to protect the extant services and also having the monitoring methodologies, particularly with strengthening NCMC and all those things. Of course, we have still some clarifications are needed on how the NCMC will work in really mitigating any interference reported from a eSIM, whether a Aero eSIM or a maritime eSIM. Real time, so that is the thing, the clarity is required, but looking at the regulatory provisions to ensure the protection of this, we are agreeing for the method B of the proposal. Coming to 1.16 and again eSIMs in the Ka band, Dr. Laura has provided an elaborate clarifications on this. Again, considering the protection of existing services, we are supporting the method with conditions. As far as 1.17 is concerned, that is the inter-satellite link as a service. We also support for that. But only we have a slightly different view here, making a limitation or a non-exclusive orbital range from 900 to 1200 or 1350 altitude. Suggestion is not to totally say no here, but there should be some methods to allow some important things. For example, why is, because there are some scientific missions with limitation, 1 or 2 satellites, which may be advantageous for us. So totally saying no transmission, this is banned, is not a correct approach. Of course, it may be no for a broadband operation, different 2 NGSO operators for the broadband applications, looking at the technical considerations. But totally saying no for everything is not a correct proposition, but we suggest that it should be looked into and there should be conditional acceptance, so that we should be looked into that. Coming to agenda 7, topic A, we propose that a formula-based approach with 6% of the altitude up to the 2000 kilometers, and beyond which a fixed tolerance range of 120 kilometers. I think there is a consensus on this. Even at APG also it was agreed for a formula-based approach. Now with this formula, I think there is a consensus on that, so we proceed further. And again, topic B and topic J are already addressed. Coming to agenda 10. Agenda 10 particularly, there is a agenda for frequency bands for direct communication between the satellites and IMTUs below 4 gigahertz, particularly for the IoT applications. We agree for that, but we have requested an exclusion of bands 2500 to 2690 megahertz, where we are using MSS services in India. MSS is an important service because we do not want, already it is considered as a MSS. The proposal is to identify other bands below 2 gigahertz. We are agreeing for that. Similarly, we have a NAVIC downlink in the frequency band range 3400 to 3425. We are also seeking an exemption or protection to that. Again, we are also proposing the regulatory provision for relaxing the antenna dimensions for GSO and NGSO in the frequency band 13.75 to 14 gigahertz. These are all the overall thing, our satellite side from India. This is the opinion. Thank you for the floor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rayappa. So, before I go further, I would request Ms. Robetti to have certain words because he wanted to speak something to you, important. Please.
Thank you very much. I'm not sure it's important, but I forgot to mention something before. So very briefly, so first of all, it's fantastic to hear general support for agenda item 116, 117, and also 115. However, there is an ACP on all these agenda items from the last APG. However, as I try to point out, many options are still open. So what we encourage is administrations, including India, of course, to decide among these options, and in that respect it would be very appropriate and most welcome submissions to the conference as a country or as a multi-country proposal. So that's all I wish to say. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you for pointing that out. We have started work in that direction, and we had some internal consultation with the stakeholders to fine-tune those options which are still open, and we're working on that in case during WRC when we have exchange of views among the APT members, we'll be definitely giving a lot of adjustment of our view with other people's view, and then we'll definitely be able to take a final call on that. But thank you so much for alerting us about that possibility. So with that, I think with that we have concluded almost everything, but I had also prepared a presentation, and then I'm not going to show it, don't be afraid, but can you just show the last slide of it? I just wanted to scroll through it. The last slide only. Now the previous one, I would say. Previous one, previous slide. Yes, this is the slide I am talking about, and then this actually lists all the agenda items which is coming under agenda item 10 for the next WRC. There is one radio location, new allocation in the 231.5 to 275 gigahertz band. Then there is a aeronautical and maritime GSIM in the Q band, and then we have got a FSS allocation which just now we spoke about it in the 43.5 to 45.5 gigahertz, and then there is a PFD and EIRP limit in Article 21 which Bashir was talking about, and then compatibility of satellite services, passive services with 71.76 to 81.86. Then there is a space weather sensor which is again making a coming back, and non-GSO feeder link in the 71 to 76 in the 81 to 86 gigahertz band. Then there is non-GSO space links in the 1.5 to 1.6 gigahertz. This is also getting good support from two, CPT and CTEL. Then there is a setback for new mobile service allocation in the 1300 to 1350 megahertz band. We were expecting that this band would come, and this could, if it had come, it would become a good band for the IMT particularly. And then we have got a standard appendix 18 item, the new ESS allocation, which is also at 2.11, which is getting good support, including APT. Then removal of the except Mero mobile condition in the 694 to 960 megahertz band, and this has also got good support and not much of an opposition. And so this is the general overview of what is happening and what we have also decided mostly in the APG 23.6. So with that, I will not take it further. We have almost covered almost everything, most important agenda items, and with everybody's agreement, we can call this meeting, we can end this meeting. So thank you for being here. Thank you ITU-APT Foundation for organizing this meeting or such meetings at regular intervals. It has helped us share the ideas and to understand each other's viewpoint, and sometimes also find a resolution, if I say. And so thank you ITU-APT Foundation of India.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patnaik. And I would like to thank all our eminent panelists for joining us and sharing your viewpoints, your presentations with all of us. Thank you very much. I request Bharat sir to please present a memento to Mr. Patnaik. Thank you, sir, for chairing this session. And thank you to all our panelists joining us physically and virtually. Thank you so much. I request Bharat sir to kindly join us here at the dais and, conclude the 3 days long conference. Sir.
And thank you very much. And may I request our co-organizer, Rajiv ji and Pamela ji, please join us here. And Soni ji, please come. We'll just conclude in 2 minutes. And then we'll have tea and coffee, which I think you've been waiting for a long time. So, Rajiv, please here. Pamela ji, aaye. So, thank you very much. I think we had a very, very extensive 3 days of hectic discussions with full participation from all the participants, speakers, organizers. Really, I'm very proud of the team we have. Arush, Ashish, Soni ji here, Pamela ji, Rajiv, and Monisha who is left. And I think this has been great. So if you want to say any few words, including words, most welcome.
Okay. So I think, when Monisha called me that we should get involved in this spectrum, the first name that came to my mind was Mr. Bhatia. So luckily he was organizing another event. What was that event, in March or something? No, this size. Acha, 2 baar hoti saal mein? Oh, I see. So there was an event which he had done in the early part of the year, and Rajiv went to attend that, and then we cracked the deal that we'll do a joint event. And so we all kind of been working together. So I think this was really good. We learnt a lot. For me, it was a huge learning about spectrum. I know Mr. Alawa, we worked with him for some time and had some good sessions at ITU. And Jitendra and Mr. Bhatia were always helping us, but we were on the technology side, never on the spectrum side. So this time I've learnt a little bit about the spectrum. So really enjoyed it. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Bharatji. Thank you, Mrs. Kumar. No, I just want to share, take a minute of your time. I think it's been, last 3 days have been days of absolutely wonderful learning. We were just sitting over there and I was talking to people from almost in every session. I think the minds we had here, the thought leaders that we had here from across the globe was absolutely unbelievable and extremely exciting. So I think it was great learning for all of us. I just want to summarize. Look, we covered so much. I mean, as they say, we covered the entire spectrum. Truly and figuratively, we covered the entire spectrum. Sub-gigahertz to gigahertz to 1 to 6 to 6 gigahertz, which of course is a very critical area. Then we covered 7 to 24 gigahertz, terahertz, satellite. I think what I did was, I put some keywords, keynote. I took some, I was taking my notes religiously since day one, morning till now, a short while ago. And there are some keywords. Clearly, it was clear that we are now in an era of intense collaboration. Bharatji, thanks for getting such illustrious and accomplished speakers from across the globe, keynote speakers and participants. It's completely about convergence, and I can talk more about what convergence we're talking about. I'm talking about convergence in spectrum, right? So it's about convergence, it's about coexistence. We heard a lot of great, current developments in D2M, and I think the D2M is a space which is going to keep all of us very busy. Sharing versus coexistence. I think, as I said, the devil is in the details. So we really came to know some very detailed, information and innovation that was not very clear earlier. Digital equity, and of course 6G vision, thanks to all our minds and thought leaders in India and even outside, that 6G vision is all about affordability, sustainability, and ubiquitous. So I think it's been an absolutely fantastic last 3 days. Time has flown past. As I say, all good things come to an end. So has this conference. But we look forward to similar events. Bharatji, thanks to you and your team, and thanks to all over here. It's been an absolute pleasure interacting with many of you. And I think we will now have we have made many new friends. And we'll be carrying that for many, many years to come. Thank you all very much.
Before I request Soniji for the formal vote of thanks, I just want to announce that next year we are targeting 14, 15, 16 October 24 for ISMC 24. All of you are welcome. Please mark your diary. And now, Soniji.
Thank you, Bhatia Sahab. I am just conveying my vote of thanks on behalf of ITU-APT Foundation of India. It was a 3-day marathon conference hosted by Delhi Center of Chicago University for first day, where all the people from IIT and all technical people dived very deeply into the technical issues, starting from, I would say, low band up to optical. And it was very interesting. Second day was more interesting because all cross sections of the people who are interested in the spectrum, they spoke, they debated. And last day, but not the least, because now this WRC 23 is coming, so we got a lot of input for that, and that will be helpful, and that is the purpose of this conference. So, in the end, I am thankful to Mr. Bhatia, who is taking our ITU-APT Foundation to a new height. I am very thankful to all the audience who interacted in every session and even off the line for their involvement. I am thankful to our team comprising of Arush, Hemraj, Bajpayee, and Ashish, who was not well, but he worked day and night for that. I am thankful to media partner Communication Today, and finally to Manar for conducting it, and logistic support by Afsan, Prachi, and Kavita. Thank you, everybody. And in the last, I will not forget our Silver Crest, who did AV so wonderfully well that there was no complaint from any corner that they are not able to see, they are not able to listen. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much. Maybe we can have a group picture for everybody. So
yes.
Please join here.
May I request, firstly, the speakers from day 1 to day 3 to please join us on the stage for a group photograph. Everyone, please, everyone, requesting everyone on the floor to please join us for a group photograph. Soni sir actually has covered thanking everyone. So on my behalf, I extend my gratitude to all the esteemed speakers, to all our moderators, to everybody for joining us for the 3-day long conference over here. And I take this opportunity to thank the organizers, IAFI, the University of Chicago, our partners, Spectrum X, Airtel, Shure, Telesat, Ericsson, Conqueror Innovations, media partner Communications Today, and everyone involved in making this event a great grandeur. And we look forward to see you in October, as Sir said, 2024, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all very much. Have the wonderful networking on tea, coffee, and we see you next year. Thank you very much, and have a good evening ahead. Thank you. Thank you everybody for joining us, and we'll see you next year, and request you all to please join us for some tea, coffee.
top notch. You have to qualify for a confident dialogue.